Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Lucien. The brass bell above the door chimed its final farewell of the day as Miriam Caldwell shuffled out with her weekly romance novel tucked under her arm. Lucien Vale turned the deadbolt with practiced efficiency, the click echoing through the hollow oak book nook like a period at the end of a well-crafted sentence. "Another day, another dollar," he murmured to the empty shop, though money had never been his primary concern. The bookstore served a different purpose entirely. It was his anchor to the daylight world, his excuse for existing among Hollow Oak's residents without raising questions about his nocturnal activities. The last golden rays of autumn sunlight slanted through the front windows, casting long shadows between the towering shelves. Dust motes danced in the amber light like tiny spirits, and for a moment, Lucien allowed himself to appreciate the simple beauty of his domain. Stacks of newly arrived books waited to be shelved, their fresh paper scent mixing with the comforting mustiness of older volumes. The leather reading chairs by the fireplace still held the impression of today's customers, and a half-empty teacup sat forgotten on the small table between them. This was his world by day, quiet, predictable, safe, but as the sun dipped below the tree line, painting the shop in deeper shadows, everything changed. Lucien made his way toward the back of the store, past the bestsellers and local interest sections, past the cozy children's corner with its rainbow-painted bookshelf, to the area he kept carefully cordoned off from casual browsers. The rare books section occupied its own alcove, protected by glass cases and discreet warning signs about handling antique materials. Tonight, those ancient tomes seemed to whisper. "What's got you all worked up?" he asked the collection, his voice barely above a breath. The question wasn't entirely rhetorical. After 15 years in Hollow Oak, Lucien had learned to listen when the magical artifacts grew restless. The Shadowheart Codex, bound in midnight black leather with silver clasps, practically hummed with energy. Its neighbor, a slim volume of blood magic genealogies, trembled against its restraining chains. Even the relatively benign collection of fey poetry seemed agitated, pages rustling despite the still air. Lucien's panther stirred under his skin, responding to the magical disturbance with predatory awareness. The big cat wanted to pace, to investigate, to hunt whatever had disturbed the supernatural equilibrium. Instead, Lucien forced himself to remain calm, running long fingers through his shoulder-length black hair as he studied the collection. "Easy there," he whispered, though he wasn't sure if he addressed the books or his beast. The shop's phone rang, startling him from his contemplation. 3 sharp bursts, then silence. The council's signal. Time to trade his shopkeeper's apron for darker tools. Lucien moved with fluid grace to his office behind the main counter, unlocking a desk drawer that appeared to contain nothing more interesting than paperwork and office supplies. A hidden panel revealed his real evening equipment: black tactical clothing, silver-bladed knives, communication gear, and a leather holster for weapons both conventional and enchanted. He changed quickly, muscle memory guiding him through the familiar ritual. The soft cotton of his day clothes gave way to form-fitting black that would help him blend with shadows. The transformation felt like shedding skin, revealing the predator that lived beneath the civilized surface. Another night, another hunt, he corrected his earlier sentiment, checking the edge on his favorite blade. The silver gleamed wickedly in the lamplight, etched with protective runes that would make it effective against most supernatural threats. His reflection in the darkened window showed a man change. Gone was the approachable bookstore owner, with his gentle smile and soft-spoken manner. In his place stood something harder, more dangerous. His features seemed sharper in the twilight, cheekbones cutting harsh angles while his eyes held the predatory gleam of his other nature. This was who he became when Hollow Oak's supernatural residents slept soundly in their beds, trusting that someone watched the shadows for threats they couldn't imagine. The phone rang again. 2 short bursts this time. Urgent. Lucien grabbed his jacket and headed for the back exit, pausing only to set the shop's wards. Invisible threads of protection magic settled around the building like a security blanket, keeping both the valuable books and the dangerous ones safe until his return. The alley behind the bookstore connected to a network of paths that honeycombed through Hollow Oak's downtown core. Ancient cobblestones, worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, reflected the glow of old-fashioned street lamps. The town council maintained the historical aesthetic carefully, though few tourists ever found their way to Hollow Oak. The fey enchantments that protected the town from outside eyes ensured that only those meant to discover it ever did. Lucien's boots made no sound on the stones as he moved toward his rendezvous point. Years of night work had taught him to walk like his panther, silent and sure. The autumn air carried the scent of wood smoke from a dozen chimneys, the sweet decay of fallen leaves, and underneath it all, the wild green smell of the mountains that cradled their hidden community. He loved this place with a fierceness that sometimes surprised him. Hollow Oak had given him sanctuary when he needed it most, a purpose when he'd lost everything else. The bookstore provided him with peaceful days among stories and knowledge. The council work satisfied his need to protect, to hunt, to matter in the ongoing fight between order and chaos. It was a good life, a complete life. So why did tonight feel different? The question nagged at him as he slipped between buildings, using shortcuts known only to the town's supernatural guardians. The magical disturbance in his shop was part of it, certainly. Ancient grimoires didn't grow restless without cause. But there was something else, a tension in the air that made his panther pace restlessly beneath his human facade. Change was coming to Hollow Oak. He could feel it in his bones, taste it on the mountain wind. Something that would shift the careful balance they'd maintained for so long. Lucien paused at the edge of Moon Mirror Lake, where the council maintained one of their outdoor meeting spaces. The water reflected the rising moon in perfect clarity, and for a moment he caught his own reflection in the silver surface. His face looked troubled, shadowed with concerns he couldn't yet name. "Whatever's coming," he promised his reflection, "I'll be ready." The panther inside him rumbled agreement, predatory instincts sharpening in anticipation of unknown challenges. They'd protected Hollow Oak through vampire incursions, rogue witch problems, and fey political machinations. Even rogue alphas and corrupted artifacts most recently. They could handle whatever new threat had stirred the ancient magic tonight. But as Lucien continued toward his meeting with the council, he felt this time would be different. This time the change might not be something to fight against. It might be something to embrace. The thought both thrilled and terrified him in equal measure, setting his pulse racing as he disappeared into the shadows of the night.
Chapter 2. Moira. The ancient bus wheezed to a stop with a hiss of hydraulic brakes, its engine shuddering like an old man catching his breath. Moira Marsh clutched her laptop bag tighter against her chest and peered through the grimy window at what was supposed to be her home for the next 6 weeks. "End of the line, miss," called the driver, a weathered man with kind eyes beneath bushy gray brows. "Hollow Oak Municipal Building. Though, I gotta say, you picked an interesting time to visit our little town." "Interesting how?" Moira asked, shouldering her bag and grabbing her rolling suitcase from the overhead compartment. Her limbs felt stiff from the 3-hour journey up winding mountain roads that seemed to climb toward the very clouds. The driver chuckled, tipping his baseball cap. "You'll see. Place has a way of surprising folks who ain't expecting magic around every corner." "Magic? Right." Moira forced a polite smile. "I'm sure it's lovely. Very atmospheric." And it was atmospheric, she had to admit as she stepped off the bus into the crisp mountain air. Hollow Oak looked like someone had plucked a village from a brother's grim tale and nestled it between peaks that scraped the belly of low-hanging clouds. Mist clung to cobblestone streets that curved and wandered with no apparent logic, following the natural contours of the mountainside. Gas-style street lamps flickered to life in the gathering dusk, casting golden pools of light that made the fog glow like spun silver. "Professional hazard," she muttered under her breath, adjusting her wire-rimmed glasses. "Spend enough time with historical documents and everything starts looking like a fairy tale." But even as she dismissed the whimsical thought, something deep in her chest fluttered with recognition. The mountain air tasted different here, clean and wild, with an underlying sweetness that reminded her of honeysuckle and old parchment. Her grandmother's perfume, if memory served. Strange how scents could transport you across decades in an instant. The bus rumbled away, leaving Moira alone on what appeared to be the town's main street. Shops lined both sides of the cobblestone thoroughfare, their hand-painted signs swaying gently in the evening breeze. The Griddle and Grind Cafe promised comfort food and magical brews, while the Hollow Mercantile advertised enchanted goods for discerning customers. Even the Silver Fang Tavern's weathered sign bore mysterious symbols carved around its edges. "They really lean into the mystical tourism angle," Moira observed, though she had to appreciate the commitment to theme. Her professional eye catalogued architectural details, Victorian gingerbread trim mixed with what looked like much older stonework, buildings that seemed to have grown organically from the mountainside rather than being imposed upon it. Her skin prickled with awareness as she walked, pulling her wheeled suitcase over uneven stones. The sensation reminded her of walking through old libraries late at night, when the silence felt full of whispered conversations between ancient texts. Ridiculous, of course. She was tired, probably low on blood sugar, and definitely overthinking things because she'd spent the last 2 weeks immersed in research about Appalachian folklore in preparation for this assignment. The Hollow Oak Municipal Building sat at the end of the main street, like a dowager queen holding court. 3 stories of gray stone with tall windows and a copper-green roof, it managed to look both stately and welcoming. Warm light spilled from its windows, and Moira could see someone moving around inside. She climbed the front steps, her heels clicking against stone worn smooth by countless visitors. The heavy oak door opened before she could knock. Dr. Marsh? Right on time. A woman with silver hair and half-moon spectacles smiled warmly from the doorway. She wore a sensible cardigan over a floral dress, looking every inch the small-town librarian or historical society president. "I'm Miriam Caldwell, town clerk and your contact for this project. Come in, you must be exhausted." "Please, just Moira," she said, stepping into a lobby that smelled of lemon oil and old wood. "And yes, it's been a long day." "Thank you for meeting me so late." "Nonsense, we keep flexible hours here in Hollow Oak." Miriam's eyes twinkled behind her spectacles. "Can I offer you some tea?" Twyla at the cafe sent over a thermos of her special blend. "Says it's perfect for travelers who need to settle their roots." The phrasing struck Moira as odd, but she nodded gratefully. "That sounds wonderful." Miriam led her through a lobby decorated with historical photographs and local artifacts, past a grand staircase with a polished banister that begged to be touched. The building felt alive somehow, as if the very walls held memories of all the business conducted within them over the decades. "Here we are," Miriam said, opening a door marked Archives, "your temporary kingdom." The basement archive was larger than Moira had expected, with climate-controlled storage and proper archival lighting. Boxes and filing cabinets lined the walls in neat rows, while a modern computer workstation waited in the center of the room. Everything looked professionally organized, which was more than she could say for some municipal archives she'd worked with. "This is impressive," Moira said, setting down her laptop bag. "Much better equipped than I anticipated." "We take our history seriously here," Miriam replied, pouring steaming tea from a thermos into 2 ceramic mugs. Some records go back to the town's founding in 1847. Others are older. Older? How? Moira accepted the mug gratefully, inhaling the complex blend of herbs and spices. Family documents, genealogical records, that sort of thing. Some date to the original settler families who were here before Hollow Oak was officially incorporated. Miriam sipped her tea, watching Moira with curious eyes. Speaking of family records, I couldn't help but notice your surname. Marsh is one of our founding family names. The tea suddenly tasted too hot. Moira set down her mug carefully. Is it? I wouldn't know. My grandmother never talked much about her family background. Families have their reasons for keeping quiet about the past, Miriam said gently. Sometimes the stories are too painful. Sometimes they're too precious to share with outsiders. And sometimes there's just nothing interesting to tell, Moira added, though something in her disagreed. Her grandmother had always deflected questions about her childhood with vague mentions of mountain folk and old ways. Growing up, Moira had assumed it meant Erde, or some small-town scandal best left buried. Well, Miriam said brightly, you'll have plenty of time to explore our local history while you're here. 6 weeks should be enough to digitize the priority documents, though I suspect you'll find our collection more extensive than your university indicated. Extensive how? Diverse. We have land grants, birth and death records, business licenses, court proceedings, personal correspondence, family Bibles, recipe collections, even some old medical journals from the town's first doctor. Miriam's eyes gleamed with the fervor of a true history enthusiast. There are also some more unusual items. Folklore collections, ritual descriptions, genealogical charts that trace some fascinating family connections. Sounds like my kind of treasure hunt, Moira admitted. Despite her exhaustion, excitement stirred at the prospect of diving into centuries of preserved history. When can I start? Tomorrow morning if you're up for it, but tonight you need to get settled. Miriam stood, gathering their empty mugs. I've arranged accommodations at the Hearth and Hollow Inn. It's just 2 blocks over, and if I do say so myself, I serve the best breakfast in 3 counties. But I may be biased since I run it. As they climbed back to the main floor, Moira found herself reluctant to leave the archives. Something about the basement felt right, like coming home after a long journey, though she'd never set foot in Hollow Oak before today. Mrs. Caldwell, she said as they reached the lobby, that tea Twyla sent. What was in it? Oh, a little of this and that. Chamomile for calm, lavender for peace, mountain mint for clarity. Miriam's smile held secrets, and a few other things to help newcomers adjust to our mountain air. It can be overwhelming for folks not used to the altitude. Altitude. That was a reasonable explanation for the way her skin continued to tingle, for the sense that every breath carried whispered secrets. High elevation could cause all sorts of odd sensations. Thank you, Moira said, for everything. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll stop by around 9 to see how you're settling in here. The archive keys are on the desk, and there's a staff entrance around back if you prefer to come and go without walking through the main building. And if you need anything else, I live at the inn myself, so I am always reachable. Outside, the mist had thickened, transforming Hollow Oak into something ethereal and dreamlike. Street lamps glowed like fairy lights through the fog, and Moira could have sworn she heard music drifting from the direction of the tavern. Laughter mixed with fiddle tunes and voices raised in harmony, the sound of a community gathering to share stories and companionship. Her rolling suitcase bumped over cobblestones as she followed Miriam's directions toward the inn, as the older lady locked up and closed the municipal building. The mist seemed to part before her and close behind her, as if the town itself was guiding her path. More fancy, of course. Atmospheric pressure and wind patterns could create all sorts of optical illusions in mountainous terrain. But as she walked through the misty streets of Hollow Oak, Moira couldn't shake the feeling that she'd been here before. In dreams, perhaps, or in the half-remembered stories her grandmother used to whisper during thunderstorms, Stories about mountain magic and family gifts, about roots that ran deeper than memory, and blood that called to blood across generations. Professional hazard, she repeated, though the words held less conviction now because something ancient stirred in recognition, as if welcoming her home.
Chapter 3. Lucien. The morning sun streamed through the hollow oak book nook's front windows, casting geometric patterns across the hardwood floors as Lucien arranged the day's featured selections on the display table near the entrance. He'd returned from last night's council meeting with more questions than answers, though the patrol had been blessedly uneventful. No rogue supernatural threats, no magical disturbances beyond the restless energy that had plagued his rare books collection. The bell chimed, and Lucien looked up to see Miriam Caldwell entering with a woman he didn't recognize. His panther stirred immediately, attention sharpening with predatory focus. "Good morning, Lucien," Miriam called, her voice carrying the cheerful authority of someone accustomed to managing both municipal business and in-guests. "I hope you don't mind the early visit, but I wanted to introduce you to Dr. Moira Marsh. She's the archivist I mentioned last week." Lucien straightened, taking in the newcomer with the same careful assessment he'd use for any potential threat or ally. She was petite, probably reaching only his shoulder, even in the sensible flats that peeked beneath her dark slacks. Mahogany curls escaped from what had likely started as a neat bun, framing a heart-shaped face dominated by intelligent brown eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She carried herself with the careful posture of someone more comfortable with books than people, and her earth-tone cardigan looked both professional and defensive. "Dr. Marsh," he said, moving forward with controlled grace, "welcome to Hollow Oak." "Just Moira, please," she replied, adjusting her laptop bag strap. Her voice carried the faint trace of an accent he couldn't quite place, something that spoke of careful education, overlaying deeper roots. "Thank you for agreeing to let me work here. Mrs. Caldwell says you have an exceptional rare books collection." "I do my best to preserve local history," Lucien said, noting how her gaze immediately swept the bookstore with genuine appreciation. Most visitors saw only the commercial aspects, the bestsellers and local interest sections designed to appeal to tourists. She looked deeper, cataloging the organization system, the climate control measures, the careful balance between accessibility and preservation. "Lucien's being modest," Miriam interjected. "He has one of the finest private collections of historical documents in the region, perfect for cross-referencing with the municipal archives." Something in Miriam's tone suggested layers of meaning, but Lucien kept his expression neutral. The older woman had been on the council longer than anyone, except Elder Varick, and she rarely did anything without multiple purposes. "What exactly are you researching?" Lucien asked, gesturing toward the rare book section. His panther paced restlessly as her scent reached him fully for the first time. She smelled like old parchment and lavender soap, but underneath those familiar notes lay something else. Something wild and green and impossibly ancient. "Genealogical records primarily," Moira said, following him toward the back of the store. "The university received a grant to digitize small-town historical archives before they're lost to time. Hollow Oak's records are apparently quite extensive." "Some families have deep roots here," Lucien observed, unlocking the glass case that protected his most valuable volumes. His fingers tingled as he handled the keys, the same restless energy from last night making the metal warm against his skin. Moira stepped closer to examine the collection, and Lucien caught the subtle hitch in her breathing as she took in the ancient tomes. "These are incredible," she whispered, her scholar's excitement overriding her professional reserve. "Is that a hand-illuminated genealogy from the 1800s? Earlier, actually. The Thornwell family has been keeping records since the first settlers arrived." Lucien watched her carefully, noting how her fingers moved unconsciously as she studied the spines. She traced symbols in the air, elegant gestures that followed patterns he recognized from protective ward work. She had no idea she was doing it. "I'll set up a proper workspace for you," he said, moving to clear a reading table near the rare book section. "These documents require careful handling, so I'll need to supervise any direct access to the originals." "Of course," Moira agreed readily. "I understand preservation protocols. Most of my work will be photographic documentation anyway." Miriam checked her watch with exaggerated concern. Oh my, I need to get back to the inn. I'm expecting a new guest this afternoon, and I haven't finished preparing the Blue Ridge room. I want to trust Martha, but a part of me always wants to do it myself. She turned to Moira with a warm smile. You're in excellent hands here. Lucien knows more about our local history than anyone except possibly Elder Varick. After Miriam left, the bookstore felt smaller somehow, more intimate. Lucien busied himself preparing the workspace while Moira set up her laptop and camera equipment with efficient movements that spoke of extensive experience. She handled technology with the same careful respect she showed the antique books, and her organizational system impressed him despite himself. Coffee, he offered. Twyla's Cafe is just down the street, but I keep a decent pot brewing in the back office. That would be wonderful, thank you. Moira looked up from adjusting her camera settings, and their eyes met across the small table. For a moment, something passed between them, a recognition that felt deeper than their brief acquaintance should allow. Lucien retreated to his office, using the time to center himself. His panther wanted to investigate further, to understand why this quiet human carried magical sense that shouldn't exist. The beast recognized her as something significant, though Lucien couldn't determine whether that significance meant threat or opportunity. When he returned with 2 steaming mugs, Moira had already begun photographing the first genealogical volume. She worked with practiced efficiency, but he noticed how she paused occasionally, frowning at certain entries as if they triggered half-remembered associations. Find something interesting, he asked, settling into the chair across from her. Maybe. She accepted the coffee gratefully, wrapping her hands around the mug as if drawing comfort from its warmth. Some of these family names are familiar, though I can't place where I might have heard them before. Generational memory can be powerful in small communities, Lucien suggested carefully. Stories get passed down even when families move away. Possibly. Moira returned to her work, but he caught her glancing at him when she thought he wasn't looking. Have you lived in Hollow Oak long? 15 years. The truth, though not the complete truth. I came here after college, looking for somewhere quiet to open a bookstore. The town suited me. It's certainly atmospheric, she agreed. Mrs. Caldwell mentioned that tourism is seasonal. Very seasonal. We get a few hikers and leaf peepers, but mostly Hollow Oak keeps to itself. Lucien sipped his coffee, watching her work. Some visitors find the isolation overwhelming. I can see how it might be. Moira carefully turned a page in the genealogy, and her breath caught audibly. Oh, what is it? This entry. She pointed to a faded line of script. The name Marsh appears here, connected to the Shadowheart line, but that's... She trailed off, shaking her head. It's probably just coincidence. Marsh isn't exactly an uncommon surname. Lucien's panther went absolutely still. The Shadowheart line had been one of the most powerful magical bloodlines in the region before they disappeared mysteriously in the late 1700s. If Moira carried that heritage, it would explain both her unconscious magical gestures and the restlessness that had been plaguing his collection since yesterday. Coincidences can be meaningful in places like Hollow Oak, he said carefully. Moira looked up sharply, as if hearing something in his tone that he hadn't meant to reveal. What do you mean? Before he could answer, she reached for another volume, one of the enchanted texts that responded to magical bloodlines. The moment her fingers brushed the leather binding, soft golden light pulsed from the book's spine. Moira jerked her hand back with a startled gasp. What was that? Trick of the light, Lucien said smoothly, though his heart raced. These old windows create interesting reflections sometimes. She stared at the book for a long moment, then at her own hand as if it had betrayed her. Right, of course. But her voice carried uncertainty now, the first crack in her rational skepticism. Are you all right? Lucien asked, fighting the urge to reach across the table and take her trembling hand in his. His panther wanted to comfort her, to protect her from the confusion and fear he could scent rising from her skin. I'm fine, she said quickly, too quickly, just tired from the travel yesterday. Mountain air takes some getting used to. It does, he agreed, though he knew fatigue wasn't what had made that book respond to her touch. Why don't I show you some of the less temperamental volumes. We can work up to the more delicate pieces as you get comfortable with the collection. Relief flooded her features. That would be perfect. I tend to get a bit obsessive once I really dive into research, so pacing myself is probably wise. As Lucien selected safer volumes for her to examine, he found himself acutely aware of her presence. The way she tucked escaped curls behind her ear when concentrating, how she bit her lower lip when puzzling over difficult handwriting. The unconscious grace with which she moved, as if some deeper part of her recognized the magical energy that flowed through Hollow Oak's very foundations. His panther had claimed her already, he realized with startling clarity. The beast saw past her human facade to the power that slumbered in her blood, recognizing a mate worthy of protection and devotion. The human side of him fought that recognition, knowing how complicated her awakening magical heritage would make both their lives. But as morning stretched toward afternoon, and they worked in companionable silence, broken only by her questions about local history and his careful answers, Lucien found himself hoping that whatever force had brought Moira Marsh to Hollow Oak would let her stay long enough for him to understand what she meant to his carefully ordered world.
Chapter 4. Moira. 3 hours into her work at the Hollow Oak Book Nook, Moira had to admit she'd found something close to heaven. The rare books section felt like a scholar's dream, with proper archival lighting, climate control that kept the ancient pages from deteriorating, and a workspace that somehow managed to be both functional and cozy. Afternoon sunlight slanted through tall windows, creating pools of golden warmth that made the leather-bound volumes glow like jewels. But it wasn't just the books that held her attention. Lucien moved through his domain with fluid grace, checking on other customers, restocking shelves, and somehow managing to be both present and unobtrusive. He reminded her of the big cats she'd studied during her undergraduate anthropology courses, all contained power and watchful stillness. When he walked, his feet made no sound on the hardwood floors, and when he turned his head to listen to a customer's question, the motion was precise and economical. It should have been unsettling. Instead, she found it oddly comforting, as if some primal part of her recognized him as a protector rather than a threat. "Focus, Moira," she murmured to herself, adjusting her camera angle to capture a particularly faded entry in the Thornwell genealogy. "You're here to work, not to ogle the locals." Though local seemed an inadequate description for someone like Lucien Vale. Everything about him suggested depths she couldn't fathom, from the way his dark green eyes seemed to catalog every detail of his surroundings to the careful precision with which he'd arranged her workspace. Even his voice carried layers, warm and cultured on the surface, but with an underlying roughness that made her think of whiskey and midnight conversations. "Any luck with the cross-references?" he asked, appearing beside her table with the silent approach she was beginning to recognize as characteristic. "Actually, yes." Moira gestured to the open genealogy, trying to ignore how her pulse quickened at his proximity. He smelled like cedar and old books, with an underlying wildness that reminded her of forest hiking trails after rain. The family connections in this region are fascinating. The same names appear in multiple bloodlines across several generations. "Small communities tend to intermarry," Lucien observed. Practical considerations often outweighed romantic preferences in frontier settlements. True, but this goes beyond practical marriages. Moira pulled up several photographs on her laptop screen. "Look at this pattern. The Shadow Heart line connects to the Thornwells, the Ashfords, the Greywoods, and at least a dozen other families. Almost like they were deliberately preserving specific genetic traits." Lucien's expression grew thoughtful, though something flickered in his eyes that might have been concern. What kind of traits? That's what's interesting. The genealogies don't just track bloodlines, they include notations about family characteristics. Intelligence, longevity, resistance to common diseases. Moira traced her finger across the laptop screen. But also stranger things. Second sight, plant affinity, weather sensitivity, It reads almost like they were cataloging magical abilities. Mountain communities often developed their own folklore to explain unusual talents, Lucien said carefully. Herbal knowledge might be called plant magic, while someone with good instincts about weather patterns could be seen as having supernatural gifts. Maybe. But something in his tone suggested he believed there was more to it than folklore. Have you ever heard of the Shadowheart family specifically? They seem to be central to many of these bloodline connections. Old stories mention them occasionally, Lucien replied. They disappeared from the records sometime in the late 1700s. Local legend says they moved away after some kind of family tragedy. Moira nodded, making a note to research that gap in the records more thoroughly. As she reached for another volume, her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory. Some stories are too dangerous to tell, little bird. Some names are better left unspoken. The recollection made her pause, pen hovering over her notebook. Grandmother Alara had always been secretive about their family history, deflecting questions with vague references to mountain folk and old troubles. But sitting here surrounded by genealogical records that stretched back centuries, Moira wondered if those deflections had hidden deeper truths. "Are you all right?" Lucien asked, and she realized she'd been staring at her notebook for several minutes. "Sorry, just remembering something my grandmother used to say." Moira shook off the melancholy and reached for the next volume in her stack. She grew up in the mountains somewhere, but she never talked about her family. I always assumed there wasn't much to discuss. The book she selected was bound in deep burgundy leather, its spine worn smooth by countless hands. The moment her fingers touched the cover, warmth spread up her arms like sunlight through her veins. She blinked, startled by the sensation, but when she looked down, the book appeared perfectly ordinary. "Mountain air," she murmured, echoing Mrs. Caldwell's explanation from the previous evening. "Takes some getting used to." She opened the volume carefully, revealing pages covered in elegant handwriting that documented births, deaths, and marriages spanning nearly 2 centuries. The ink had faded to sepia, but the records remained legible, a testament to whoever had taken such care in their preservation. Moira worked methodically, photographing each page and cross-referencing names with her growing database. The repetitive work was soothing, requiring just enough concentration to quiet her mind while leaving space for the peaceful atmosphere of the bookstore to work its magic. That atmosphere was helped considerably by Lucien's presence. He moved in and out of her peripheral vision, helping customers, answering questions about local history, and occasionally bringing her fresh coffee or a plate of cookies from the cafe down the street. His attention felt protective rather than intrusive, as if he understood her need to focus while ensuring she remained comfortable. "These are incredible," she commented during one of his check-ins, gesturing to the cookies. "Twyla's recipe?" Her grandmother's, apparently. Some family traditions run deep in Hollow Oak. Lucien's smile carried warmth that made her stomach flutter. "Twyla claims the secret ingredient is mountain herbs, but I suspect it's mostly just skill and practice. Most family recipes have a touch of mystery," Moira agreed, biting into a cookie that tasted like cinnamon and honey with undertones she couldn't identify. "My grandmother made bread that never went stale, but she took the recipe to her grave." "Some knowledge is meant to be earned rather than inherited," Lucien said softly. Something in his tone made her look up sharply, but his expression revealed nothing beyond mild interest in their conversation. Still, she found herself studying his face, noting the sharp cheekbones that caught the afternoon light and the way his dark hair fell in waves that begged to be touched. "Professional," she reminded herself firmly. "You're here to do a job, not to develop a crush on the local bookstore owner." But as the afternoon wore on and their easy conversation continued, Moira found her professional resolve weakening. Lucien was clearly intelligent, well-read, and possessed of a dry sense of humor that emerged during their discussions of local history. More importantly, he treated her work with genuine respect, asking thoughtful questions about her research methods and offering insights about the families and events documented in the genealogies. It was nearly 5 o'clock when she found it. The entry was buried in a section documenting marriages from the 1820s, written in the same careful script as the rest of the volume. But when Moira read the names, her hands began to shake so violently that she nearly dropped her camera. Elara Serafina Shadowheart, wed to Thomas Marsh, June 21, 1823. Born October 13, 1805. Issue, Margaret, born 1824. Samuel, born 1825, 1826. Note, bloodline preserved, gifts dormant, extended lifespan. Her grandmother's name. Her grandmother's full name, including the middle name Serafina that she'd always claimed was an old family tradition. The birth date that Moira had celebrated every October 13th for 26 years of her life. "No," she whispered, staring at the page. "That's not possible." The implications crashed over her like a tidal wave. If this was accurate, her grandmother had been born in 1805. That would make her over 200 years old when she died 5 years ago. Samuel Marsh, born in 1826, would be her great-great-grandfather, explaining how the Marsh name had passed down through the generations. "Moira?" Lucien's voice seemed to come from very far away. "What's wrong?" She looked up to find him standing beside her chair, concern etched across his features. "This entry," she managed, pointing to the line with a trembling finger. "That's my grandmother. Elara Serafina Shadowheart. Same full name, same birth date I celebrated with her every year." Lucien went very still, and for a moment she could have sworn his eyes flashed with some emotion too complex to interpret. "Are you certain?" October 13th, 1805. Elara Serafina. She always told me Serafina was a family name passed down through generations, but she said her maiden name was Smith. Moira's voice cracked as the reality sank in. If this is real, if this is her, then she was over 200 years old. And she never told me. She lied about everything. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. "A name passed down," he suggested, though he sounded skeptical himself. "But these names all seem—" She didn't have the words to explain how she knew them. How she knew that this was her grandmother. "People sometimes change their names when they leave small communities," Lucien said carefully. "Especially if they're trying to distance themselves from difficult memories." But why would she lie about it? And what does "gifts dormant" mean? Before Lucien could answer, the brass bell above the front door chimed, and a woman's voice called out cheerfully, "Lucien, are you hiding back there with your books again?" "Back here, Twyla," Lucien replied, though his attention remained focused on Moira's distressed expression. A woman appeared between the shelves, carrying a bakery box and wearing an apron dusted with flour. She had wheat-colored hair pinned up in a practical bun and warm brown eyes that sparkled with curiosity. "I brought some fresh scones for your researcher friend, but it looks like I'm interrupting something important." "Twyla Honeytree, Moira Marsh," Lucien said by way of introduction. "Moira just discovered some unexpected family history in the genealogies." "Did she now?" Twyla's eyes sharpened with interest. "Marsh, you said. That's one of our founding families. Goes way back in these mountains." "So I'm learning," Moira said, accepting the cup of tea Twyla pressed into her hands. The blend smelled of chamomile and something floral she couldn't identify. "Though I'm beginning to think my grandmother kept more secrets than I realized. Families have their reasons for keeping quiet about the past," Twyla said gently, echoing Mrs. Caldwell's words from the previous evening. "But blood calls to blood, especially in places like Hollow Oak. Maybe it's time for those old stories to find their way back to the light." As Moira photographed the damning entry, her hands still trembling with shock and discovery, she had the feeling that finding her grandmother's true name was only the beginning. The genealogy held more secrets, she was certain, and every instinct she possessed urged her to keep digging until she understood why Alara Shadowheart had fled her mountain home and hidden her true identity for the rest of her life. Whatever the reason, Moira suspected it was connected to the strange sensations she'd been experiencing since arriving in Hollow Oak. The way the mountain air seemed to whisper secrets, the warmth that had spread through her when touching certain books, the growing certainty that this misty mountain town held answers to questions she'd never known to ask. She only hoped she was strong enough to handle whatever truths lay buried in the pages of the past.
Chapter 5. Lucien. The council glade sat hidden deep in the heart of Hollow Oak's ancient forest, where moonlight filtered through a canopy of oak and pine to illuminate a natural clearing that had served as a meeting place for centuries. Lucien arrived precisely at midnight, his black tactical gear helping him blend with the shadows as he made his way to the circle of standing stones that marked the sacred space. Elder Varric was already there, his long silver braids gleaming in the moonlight as he studied a collection of carved runes spread across a flat boulder that served as the council's table. The wolf elder's pale eyes reflected the light like mirrors, and when he looked up at Lucien's approach, his expression held the weight of knowledge accumulated over decades of supernatural politics. "You're troubled tonight," Varric observed without preamble, more so than usual after a day of playing human shopkeeper. "The archivist arrived," Lucien said, settling onto one of the smaller stones that ringed the clearing. "Moira Marsh. She's discovered her connection to the Shadowheart bloodline." "Has she now?" Varric's tone carried no surprise, only mild interest. "And how did she take that revelation?" "About as well as you'd expect from someone who spent her entire life believing magic doesn't exist." Lucien rubbed his jaw, where tension had been building since he'd left Moira standing in his bookstore, staring at the genealogy that had shattered her understanding of her own family. "She's shaken, confused. Her grandmother apparently lived over 2 centuries and never told her the truth about their heritage." "Alara Shadowheart was always protective of her family," Varric mused, "perhaps too protective. Secrets have a way of revealing themselves when the time is right. You knew she was coming. It wasn't a question." Lucien had learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when the council's leader was orchestrating events rather than simply responding to them. "I suspected. The bloodline has been dormant for too long, and the signs have been pointing toward an awakening." Varric gestured to the runes scattered across the stone table. "These readings began 3 days ago. Magical disturbances at our borders, old wards flickering, protective spells showing strain, all coinciding with a certain archivist's journey into our mountains." Before Lucien could respond, footsteps echoed through the trees as other council members arrived. Maeve Cross emerged from the eastern path, her short black hair catching moonlight as she nodded to both men. The lioness shifter carried herself with the controlled aggression of someone always ready for a fight, her guard duties having honed her instincts to a razor's edge. "Evening, boys," she said, settling beside Lucien with feline grace. "Please tell me we're not dealing with another vampire situation. I'm still finding fang marks in my furniture from the last incursion." "Worse," Elder Bram intoned as he joined their circle. The conservative council member looked like every stern politician Lucien had ever seen, his gray beard perfectly trimmed and his dark robes immaculate despite the forest trek. "Rogue spirits testing our perimeter defenses. They began probing yesterday evening, growing bolder with each passing hour." Miriam Caldwell was the last to arrive, her sensible shoes making soft sounds on the forest floor as she approached their gathering. Despite her mundane appearance, she carried herself with the quiet authority of someone who understood both human and supernatural politics. "The spirits aren't random," she reported without preamble. "I've been monitoring the disturbances from my office. They're specifically targeting areas where the old bloodline magic was strongest. The Shadowheart family's original homestead, the abandoned ritual sites, even the section of forest where Alara's grandmother used to gather herbs. They're drawn to awakening power," Varric concluded. "Moira's presence is stirring magical currents that have been dormant for decades." Lucien's panther stirred restlessly beneath his skin, reacting to the implied threat to their mate with territorial aggression. The big cat wanted to abandon this meeting, return to the bookstore, where Moira's scent still lingered among the ancient tomes, and ensure her safety through direct protection. "How much does she know?" Bram asked, his pale eyes reflecting disapproval. "Humans who stumble into our world unprepared often become liabilities." "She knows something isn't normal about Hollow Oak," Lucien said carefully, "but she's still rationalizing the supernatural elements she's encountered. Give her time, and she'll accept the truth." "Time we may not have," Maeve interjected. "If these spirits are growing bolder, they'll eventually make a direct move on the town. We need to know whether Miss Marsh is going to be an asset or a target." "Both, most likely," Varric said with the dry humor that had carried him through decades of supernatural crises. "Powerful bloodlines rarely come without complications." The elder began arranging the runes into specific patterns, their carved surfaces glowing softly in response to his touch. "Lucien, you'll continue monitoring her magical development. Stay close, but don't force revelations she's not ready to handle. Things will come to her the more time she spends in the archives, whether she wants them to or not." "And if the spirits escalate their probing?" Lucien asked, though his protective instincts already provided the answer. "Then we protect her with everything we have." Varric's voice carried the finality of absolute authority. "The Shadowheart bloodline has been guardian magic for this town since its founding. It's part of what made the Vale. If Moira inherits even a fraction of her ancestors' power, she could strengthen our defenses beyond anything we've achieved in the past century. Or she could lose control and tear the whole mountain apart," Bram added pessimistically. "Isn't that the risk with every supernatural being?" Maeve asked dryly, getting a sharp laugh from Emmett, a wolf shifter standing in the corner watching the perimeter. "Hence the careful monitoring," Varric replied. "Lucien, your panther has already claimed her, hasn't it?" The direct question caught Lucien off guard, though he supposed his agitation had been obvious to the experienced supernatural leaders surrounding him. "It's recognized her as a mate, yes." "Good. Mate bonds provide magical stability during power transitions. Your connection to her might be exactly what she needs to safely channel her inheritance." Maeve raised an eyebrow. "Assuming she accepts the bond, humans can be surprisingly resistant to supernatural relationships, even when fate's involved." "She'll come around," Lucien said with more confidence than he felt. "She's intelligent, adaptable, and already drawn to the magical elements in town, even if she doesn't understand what she's experiencing." "Speaking of which," Miriam interjected, "I should mention that she's been asking questions about local folklore and family traditions. She's particularly interested in stories about families who disappeared from the historical records." "The Shadowheart Exodus," Varric nodded. "Ilara's family left Hollow Oak in the 1890s after a magical accident nearly exposed our community to outside scrutiny. They scattered across the country, most of them suppressing their abilities to blend with human society. Until now," Lucien said softly, understanding beginning to crystallize. "Moira's awakening isn't random. Something's calling the bloodline home." "The spirits at our borders may be connected to that call," Varric agreed. "Old magic recognizes old blood. If they're seeking to exploit awakening power, they'll become increasingly aggressive until they're either successful or definitively repelled." A distant howl echoed through the forest, raising the hair on Lucien's arms and making his panther pace anxiously. The sound held an otherworldly quality that spoke of creatures that didn't belong even in their world. "Time to move," Maeve said, rising fluidly to her feet. "Those aren't normal wolves." "Patrol formation," Varric commanded. "Lucien, take the eastern border near town. If they're specifically targeting Shadowheart locations, they may try for the bookstore." Relief flooded through Lucien at the assignment that would keep him close to Moira, though he tried to hide his reaction from the other council members. His panther had been growing increasingly agitated with each minute spent away from its mate, and the thought of supernatural threats moving closer to town made his protective instincts scream for action. "Keep your communications open," Varric continued. "And remember, we're investigating and deterring tonight, not engaging unless absolutely necessary. We don't know how powerful these spirits are or what they're ultimately seeking." As the council members dispersed into the forest, each heading toward their assigned patrol routes, Lucien found his thoughts drifting back to the afternoon he'd spent watching Moira work. the way she'd unconsciously traced protective symbols in the air while thinking, her shocked expression when she discovered the truth about her grandmother's identity, the tremor in her hands as she'd photographed the genealogical entry that connected her to centuries of Hollow Oak's magical history. She was alone at the inn tonight, probably lying awake trying to process revelations that challenged everything she took as facts about her family. His panther wanted nothing more than to check on her, to ensure her safety and comfort during what had to be a terrifying time of adjustment. Instead, he moved silently through the forest toward Hollow Oak's eastern border, following trails known only to the town's supernatural guardians. The mountain air carried the scent of pine and approaching rain, but underneath those familiar notes lurked something else, something cold and hungry that made his shifter instincts sharpen with predatory awareness. Whatever was stalking the edges of their territory, it was drawn by the same magical awakening that had brought Moira to Hollow Oak. And as Lucien settled into position overlooking the town's sleeping houses, their windows glowing warmly in the darkness, he silently promised both his panther and his mate that nothing would reach her while he drew breath. The spirits could test their borders all they wanted. They would find Hollow Oak's guardians ready and waiting.
Chapter 6. Moira. 3 days had passed since Moira discovered her grandmother's secret. 3 days of restless sleep, haunted by questions she couldn't answer, and dreams filled with shadowy figures calling her name. She'd thrown herself into her work with renewed determination, photographing page after page of genealogical records while searching for more clues about the Shadowheart bloodline and what gifts dormant might actually mean. The morning light streaming through the Hollow Oak. Book Nook's windows felt different today, charged with the same electric tension that preceded summer thunderstorms. Even the ancient volumes seemed more restless, their leather bindings creaking softly, as if the books themselves were stirring from long slumber. Moira had positioned herself at the reading table with the Shadowheart Codex, the midnight black grimoire that had been calling to her attention since her first day in the rare books section. Lucien had been reluctant to let her examine it directly, citing its fragile condition, but her persistence and obvious expertise with historical documents had finally worn down his resistance. "Just be careful with the binding," he'd said that morning, setting the ancient tome before her with reverent hands. "Some books are more temperamental than others." Now, as she prepared to photograph the first page, Moira understood what he meant. The grimoire seemed to pulse beneath her fingertips, warm and alive in ways that defied rational explanation. The cover bore no title, only intricate silver symbols that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. "Get a grip, Moira," she murmured to herself, adjusting her camera settings. "It's just an old book. Leather contracts and expands with temperature changes. That's all." But when she opened the cover, revealing the first page of dense, handwritten text, her breath caught in her throat. The ink appeared fresh, as if someone had just finished writing, though the pages clearly dated back centuries. Elegant script filled the parchment in what looked like Latin mixed with symbols she couldn't identify. She lifted her camera to photograph the page, but as she focused the lens, the impossible happened. New words began appearing on the parchment. Moira blinked hard, certain she was imagining things, but the elegant script continued flowing across the page as if guided by an invisible hand. The ink shimmered silver-black in the morning light, forming letters in the same ancient language that filled the rest of the grimoire. "What the hell?" she whispered, lowering her camera with trembling hands. The writing paused, as if responding to her voice, then resumed with renewed purpose. Fear and fascination warred in her chest as she watched words form in real time, her rational mind screaming that this was impossible while some deeper part of her soul recognized the magic as utterly natural. The script was beautiful, flowing like water across the ancient parchment, and despite never having seen the language before, Moira found herself understanding each word as it appeared. The bloodline wakens. The daughter returns to claim her inheritance. Her heart hammered against her ribs as more words materialized, spelling out truths she wasn't ready to face. Ilara's kin bears the gift. Power runs deep in Shadowheart veins. The old ways call to the young heart. No, Moira breathed, pushing back from the table so quickly that her chair scraped against the hardwood floor. This isn't real. This can't be real. But the grimoire continued writing, indifferent to her denial. Moira Celeste Marsh, born of two worlds, belonging to both, the time of choosing approaches. Seeing her own name appear in flowing calligraphy made her stomach lurch with a mixture of terror and impossible recognition. How could an ancient book know her middle name? How could ink move without a hand to guide it? The brass bell above the front door chimed, and Moira heard Lucien's voice calling out a greeting to someone entering the shop. Panic flared through her as she realized she'd been making enough noise to attract attention. She couldn't let him see this, couldn't let anyone witness what was clearly either a psychotic break or actual magic. With shaking hands, she slammed the grimoire shut, cutting off the supernatural writing mid-sentence. The book felt warm against her palms, almost pulsing with disappointed energy, but at least the impossible script had stopped flowing. Deep breaths, she told herself, fighting to regain composure. Maybe you're more tired than you thought. Maybe the mountain air is affecting your brain chemistry. There has to be a logical explanation. But even as she tried to rationalize what she'd witnessed, the words continued echoing in her mind. The bloodline wakens. The chosen daughter returns. Footsteps approached the rare books section, and Moira looked up to see Lucien carrying a tea service on a silver tray. He moved with that same predatory grace she'd noticed from the beginning, silent and controlled. But today something in his expression seemed more alert, as if he sensed the magical disturbance that had just occurred. "Afternoon tea," he said with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Twyla sent over some of her famous honey scones. She claims they're good for settling frayed nerves." Frayed nerves? Moira tried to keep her voice level, though she suspected she was failing miserably. "What makes you think my nerves are frayed?" Lucky guess. Lucien set the tray on a side table and began arranging delicate china cups with practiced ease. "You've been working intensively for 3 days straight, dealing with some pretty overwhelming family revelations. It would be strange if you weren't feeling a bit unsettled." The care in his voice made something warm unfurl in her chest, temporarily pushing aside the fear that had gripped her while watching the grimoire write itself. He genuinely seemed concerned about her well-being, and the simple act of bringing her tea felt more intimate than it should have. "Thank you," she said softly, accepting the cup he offered. Their fingers brushed during the exchange, and she felt that same electric tingle that had been occurring whenever they touched. "That's very thoughtful." "How's the research going today?" Lucien asked. His dark green eyes swept over her workspace, lingering on the closed grimoire. "Making progress with the Shadowheart genealogies?" Moira's grip tightened on her teacup. Did he know what had just happened? Was he testing her reaction to see if she'd admit to witnessing something supernatural? "It's been enlightening," she said carefully, "though some of these older texts are harder to interpret than I expected." "Ancient languages can be tricky," Lucien agreed, his tone casual but his gaze intent. "Sometimes the meaning isn't in the words themselves, but in the context surrounding them." "Context," Moira repeated, wondering if they were still talking about translation or something much more significant. "Right." She bit into one of Twyla's scones, buying herself time to think. The pastry was incredible, flavored with honey and herbs that seemed to calm her racing pulse, but she felt that this entire conversation was loaded with subtext she didn't understand. "Lucien," she said finally, setting down her cup with deliberate care, "can I ask you something?" "Of course. Have you ever experienced anything in this town that you couldn't explain? Anything that seemed impossible?" Something flickered in his expression, too quick to interpret, but his voice remained steady. Hollow Oak is an old place with old stories. Sometimes the line between history and legend gets a bit blurred. That's not really an answer, isn't it? He leaned forward slightly, and she caught that wild cedar scent that always seemed to surround him. What kind of impossible things are we talking about? Moira hesitated, torn between her desire to confide in someone and her fear of appearing insane. How could she explain that she'd just watched an ancient book write itself, that it had somehow known her name and seemed to be claiming she possessed magical abilities? Hypothetically, she said slowly, if someone were to witness something that defied rational explanation, something that suggested the world wasn't quite what they'd always believed it to be, what would you advise them to do? Hypothetically? Lucien's lips curved in a small smile that suggested he understood exactly what she was really asking. I'd tell them to trust their instincts. Sometimes our rational minds get in the way of accepting truths that our hearts already know. And if those truths were frightening, then I'd remind them that fear often accompanies discovery. The unknown is always scary until it becomes familiar. His voice dropped to a softer register, warm and reassuring. And I'd tell them that they don't have to face the unknown alone. The sincerity in his words was unexpected. Since arriving in Hollow Oak, Lucien had been her constant anchor, providing stability and kindness during what had become the most confusing period of her life. The thought that she might be able to trust him with the impossible things she'd witnessed felt like a lifeline. Hypothetically, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, what if someone discovered they weren't entirely human? Lucien went very still, his entire attention focused on her with predatory intensity. Then I'd tell them that humanity comes in many forms, and that being different doesn't make someone less worthy of love and acceptance. You make it sound so simple. Simple doesn't mean easy, he said gently, but some journeys are worth taking even when they're difficult. Moira looked down at the closed grimoire, its silver symbols seeming to pulse faintly in the afternoon light. Whatever was happening to her, whatever she was becoming, she didn't have to face it alone. Maybe it was time to stop running from the impossible and start embracing it. Lucien, she said, meeting his eyes with newfound determination, I think there's something you need to see. But as she reached for the grimoire's cover, ready to show him the supernatural writing that had shaken her world, the book remained stubbornly ordinary. No flowing script appeared on its pages, no magical words materialized in response to her touch. The ancient tome had returned to silence, keeping its secrets locked away until she was truly ready to accept what they meant.
Chapter 7. Lucien. The scent of awakening magic clung to Moira like morning mist, growing stronger each day she spent among the ancient texts. Lucien had dealt with enough newly awakened supernatural beings to recognize the signs. The unconscious gestures that traced protective symbols, the way her eyes unfocused when powerful artifacts called to her, the tremor in her hands when she touched objects that resonated with her bloodline. What he hadn't expected was how profoundly her presence would affect him beyond his panther's claiming instincts. I think I'll work late tonight, he announced to the empty bookstore as he flipped the sign to closed and turned the deadbolt. It was the fourth evening this week he'd found excuses to stay after hours, ostensibly to catch up on inventory and shelving. In reality, he wanted to be nearby in case Moira's magical awakening took a dangerous turn. At least that's what he told himself. Moira looked up from her laptop where she'd been organizing the day's photographs, lamplight catching the copper highlights in her mahogany curls. You don't have to stay on my account. I know you must have better things to do than babysit the obsessive researcher. I like the quiet evening hours, Lucien said, which was partially true. Good time to get caught up on the behind-the-scenes work that keeps a bookstore running. What he didn't mention was how much he'd come to treasure these twilight conversations, when the rest of Hollow Oak settled into evening routines and left them alone among the books and growing shadows. Moira was different from the supernatural folk who made up most of his social circle. Where they took magic for granted, she approached each impossible discovery with wonder and careful analysis. Where they gossiped about territorial disputes and council politics, she asked thoughtful questions about history and folklore. She was modest in a way that made her intelligence shine brighter, quiet until she had something meaningful to contribute, and possessed of a dry humor that caught him off guard at the most unexpected moments. "Can I ask you something?" Moira said, closing her laptop and turning to face him fully. The movement brought her cardigan closer around her shoulders, and Lucien caught himself noticing how the soft gray fabric complemented her skin tone. "Always," he replied, settling into his usual chair across from her workstation. "This town," she began carefully, "there's something different about it. Something I can't quite put my finger on. It's not just the historical preservation or the mountain isolation. It's like everyone here is part of some shared understanding that outsiders aren't privy to." Lucien chose his words carefully. Hollow Oak's supernatural nature was an open secret among residents, but revealing too much too quickly could overwhelm someone still adjusting to their own magical heritage. "Small communities develop their own cultures," he said, "especially isolated ones. We've been somewhat cut off from the outside world for generations, so we've maintained traditions and perspectives that might seem unusual to outsiders." Traditions like what? Herbal remedies that work better than they should, weather prediction based on animal behavior, a healthy respect for the natural world and its moods. He watched her face for signs of understanding or skepticism. "People here tend to be more accepting of things that can't be easily explained." Moira nodded slowly, tucking a escaped curl behind her ear in the unconscious gesture he'd grown to find endearing. "Mrs. Caldwell mentioned that some families have been here since before the town's official founding. That suggests a pretty stable population." "Very stable. Most people who find their way to Hollow Oak tend to stay." Lucien allowed himself a small smile. "The mountain has a way of calling to certain types of people." "What type is that?" "The kind who don't quite fit in ordinary places. Artists, writers, craftspeople, healers, independent souls who value community without conformity." He paused, studying her expression. "People with gifts that might not be appreciated in more conventional settings." "Gifts," Moira repeated, and he heard the weight she placed on the word. "Like my grandmother's bread that never went stale?" "Exactly like that." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the bookstore's atmosphere wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Outside, Hollow Oak settled into evening routines as street lamps flickered to life, and the first stars appeared between gathering clouds. "I brought tea," Lucien said, rising to retrieve the service he'd prepared earlier. "Twyla's evening blend. She says it helps people process difficult revelations." "Does Twyla have a tea for every occasion?" Moira asked with a hint of amusement. "Pretty much. Her grandmother taught her the traditional recipes, and she's added a few innovations of her own over the years." Lucien set the elegant china service between them, noting how Moira's eyes lingered on the delicate cups painted with mountain wildflowers. "She takes pride in matching the blend to the person and situation." "What's in the evening blend?" "Chamomile for calm, lavender for peace, a touch of mint for clarity." He poured steaming liquid into both cups, the herbal fragrance filling the space between them, and a few other mountain herbs that help people accept changes in their lives. Moira accepted her cup with that now familiar brush of fingers against his, and Lucien felt the electric connection that seemed to spark whenever they touched. Her scent was stronger in the evening quiet, parchment and lavender soap mixing with something uniquely her that made his panther purr with satisfaction. "Changes like discovering your entire family history is built on lies?" she asked, taking a careful sip. "Changes like learning that what you thought were lies might actually be protective truths," Lucien corrected gently. "Your grandmother had good reasons for hiding her past. Sometimes the most loving thing we can do is shelter the people we care about from knowledge they aren't ready to handle." "But I'm ready now." The vulnerability in her voice made him flood over with protective instincts that went far beyond his panther's claiming urges. This was purely human concern for someone he was growing to care about deeply, someone whose quick intelligence and quiet strength drew him like a magnet. "I think you're braver than you give yourself credit for," he said softly. "Not everyone would handle these discoveries with such grace." "Grace?" Moira laughed, but the sound held more sadness than humor. "I've been wandering around in a daze for days, jumping at shadows and questioning my sanity. That's not graceful. You're still here, still working, still asking intelligent questions instead of running away or dismissing everything as impossible." Lucien leaned forward slightly, drawn by the need to offer comfort. "That takes considerable courage, or considerable stupidity." "Courage and stupidity often look remarkably similar from the outside," he admitted. "The difference is usually in the motivation." "And what do you think motivates me?" The question hung between them, loaded with implications that had nothing to do with magical awakenings or family secrets. Lucien found himself studying the soft curve of her lips, the way lamplight caught in her brown eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, the delicate line of her throat as she waited for his answer. "I think you're driven by love," he said finally. "Love for knowledge, love for truth, love for the grandmother who raised you even if she kept secrets. You want to understand your heritage not because you're curious, but because understanding it helps you understand her." Tears gathered in Moira's eyes and she set down her teacup with trembling hands. "She used to tell me stories when I was little, about mountain magic and special gifts that ran in families. I thought they were just fairy tales." "Maybe they were both," Lucien suggested, "fairy tales that happened to be true." "Is that what this is? Am I living in some kind of fairy tale?" "The best fairy tales are grounded in reality," he said, fighting the urge to reach across the small space separating them and take her hand in his. "They help us process truths that are too large or strange to understand any other way." "And what's my truth, Lucien?" The way she said his name made something warm unfurl in his chest. "What am I becoming?" Before he could answer, a low rumble of thunder rolled across the mountains, and the lights in the bookstore flickered briefly. Both of them looked toward the windows, where storm clouds were gathering with unnatural speed. "Weather moves fast in the mountains," Lucien said, though his shifter senses detected something more than natural meteorology in the approaching storm. "Why don't I walk you back to the inn? Miriam doesn't like her guests getting caught in the rain." "That's very kind of you," Moira said, already beginning to pack up her equipment. "Though I should warn you, I'm getting used to Hollow Oak's unpredictable weather patterns." As they prepared to leave the bookstore, Lucien found himself reluctant to end their evening conversation. These quiet hours together had become the highlight of his days, a respite from council duties and supernatural responsibilities. With Moira, he could simply be a man who loved books and appreciated intelligent conversation, rather than the lone panther enforcer who kept Hollow Oak's shadows safe. But watching her careful movements as she secured her camera equipment, noting the unconscious grace with which she navigated the bookstore's narrow aisles, he realized his feelings for her had evolved far beyond simple attraction or his panther's territorial claiming, and that realization was both thrilling and terrifying, with the vulnerability of opening his carefully guarded heart. "Ready?" he asked, offering her his arm as thunder rumbled closer. "As ready as I'll ever be," she replied, slipping her hand through the crook of his elbow, with trust that made his chest swell with protective warmth. Together they stepped into the gathering storm, neither quite prepared for how completely their lives were about to change.
Chapter 8. Moira. The Shadowheart Codex had become both Moira's obsession and her torment. For the past 2 days, the ancient grimoire had responded to her touch in ways that defied every rational explanation she could construct. Pages turned themselves to specific passages when she approached, revealing sections about blood magic rituals and ancestral binding spells that seemed written specifically for her education. This morning was no different. As soon as her fingers brushed the leather binding, the book fell open to a chapter titled The Calling of Dormant Blood, complete with detailed illustrations of magical symbols that looked hauntingly familiar. She'd been unconsciously tracing those same patterns in the air while thinking, a realization that made her stomach churn with anxiety. "Focus on the facts," she muttered, adjusting her camera to photograph the latest impossible revelation. "Document everything. Find logical explanations later." But her logical mind was losing the war against mounting evidence that magic was not only real, but intimately connected to her family's bloodline. The grimoire's responses were too specific, too targeted to dismiss as coincidence or environmental factors. When she needed information about the Shadowheart family's disappearance from Hollow Oak, the book revealed pages about magical exile and protective concealment. When she wondered about her grandmother's extended lifespan, passages about longevity enchantments and bloodline preservation appeared before her eyes. It was as if the ancient tome was teaching her, preparing her for something she couldn't yet comprehend. Still wrestling with the old family records? Lucien's voice made her jump, and she looked up to find him approaching with his usual silent grace. Even startled, she felt her pulse settle at his presence, as if his proximity alone could calm the chaos in her mind. "Wrestling is putting it mildly," she admitted, gesturing to the open grimoire. "Sometimes I think these books know more about my family than I do." "Old texts can be surprisingly informative," Lucien agreed, settling into his customary chair across from her, "especially when they've been well maintained by people who understood their significance." "Speaking of which," Moira said, closing the grimoire carefully and reaching for her jacket, "I promised myself a coffee break before I disappear, completely down the research rabbit hole. Care to join me? I could use some normal human interaction." Something flickered across Lucien's expression too quickly to interpret, but his smile was warm as he stood. "The griddle and grind makes excellent coffee, and Twyla's always good for interesting conversation." The walk to the cafe took them through Hollow Oak's heart, past shop windows displaying everything from hand-forged jewelry to mysterious bottles filled with colorful liquids. The morning mist still clung to the cobblestones, giving the entire scene a dreamlike quality that Moira was beginning to recognize as simply part of the town's atmospheric charm. "Good morning, you two," Twyla called out as they entered the cafe, her wheat-colored hair catching the light from the large windows that overlooked the main street. "Perfect timing. I just finished a fresh batch of my grandmother's cinnamon rolls, and the coffee's at its peak." The griddle and grind was everything a small-town cafe should be: mismatched vintage furniture, local artwork covering the walls, and the kind of warm, welcoming atmosphere that made customers want to linger over their drinks and share their daily stories. The scent of baking bread and roasted coffee beans filled the air, creating an olfactory embrace that felt like coming home. "Your usual table?" Twyla asked, already moving toward a corner spot near the window where morning sunlight created a natural spotlight. "Perfect," Moira said, grateful for the familiar routine. Over the past week, this had become her preferred spot for processing the overwhelming discoveries that filled her days. Something about watching Hollow Oak's residents go about their morning business helped ground her when the supernatural elements of her research became too intense. 2 coffees, 2 cinnamon rolls, and maybe some of that special honey you keep for researchers who need their nerves settled, Lucien requested with the easy familiarity of a longtime customer. "Oh, I have just the thing," Twyla said, her eyes twinkling with what looked suspiciously like mischief. "My newest blend. Perfect for folks who are rediscovering their roots." As Twyla bustled away to prepare their order, Moira found herself studying the other cafe patrons. An elderly man in the corner was reading what appeared to be a leather-bound journal, written in symbols rather than letters. 2 women at the counter were discussing herb gardens with the kind of technical precision usually reserved for scientific research. Even the background conversations carried an undertone of topics that seemed just slightly left of ordinary. "Lucien," she said quietly, "is everyone in this town a little eccentric?" "Depends on your definition of eccentric," he replied. With that subtle smile she was learning meant he was choosing his words carefully. "What makes you ask?" It's nothing specific. Just a feeling that I'm missing some crucial context about this place, like everyone's speaking a language I only partially understand. Twyla returned before he answered with their order, setting down ceramic mugs and plates with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been serving coffee for decades. The cinnamon rolls were still warm, their icing creating artistic swirls across golden pastry, and the coffee smelled like heaven mixed with mountain air. "Here you go, sweethearts," Twyla said, settling into the third chair at their table without invitation. "Mind if I join you for a minute?" Slow morning, and I've been wanting to check on how our visiting researcher is settling in. "Please do," Moira said, though something in Twyla's manner suggested this wasn't entirely a social visit. "How are you finding our little community?" Twyla asked, her warm brown eyes studying Moira with surprising intensity. "Sometimes it takes a while for newcomers to adjust to our mountain ways." "It's been educational," Moira replied carefully. "I'm learning more about my family history than I expected." "Families have deep roots in these mountains," Twyla said, stirring honey into her own coffee with slow, deliberate movements. "Sometimes those roots go deeper than we realize. Blood calls to blood, especially in places where the old ways are still remembered." The phrase made Moira's skin prickle with recognition, though she couldn't identify why. Old ways? Traditional knowledge, herbal remedies, weather wisdom, the kind of practical magic that helped our ancestors thrive in isolated mountain communities. Twyla's voice carried the same careful neutrality that Moira had noticed in Lucien when they discussed local history. Some families carry those traditions in their very bones, even when they've forgotten the specific teachings. "Magic," Moira repeated, testing the word aloud. "You keep using that term." "Do I?" Twyla's smile was innocent, but her eyes sparkled with secrets. Maybe it's just the mountain air talking. We tend to be a bit more colorful in our descriptions up here. Lucien shifted slightly in his chair, and Moira caught the subtle tension in his posture. Whatever was happening in this conversation, it was more significant than casual small talk. "Twyla," Lucien said quietly, "perhaps—" "Oh, I'm not saying anything that isn't already obvious," Twyla interrupted with a wave of her hand. "Anyone with eyes can see that our Moira is coming home to herself. The question is whether she's ready to accept what that homecoming means." "Coming home to myself?" Moira's voice rose slightly, drawing glances from other patrons. "What does that even mean?" "It means," Twyla said gently, reaching across the table to pat Moira's hand, "that some journeys take us away from our true nature, and others bring us back to it. Your grandmother's journey took her away from Hollow Oak for good reasons. Yours has brought you back for equally good ones." The casual contact sent warmth spreading up Moira's arm, the same electric sensation she experienced when touching certain books, or when Lucien's fingers brushed hers. But this felt different, more like recognition than attraction. "How do you know about my grandmother?" Moira asked, pulling her hand back. "Small communities have long memories," Twyla replied. "Elara Shadowheart was well regarded here before she chose to leave. Her return, even through her granddaughter, is cause for celebration." "Return?" Moira looked between Twyla and Lucien, noting how the latter had gone very still. "I'm not returning. I'm here temporarily for research." "Of course, dear," Twyla said with the kind of indulgent tone usually reserved for children who insisted they weren't tired while rubbing their eyes. "Temporary can become permanent when a place calls to your soul." "My soul is perfectly happy with my life in the city," Moira protested, though even as she said it, she realized it wasn't entirely true. The past week in Hollow Oak had felt more like home than anywhere she'd lived since her grandmother's death. "Is it?" Twyla asked with genuine curiosity. "Or is it simply familiar?" Sometimes we mistake routine for happiness, especially when we haven't discovered what true belonging feels like. Moira became filled with an emotion she couldn't name. You don't know anything about my life. I know you've been searching for something you couldn't identify, Twyla said softly. I know you've felt like you don't quite fit anywhere, despite your academic success. I know you've been having dreams about this place since you were a child, even though you'd never heard of Hollow Oak before last week. The accuracy of those observations hit Moira like a physical blow. How could this cheerful cafe owner know about the recurring dreams that had haunted her sleep for years? Dreams of misty mountains and ancient books, of voices calling her name through forest shadows? How could you possibly know that? She whispered. Because blood calls to blood, Twyla repeated, her voice holding an authority that hadn't been there moments before. And the Shadowheart bloodline has been calling its lost daughter home for a very long time. Lucien's hand covered hers on the table, warm and steady, and somehow grounding her to reality, even as everything continued to crumble around her. His touch was her anchor in the increasingly surreal experience, the one constant that made sense when the world felt like it was shifting beneath her feet. Twyla, he said quietly but with unmistakable authority, I think you've given Moira enough to think about for one morning. Something passed between them, a look that carried layers of meaning Moira couldn't interpret. Twyla's expression shifted from knowing confidence to sheepish understanding, as if she'd been caught overstepping invisible boundaries. Oh my, Twyla said with a laugh that sounded forced. Listen to me, going on like some old mountain mystic. Too much time reading my grandmother's journals, I suppose, gets a person thinking in riddles and folklore. She stood quickly, gathering their empty plates. You finish your coffee in peace. I have pastries calling my name in the kitchen. As Twyla retreated with obvious reluctance, Moira stared at Lucien in confusion. What just happened? Twyla has a tendency to get carried away with local legends, he said carefully, though his eyes remained watchful. Sometimes she forgets that not everyone shares her enthusiasm for family stories and mountain folklore. The explanation felt inadequate, but Moira found herself nodding anyway. Whatever had just occurred, she sensed that pushing for more answers would only lead to more carefully constructed deflections. The weight of unspoken truths hung between them, and she had the growing certainty that understanding would come only when she was ready to accept what it meant.
Chapter 9. Lucien. The emergency council meeting had been called for 2 o'clock, which meant leaving Moira at the bookstore with a weak excuse about inventory deliveries that couldn't wait. Lucien hated lying to her, especially when her brown eyes showed such clear disappointment at his sudden departure. But some conversations required privacy that only the council glade could provide. The Codex is fully active now, Elder Varric announced without preamble as the 5 council members gathered around the ancient stone table. My scrying shows it's responding to her touch with increasing intensity, revealing passages that have remained hidden for centuries? How bad? Maeve asked, settling onto her usual boulder with feline grace. The lioness shifter looked more alert than usual, her short black hair still damp from what had probably been a patrol shift. Complex, Varric replied, spreading a collection of rune stones across the weathered stone surface. The Codex isn't just awakening her bloodline magic. It's teaching her, preparing her for something specific. The question is whether that preparation serves our interests or threatens them. Lucien studied the rune patterns, noting how several stones had turned dark red since their last meeting. What kind of preparation? Blood magic rituals, ancestral binding spells, the advanced techniques that made the Shadowheart line so powerful before they disappeared from our community. Varric's pale eyes reflected worry that he rarely allowed others to see. If Moira masters those abilities without proper guidance, she could destabilize the magical balance we've maintained for generations. And if she masters them with proper guidance? Miriam asked from her position near the edge of the clearing. The innkeeper had arrived last, her sensible shoes showing signs of a hurried walk through the forest. Then we have a guardian witch more powerful than any we've seen since her grandmother's time, Elder Bram said with his usual pessimism. Assuming she chooses to use those abilities in our defense, rather than pursuing her own agenda. She's not pursuing any agenda, Lucien said more sharply than he'd intended. She's a scholar trying to understand her family history. Every action she's taken has been driven by curiosity and genuine care for preserving historical knowledge. Your objectivity regarding Miss Marsh has been noted, Bram replied dryly, though I question whether romantic attachment qualifies you to assess potential magical threats. Lucien's panther stirred with territorial aggression, wanting to defend his mate from even the suggestion of threat. He forced his voice to remain level. My assessment is based on direct observation of her character and behavior, not romantic attachment. Both can be true, Varric said diplomatically. The mate bond provides insight into her emotional state and motivations that could prove valuable for our decision-making process. Speaking of which, Maeve interjected, how much does she suspect about our supernatural nature? After this morning's conversation with Twyla, she has to be questioning whether Hollow Oak is as normal as it appears. Lucien winced at the reminder of Twyla's oversharing. The fey-blooded cafe owner meant well, but her enthusiasm for reuniting lost bloodlines sometimes outweighed her discretion. She knows something isn't ordinary about the town, he admitted, but she's still trying to rationalize the supernatural elements within academic frameworks. Folklore, traditional knowledge, cultural preservation. She's not ready to accept that magic is literally real. Even though she's experiencing it directly, Miriam asked with surprise, especially because she's experiencing it directly. Her entire worldview is built on rational analysis and empirical evidence. Accepting magic means accepting that what she knew about reality is incomplete. Hence the careful introduction process, Varric said, which brings us to our current challenge. The Codex is accelerating her awakening beyond what we anticipated. We need someone monitoring her magical development more closely. I'll increase my surveillance, Lucien volunteered immediately, ignoring the knowing looks exchanged by other council members. I'm already spending significant time at the bookstore, and she's grown comfortable with my presence. Comfortable enough to share her supernatural experiences? Bram asked skeptically. She's starting to trust me with her concerns and questions, Lucien said carefully. This morning she asked directly about Hollow Oak's unusual atmosphere and whether I'd experienced anything impossible. She's looking for someone she can confide in safely. Good, Varric said. That trust will be crucial if her magical development takes a dangerous turn. Can you arrange to be present during her evening research sessions? Already doing that. I've been staying late for inventory work, which puts me in position to help if she encounters something overwhelming. Like what? Maeve asked. Yesterday the Codex showed her a section on magical lineage that made her hands shake so badly she couldn't hold her camera steady. 3 days ago, she accidentally triggered a protective ward on one of the genealogy volumes and spent 10 minutes trying to convince herself it was a trick of the light. Protective wards are responding to her? Miriam leaned forward with interest. That suggests her power is stronger than we initially estimated. Or that it's developing faster than expected, Bram added grimly. Accelerated magical awakening often leads to loss of control. Which is why close monitoring is essential, Varric concluded. Lucien, I want daily reports on her magical encounters and emotional state. Any signs of instability or fear need immediate attention. Understood. Lucien found himself looking forward to the increased contact, though he tried to keep that anticipation out of his voice. What about the broader supernatural community? Should other residents be warned about potential magical disturbances? Discreet warnings only, Varric decided. Too much attention could overwhelm her further, but business owners should be prepared for minor magical incidents. Flickering lights, temperature fluctuations, books rearranging themselves, the usual signs of awakening power. What if she asked direct questions about our supernatural nature? Lucien asked. She's intelligent enough to notice patterns, especially if magical incidents increase. Answer honestly within the bounds of what she's ready to hear, Varric said. Don't lie to her, but don't volunteer information she hasn't specifically requested. Let her discoveries guide the conversation. And if she discovers something that frightens her enough to consider leaving town? The question hung in the air for a moment, weighted with implications none of them wanted to address directly. Then you help her understand that running from her heritage won't make it disappear, Varric said finally. The Shadow Heart bloodline carries responsibilities as well as power. She'll need to accept both eventually. Responsibilities like what? Lucien asked. Like serving as Hollow Oak's guardian witch, Miriam said softly. Her great-grandmother held that position before the family's exodus. The magical defenses we rely on were originally designed to be maintained by Shadow Heart blood magic. You're asking her to give up her entire life and stay in Hollow Oak permanently? We're asking her to consider where her talents and heritage can do the most good, Varric corrected. The final choice will always be hers to make. As the council meeting dispersed and members began making their way back to town, Lucien found his thoughts turning to the woman waiting at his bookstore. Moira had no idea that her simple research assignment was actually a homecoming orchestrated by forces beyond her understanding. She didn't know that her growing magical abilities came with expectations and responsibilities that could reshape her entire future. Most importantly, she didn't know that falling in love with her had become as natural as breathing for a panther shifter who'd never expected to find his mate among dusty genealogy books in afternoon tea conversations. But as he walked back toward town, following the scent of her lavender soap and determined intelligence that his panther could track from miles away, Lucien realized that protecting Moira from overwhelming revelations was becoming increasingly difficult. Not because the council was pressuring him to share supernatural secrets, but because his own heart was demanding honesty about feelings that went far deeper than professional concern or territorial claiming. Soon he would have to choose between his duty to protect her emotional well-being and his need to share the growing affection that made every moment away from her feel like missing pieces of his soul. The panther in him already knew which choice he would make. The question was whether Moira would be ready to hear it.
Chapter 10. Moira. The grandfather clock in the corner of the Hollow Oak book nook chimed 11 times, its deep bronze voice echoing through the quiet shop. Moira looked up from the Shadowheart Codex, surprised to discover she'd been reading for nearly 4 hours without realizing time had passed. These late-night research sessions had become her new normal, drawn by a compulsion she couldn't fully explain to return to the ancient grimoire long after sensible people had gone to bed. Another late night? Lucien's voice carried gentle amusement as he emerged from the back office, a steaming mug in each hand. I thought you might need some fortification. You're here late too, Moira observed, accepting the tea gratefully. The warmth seeped through the ceramic into her fingers, which had grown stiff from hours of careful page-turning. Don't tell me you're pulling inventory shifts at 11 p.m. Caught me, he admitted with that slow smile that made her stomach flutter. I've been updating the digital catalog system, exciting stuff like cross-referencing ISBN numbers and checking publication dates. She studied his face in the lamplight, noting the slight tension around his eyes that suggested something more than cataloging had kept him occupied. Everything all right? You seem a bit on edge tonight. Long day, he said, settling into his usual chair with fluid grace. Sometimes running a business feels like juggling flaming torches while riding a unicycle. I can imagine. Moira marked her place in the grimoire and reached for her notebook, where she'd been attempting to create a family tree based on the increasingly detailed stories the ancient text revealed. Though I have to say, your inventory management seems remarkably thorough for someone who's supposed to be struggling with business logistics. Meaning? Meaning you always know exactly where everything is, you can quote publication histories from memory, and your rare books collection is organized with museum-quality precision. She gestured toward the pristine shelves surrounding them. Either you're the most naturally gifted bookstore owner in existence, or there's more to your background than small-town retail. Lucien was quiet for a moment, sipping his tea while something unreadable passed across his features. I've always been drawn to knowledge preservation, books, history, making sure important information doesn't get lost to time. Is that why you stayed in Hollow Oak? For the historical preservation opportunities? Partly. His dark green eyes met hers across the small table. But mostly because this place felt like home in a way nowhere else ever had. Sometimes you find a community that accepts you exactly as you are. The wistfulness in his voice filled her with empathy. That sounds like you weren't always accepted elsewhere. Let's just say I've never been particularly good at fitting into conventional expectations. Lucien's smile held shadows that spoke of experiences he wasn't ready to share. What about you? Academic life must come with its own set of social pressures. Oh, definitely. Publish or perish, departmental politics, the constant pressure to prove yourself worthy of tenure. Moira traced the rim of her mug absently, but at least the expectations are clear. Work hard, research thoroughly, write compelling papers, hope someone notices. And has someone noticed? A few someones. Enough to keep me employed and occasionally invited to conferences where I can present my findings to rooms full of people who nod politely and ask pointed questions designed to expose any weakness in my methodology. That sounds terrifying. It is, she admitted with a laugh, but also exhilarating when you've discovered something genuinely significant, like finding a previously unknown genealogical connection or uncovering a historical mystery that's been unsolved for decades. Like your family's connection to Hollow Oak? Moira's hand stilled on her mug. Exactly like that. Except this mystery is personal rather than academic, which makes it both more compelling and more frightening. Frightening how? She looked down at the Shadowheart Codex, its ancient binding warm beneath the lamplight. Over the past week, the grimoire had revealed stories that challenged everything she thought she knew about her family's history. Tales of powerful witches who had helped establish Hollow Oak's magical defenses, who had bound their very essence into the town's foundations, before vanishing from the historical record. The things I'm learning about my ancestors, she said slowly, they're incredible. But they're also impossible. Impossible how? According to this book, my great-great-grandmother and her sisters weren't just influential residents of early Hollow Oak. They were practitioners of something that sounds suspiciously like actual magic. Moira met his eyes, searching for signs of skepticism or condescension. Blood magic, specifically. Rituals that supposedly protected the town from external threats and preserved the community's autonomy. And you find that impossible to believe? I find it impossible to dismiss, she corrected, which is what's frightening me. A week ago, I would have categorized these stories as folklore mixed with wishful thinking. Historical communities often developed mythologies to explain natural phenomena or celebrate particularly skilled individuals. But now I'm watching this book respond to my touch in ways that suggest it's not entirely ordinary. Moira's voice dropped to a whisper. Pages turn themselves to exactly the information I need. Text appears that wasn't there moments before. Sometimes I swear the words rearrange themselves based on my questions. Lucien leaned forward, his attention focused on her with an intensity that felt almost predatory. What kind of text appears? Instructions, mostly. Descriptions of magical techniques that apparently run in my bloodline. Warnings about the responsibilities that come with awakening power. She laughed, but there was no humor. Yesterday, it showed me a passage about how Shadowheart women traditionally serve as guardians for supernatural communities, complete with detailed explanations of protective spells that I somehow understand, despite never having seen the language before. That must be overwhelming. Overwhelming doesn't begin to cover it. Moira set down her mug with trembling hands. Lucien, I think I might be losing my mind. Either that, or I'm discovering that magic is real, and I'm apparently supposed to be some kind of witch. The words hung between them in the quiet bookstore, weighted with implications that made her stomach churn with anxiety. She'd never spoken those fears aloud before, never admitted to another person that she was questioning the fundamental nature of reality itself. What if neither of those things is true? Lucien asked gently. What do you mean? What if you're not losing your mind, and you're not discovering magic for the first time? His voice carried careful neutrality. What if you're simply remembering something you've always known on some level? That's a poetic way to describe a psychological break. Is it? Or is it a poetic way to describe coming home to yourself? Lucien reached across the table and covered her hand with his, the contact sending familiar warmth spreading up her arm. You said yourself that Hollow Oak feels different from other places, that the mountain air seems to whisper secrets, that certain books respond to your touch in unusual ways. Environmental factors and confirmation bias. Maybe. Or maybe your rational mind is trying to protect you from accepting truths that your heart already recognizes. His thumb traced gentle circles across her knuckles, grounding her to the moment, even as her thoughts spun in chaotic directions. What does your instinct tell you about the stories in that book? Moira looked down at their joined hands, noting how right the contact felt despite her general discomfort with casual touch. My instinct says they're true, that my family really did practice magic, that they really were guardians of some kind, and that leaving Hollow Oak was a sacrifice my grandmother made to protect future generations from something dangerous. And what does your instinct say about your own abilities? That they're real. That I can feel them waking up inside me like something that's been sleeping for a very long time. She met his eyes, surprised by the understanding she found there instead of skepticism. That's what scares me most. Not the impossibility of magic, but the possibility that I'm supposed to embrace it. Why does that frighten you? Because embracing it means giving up everything I thought I knew about myself. My career, my life goals, my entire sense of identity is built on rational analysis and empirical evidence. If magic is real, if I'm some kind of hereditary witch, then what does that make me? It makes you Moira Marsh, Lucien said simply. Brilliant researcher, careful scholar, and someone brave enough to seek truth even when it challenges anything we thought was for certain about the world. The sincerity in his voice made tears gather in her eyes. You make it sound so simple. Simple doesn't mean easy, but some discoveries are worth the disruption they cause, especially when they help us understand who we're meant to be. As Moira sat in the quiet bookstore, her hand warm beneath Lucien's touch, and the Shadowheart Codex pulsing gently beside her elbow, she realized that her fear wasn't really about losing her mind or discovering impossible abilities. Her fear was about what accepting those abilities might mean for the careful, controlled life she'd built for herself. But looking into Lucien's patient green eyes, feeling the steady strength of his presence beside her during the most confusing time of her life, she wondered if maybe some changes were worth the risk of uncertainty. Lucien, she said softly, what would you do if you discovered you weren't entirely human? His hand tightened almost imperceptibly on hers, and for a moment, something wild and dangerous flickered in his expression. I'd hope that the people who cared about me would accept whatever I turned out to be. The weight of unspoken meaning in his words made her pulse quicken. Even if it meant they had to reconsider everything they thought they knew about the world? Especially then, he said, his voice rough with emotion she couldn't quite identify. The best kind of love grows stronger when tested by truth. As the clock chimed midnight and cast them deeper into the intimate shadows of the sleeping bookstore, Moira found herself wondering if Lucien's words carried promises that went far beyond philosophical discussions about accepting the impossible.
Chapter 11. Lucien. The shadow creatures had been waiting at the forest's edge, drawn by magical currents that pulsed through Hollow Oak like a beacon calling to things that should never have noticed their hidden community. Lucien's panther had scented them before his human mind registered the threat, primitive instincts screaming warnings about predators that existed in the spaces between worlds. He'd left Moira at the bookstore with promises to return soon, claiming he needed to check on a delivery at the loading dock behind the municipal building. The lie had tasted bitter on his tongue, but some truths were too dangerous to share until she was ready to understand what accepting them meant. Now crouched in the undergrowth that bordered Hollow Oak's protective wards, Lucien watched three shadow creatures test the boundaries of their sanctuary. They moved like liquid darkness, given malevolent purpose, their forms shifting between recognizable shapes and nightmare amalgamations that hurt to look at directly. Ancient magic clung to them like smoke, speaking of realms where different laws governed existence. His panther stirred restlessly beneath his skin, territorial instincts demanding action against threats to their mate. The big cat understood what his human mind was still processing. These creatures had been drawn by Moira's awakening power, and their presence meant other, more dangerous entities would follow. Time to work. Lucien stripped quickly, folding his clothes and securing them beneath a fallen log where they'd remain safe during the hunt. The transformation took him like a familiar embrace, human consciousness merging with predatory instincts as his body shifted into the sleek, powerful form of a black panther. Enhanced senses flooded his awareness. The acrid scent of otherworldly magic, the sound of shadow creatures testing ward boundaries, the distant pulse of Moira's bloodline magic calling across the night air. The first shadow creature never saw him coming. Lucien's panther form was built for silent death, muscles flowing like water as he stalked through forest shadows that welcomed his presence. Claws extended, he leaped from an overhanging branch onto the nearest creature's back, silver-blessed talons tearing through its ethereal form with satisfying efficiency. The shadow creature dissolved with a shriek that existed on frequencies beyond human hearing, its essence scattering like smoke in a strong wind. But the sound alerted its companions, who turned toward him with attention that felt like ice water in his veins. These weren't mindless predators. Intelligence lurked behind their shifting forms, cunning that spoke of purpose beyond simple hunger. The second creature attacked with tendrils of darkness that sought to wrap around his throat, but Lucien's panther was faster. He rolled beneath the grasping shadows and came up slashing, silver claws finding purchase in whatever passed for the entity's vital core. It too dissolved, but not before raking spectral talons across his shoulder in a burning line that would leave real wounds. The third shadow creature was more cautious, circling at a distance while studying his fighting style with predatory calculation. This one was older, more powerful, its form more stable than its dissolved companions. When it finally attacked, the assault came from multiple directions simultaneously, shadow tendrils erupting from the ground beneath his paws, while the main body dove from above. Lucien's panther twisted with inhuman grace, avoiding the ground attack while meeting the aerial assault head-on. His claws caught the creature's center mass, but its retaliation was immediate and vicious. Spectral fangs sank into his left foreleg while shadow talons raked across his ribs, opening wounds that burned with otherworldly cold. But panthers were built to finish fights once they started them. Lucien's jaws found the creature's throat, silver-blessed fangs tearing through its ethereal flesh with ruthless efficiency. The shadow creature's death scream echoed through the forest before it too dissolved into scattered darkness. Silence returned to the woods, broken only by Lucien's labored breathing as he assessed his injuries. The wounds weren't life-threatening, but they were definitely real, shadow magic having left its mark in torn flesh and bruised muscle. Blood matted his midnight black fur, and every movement sent fresh waves of pain through his shoulder and ribs. More concerning than the physical damage was what the creature's presence meant. Shadow entities didn't cross dimensional boundaries without significant motivation, and they certainly didn't hunt in coordinated packs unless something powerful was directing their actions. Moira's awakening bloodline magic had attracted attention from realms that posed existential threats to communities like Hollow Oak. The transformation back to human form was more difficult than usual, his injured body protesting the magical shift. But eventually he stood on two legs again, naked and bleeding in the forest darkness, silver wounds that would heal but slowly marking him as a guardian who'd paid the price for protecting his territory. Getting dressed was an exercise in controlled movement, every gesture carefully calculated to avoid aggravating his injuries further. By the time he made his way back toward town, dawn was already lightening the eastern sky, and guilt gnawed at him for leaving Moira alone so long without explanation. The hollow oak book nook glowed with warm lamplight when he approached, and his heart clenched when he saw her silhouette through the front windows. She was still there, still working, probably wondering where he'd disappeared to in the middle of their conversation. The ding of the bell announced his return with its familiar chime, and Moira looked up from the Shadowheart Codex with relief that quickly shifted to concern. "Lucien? There you are." I was starting to worry. Her words trailed off as she took in his appearance, brown eyes widening behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" He'd forgotten how the shadow creature's claws had torn his body. Blood had soaked through the material in several places, and he probably looked like he'd been mauled by a wild animal, which technically he had been. "Hiking accident," he said, the lie coming easier this time because it contained elements of truth. "Took a tumble down a rocky slope in the dark. Nothing serious." "Nothing serious?" Moira was already moving toward him, her scholar's attention focused entirely on cataloging his injuries. "Lucien, you're bleeding in at least 3 places." "Mountain terrain can be unforgiving," he said, trying to project calm competence despite the way her obvious concern made his chest tight with unfamiliar emotions. "I'll clean up and be fine." "Absolutely not." Her voice carried surprising authority for someone who'd been questioning her own sanity just hours earlier. "Sit down right now before you fall down. I'm getting the first aid kit." "Moira, really, Sit!" The single word was delivered with enough force to make his panther take notice. "I know you think you're some kind of invincible mountain man, but you're hurt and you're going to let me help you whether you like it or not." The protective instinct in her voice, combined with the way she was already moving toward the back office, where he kept emergency supplies, made something warm and dangerous unfurl in his chest. His panther purred with approval at being fussed over by their mate, while his human heart clenched with the recognition that no one had cared about his well-being with such fierce determination in longer than he could remember. "You don't have to," he started, settling carefully into the chair she'd indicated. "Yes, I do." Moira returned with a well-stocked first aid kit in a bowl of warm water, her movements efficient despite the slight tremor in her hands. "Take off that shirt so I can see what we're dealing with." The request sent heat curling through his stomach, though he tried to keep his reaction hidden as he peeled away the destroyed fabric. Moira's sharp intake of breath when she saw the full extent of his injuries made his protective instincts roar to life, wanting to eliminate whatever had put that distress in her voice. "Jesus, Lucien, these look like claw marks." Her fingers hovered over the worst of the wounds without quite touching, as if she was afraid of causing him additional pain. "What kind of hiking accident leaves injuries like this?" "The kind that involves unexpected encounters with local wildlife," he said carefully, watching her face for signs of suspicion or disbelief. "Wildlife?" Her tone suggested she found his explanation less than convincing, but she began cleaning the wounds with gentle efficiency instead of pressing for details. "Right. Well, whatever attacked you, it got you good." The careful attention she paid to each injury, the way she bit her lower lip in concentration while applying antiseptic, the unconscious gentleness of her touch as she worked, all combined to create an intimacy that felt more profound than anything he'd experienced in decades of carefully controlled existence. "There," she said finally, securing the last bandage with hands that had grown steadier as she worked. "That should hold until you can get proper medical attention." "This is proper medical attention," Lucien said, catching her hand before she could step away. "Thank you." The contact sent familiar electricity arcing between them, and for a moment, the air in the bookstore felt charged with possibilities. "You scared me," Moira admitted quietly, her thumb tracing unconscious patterns across his knuckles. "When you didn't come back, I started imagining all sorts of terrible things." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. Promise me you won't go hiking alone in the dark anymore. Whatever's out there, it's dangerous." If only she knew how dangerous, and how much more dangerous it was becoming every day as her power grew stronger. But looking into her concerned brown eyes, Feeling the warmth of her small hand in his much larger one, Lucien found himself making a promise he had no intention of keeping. "I promise to be more careful," he said, which was true even if it wasn't the whole truth. As dawn light grew stronger outside the bookstore windows and Moira continued fussing over his injuries with fierce protectiveness, Lucien realized that his greatest challenge wouldn't be protecting her from the supernatural threats that her awakening magic attracted. His greatest challenge would be protecting her from the truth about what he was willing to do to keep her safe.
Chapter 12. Moira. The morning air carried the scent of fresh bread and brewing coffee as Moira pushed through the door of the griddle and grind. She'd barely slept after the events of the previous night, her mind replaying the moment she'd seen Lucien's stained shirt and bloodied skin, the careful way he'd moved, as if every breath caused him pain. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," Twyla called from behind the counter, her hair catching the morning sunlight. "You look like you wrestled with a pillow all night and lost." "Something like that," Moira admitted, settling onto one of the vintage stools at the counter. The familiar warmth of the cafe wrapped around her like a comfort blanket, though it couldn't quite chase away the energy that seemed to be buzzing beneath her skin since dawn. "Let me guess," Twyla said, already reaching for the coffee pot. "Someone kept you up past your bedtime with worry and wonder?" The knowing tone in Twyla's voice made Moira look up sharply. "How could you know that?" "Honey, this is a small town." Word travels fast when our local bookstore owner comes limping through the streets at dawn looking like he tangled with a mountain lion. Twyla poured steaming coffee into a ceramic mug painted with wildflowers. "And when said bookstore owner's research partner spends the night fussing over his injuries like a mama bear protecting her cub." Heat flooded Moira's cheeks. "It wasn't like that. He was hurt, and I happened to be there. Basic human decency, nothing more." "Uh-huh." Twyla slid a plate containing a still-warm blueberry scone across the counter. "And I suppose the way you two look at each other is also basic human decency?" "We don't look at each other any particular way," Moira protested, though even as she said it, she knew it was a lie. The memory of Lucien's dark green eyes watching her as she'd cleaned his wounds was burned into her consciousness, along with the way his breath had hitched when her fingers accidentally brushed uninjured skin. "Right. And I'm the Queen of England." Twyla leaned against the counter with the satisfied expression of someone who'd made her point. "Sugar. You've got it bad for our mysterious bookkeeper, and anyone with functioning eyeballs can see it." Moira took a careful sip of coffee, buying time to organize her thoughts. The truth was more complicated than simple attraction, though she couldn't deny that element existed. Caring for Lucien's injuries had created an intimacy she hadn't expected, a tenderness that went beyond professional courtesy or friendly concern. "It's complicated," she said finally. "The best ones usually are." Twyla began wiping down the already spotless counter with unnecessary vigor. "Want to talk about what's making it complicated?" Moira searched for words that could adequately describe the enigma that was Lucien Vale. "There's more to him than he lets on. Sometimes when he looks at me, it's like he's seeing something I don't even know exists. And last night, those injuries? What about them? They looked like claw marks, Twyla. Deep ones. But he insisted it was a hiking accident, some kind of fall down a rocky slope." Moira set down her mug with more force than necessary. "Either this mountain has the most aggressive rocks in existence, or he's not telling me the truth about what happened." "And that bothers you?" "Of course it bothers me. I spent an hour cleaning blood out of wounds that looked like something tried to shred him, and he acts like it's no big deal, like getting mauled is just part of his regular evening routine." "Maybe it is," Twyla said quietly. The words sent a chill down Moira's spine. "What do you mean?" "I mean Lucien takes his responsibilities seriously. Sometimes that puts him in dangerous situations." Twyla's expression had grown thoughtful, as if she was choosing her words with unusual care. "He's not the kind of man who asks for help even when he needs it. Responsibilities? He owns a bookstore, not a wilderness rescue service. People have layers, honey. Just because someone appears to live a quiet life doesn't mean that life isn't more complex than it seems on the surface. Moira thought about the way Lucien moved through his shop with predatory grace, how he seemed to know exactly where every book belonged without checking his catalog system, the careful precision with which he'd arranged her research workspace. Nothing about his behavior suggested simple retail management. "What aren't you telling me?" she asked. "I'm not telling you lots of things," Twyla replied with her characteristic honesty. "Same as you're not telling me lots of things about what you've been discovering in those old family records." The deflection was skillfully done, but Moira caught it anyway. "This isn't about my research, isn't it? You're learning about your family's history, about traditions and abilities you never knew existed. Maybe you're also learning that the people around you aren't exactly what they first appeared to be either." Meaning, sometimes the most important discoveries come from paying attention to what's right in front of us instead of what's written in old books. Moira bit into her scone, the sweet blueberries bursting across her tongue while she processed Twyla's cryptic advice. The cafe owner had a talent for saying things that sounded like harmless small-town philosophy while carrying layers of meaning that made Moira's head spin. "Can I ask you something?" Moira said finally. "Always. Do you think I'm losing my mind?" Twyla's expression softened with genuine warmth. "What makes you ask that?" "The things I've been experiencing lately. Books that seem to respond to my touch, dreams that feel more like memories, the feeling that everyone in this town knows something I don't." Moira's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Sometimes I feel like I'm living in two worlds simultaneously, and I can't figure out which one is real." "Maybe they both are," Twyla suggested gently. "Maybe the trick isn't choosing between them, but learning how they fit together." "That's a very diplomatic way of avoiding my question." "You want a straight answer?" Twyla leaned forward, her brown eyes serious. "No, I don't think you're losing your mind. I think you're finding it. The question is whether you're brave enough to accept what that means." Before Moira could ask for clarification, the cafe door chimed again, and she looked up to see Lucien entering with careful movements that suggested his injuries were still bothering him. He'd changed into a fresh shirt that concealed the bandages she'd applied, but she could see the slight tension in his shoulders that spoke of suppressed discomfort. "Morning, ladies," he said, that slow smile transforming his angular features. "Mind if I join you?" "Please do," Twyla said, already reaching for another mug. "I was just telling Moira how much the whole town appreciates visitors who take such good care of our local business owners." The knowing glint in Twyla's eyes made Moira's cheeks burn again, but Lucien seemed oblivious to the subtext as he settled onto the stool beside hers. "How are you feeling?" Moira asked, noting how he favored his left side while adjusting his position. "Much better, thanks to your excellent field medicine skills." His voice carried warmth that made her stomach flutter. "I owe you breakfast at the very least." "You don't owe me anything," she said quickly. "I just did what anyone would do." "Not anyone," he corrected, his dark green eyes holding hers with an intensity that made the rest of the cafe fade into background noise. "Thank you, Moira, for taking care of me." The sincerity combined with the way he was looking at her as if she'd done something remarkable, rather than simply applying basic first aid, made her chest tight with emotions she wasn't ready to examine. "You're welcome," she managed, acutely aware of how close he was sitting, how the morning light caught the slight wave in his dark hair, how his presence made her feel both grounded and off balance simultaneously. "Well," Twyla said with obvious satisfaction, "isn't this cozy?" Nothing like a little emergency medicine to bring people together. As Moira sat between Twyla's knowing smiles and Lucien's careful attention, surrounded by the warm atmosphere of the small-town cafe while her mind reeled with questions about magical books and mysterious injuries. She realized that her carefully ordered academic life had become something she no longer recognized. The only constant in the chaos was the man beside her, whose secrets seemed as deep as her own growing abilities, and whose presence had become the anchor that kept her tethered to sanity in an increasingly surreal world. Whatever was happening to her, whatever she was becoming, Lucien Vale had somehow become essential to the process. Realizing the vulnerability of caring about someone whose true nature remained tantalizingly hidden behind dark green eyes and gentle smiles was overwhelming in multiple senses.
Chapter 13. Lucien. Lucien noticed the changes in his bookstore before Moira did. Subtle at first, the way dust seemed reluctant to settle on surfaces near her workspace, how the afternoon light lingered longer in the rare books section, the fact that his most temperamental ancient volumes had stopped their restless shifting and settled into peaceful quiet. Now, 3 days after their intimate morning at Twyla's cafe, he could no longer pretend the magical disturbances were coincidental. "Damn," Moira muttered from her usual table, frowning at a particularly faded page in the Shadowheart Codex. "I can barely make out this genealogy entry. The ink's too degraded." As she spoke, her right hand moved unconsciously through the air, fingers tracing elegant patterns that left shimmering trails of golden light. The sigils she drew without realizing it were protection runes, ward work that would have impressed council members with decades of magical training. The faded ink on the ancient page darkened in response to her gesture, becoming legible once again. Lucien's panther went absolutely still, recognizing both the power she was unconsciously wielding and the danger that such uncontrolled ability represented. His rational mind insisted he should contact Varric immediately, report that Moira's magical development had accelerated beyond their most optimistic projections. His heart demanded he protect her from the council's potential interference. "That's better," Moira said with satisfaction, apparently oblivious to the fact that she'd just performed advanced blood magic without conscious intent. "Sometimes these old documents just need the right lighting conditions." "Indeed they do," Lucien agreed carefully, though what she'd needed wasn't better lighting, but rather the awakened magical heritage that was reshaping reality around her, one unconscious spell at a time. He moved through his afternoon routine of helping customers and managing inventory while keeping careful watch on her magical emanations. The protective spells she wove around herself had begun extending outward, encompassing the entire rare books section in a web of golden energy that made his shifter senses tingle with awareness. Mrs. Henderson, browsing the romance section, paused mid-reach and blinked in confusion. "Is it just me, or does the air in here feel different today? Lighter, somehow?" "Mountain weather," Lucien said smoothly. "Barometric pressure changes can affect the atmosphere." But he knew it wasn't weather making the elderly woman feel more energetic. Moira's unconscious magic was creating an environment of enhanced well-being, the kind of protective ward work that took master practitioners years to perfect. "Lucien," Moira called softly, "could you help me with something?" He made his way to her table, noting how the golden traces of her magic seemed to recognize his presence and intensify in response. His panther purred with satisfaction at being welcomed into her unconscious magical space, territorial instinct satisfied by her trust. "What do you need?" "I'm trying to cross-reference this family tree with the land ownership records, but I can't reach the genealogy section from here." She gestured toward the shelf of heavy volumes across the room. "Could you grab the Thornwell family history? The one with the green binding?" "Of course." But as Lucien started toward the indicated shelf, Moira's attention returned to her work, and he watched in fascination as her left hand gestured absently in the direction of the genealogy section. Her concentration remained fixed on the Shadowheart Codex, but her unconscious magic reached across the bookstore with confident precision. The green-bound Thornwell genealogy lifted itself from the shelf, floating through the air with serene grace to settle gently on the table beside her laptop. Moira looked up in time to see the book completing its magical journey. Her face went white with shock. "What the hell?" she breathed. staring at the volume that had just defied several laws of physics to answer her casual request. Lucien's protective instincts went into overdrive. The careful revelation timeline the council had planned, the gradual introduction to supernatural concepts, all of it became irrelevant in the face of Moira's obvious distress. "Hey," he said softly, moving to her side with the fluid grace his panther demanded when their mate was frightened. "It's all right." "All right." Her voice rose to just below panic levels. "Lucien, that book just flew across the room. Books don't fly. They don't just levitate themselves when I need them." "Sometimes they do," he said carefully, settling into the chair beside her. "In places where old magic runs deep." "Old magic," she laughed, sounded with hysteria rather than humor. "Right. Magic. Because that's a perfectly reasonable explanation for why inanimate objects are responding to my subconscious desires." Lucien studied her face, noting the way her pupils had dilated with shock and her hands trembled as she reached for her water bottle. His panther wanted to gather her into his arms, to provide comfort through physical contact and protective presence. But his human mind recognized that she needed honesty more than comfort right now. "Moira," he said gently, "what's the most logical explanation for what just happened?" "Logical?" She stared at him as if he'd asked her to solve quantum physics with finger paints. "There is no logical explanation. Books don't levitate, air doesn't shimmer with golden light, and genealogy pages don't suddenly become readable just because I want them to. They do if you have the power to make it happen." The words hung between them, weighted with implications that would change everything about their relationship. Lucien watched her process the statement, saw the moment when her analytical mind began accepting possibilities she'd been fighting for weeks. "You're saying I did that?" It wasn't a question. "I'm saying you've been doing things like that since you arrived in Hollow Oak. The difference is now they're becoming too obvious to rationalize away." Moira was quiet for a long moment, her gaze moving between the mysteriously transported book and her own hands as if seeing them for the first time. "The protection spells. The ward work. You know what I've been doing unconsciously." Her matter-of-fact tone surprised him. "You're taking this more calmly than I expected." "Panic is a luxury I can't afford right now," she said with the controlled precision of someone holding herself together through sheer willpower. "If I start screaming about impossible things, I'll never stop. So let's stick to facts. I have some kind of magical ability. You've been aware of it. What else haven't you told me?" The directness of her question cut straight through his protective instincts to the core of his dilemma. Moira deserved honesty, but revealing too much too quickly could overwhelm her still fragile acceptance of the supernatural. "Your family's heritage runs deeper than the genealogies suggest," he said carefully. "The Shadowheart bloodline wasn't just influential in Hollow Oak's early days. They were essential to its survival." "Essential how?" "They created the magical protections that keep this community safe. The ward work you're unconsciously performing. It's restoring defenses that have been weakening for decades." Lucien watched her face as she processed this information. "Your great-great-grandmother and her sisters and your own grandmother didn't just disappear from the historical record. They sacrificed themselves to create a sanctuary that would endure long after they were gone. And now I'm supposed to take their place." Her voice carried a tremor that carried the weight of inherited responsibility. "Not supposed to, called to. There's a difference." He leaned forward, wanting to bridge the distance between them without overwhelming her with too much contact. "No one can force you to accept your heritage, Moira, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. The residents here," she said slowly, "they all have gifts like mine?" "Different gifts, but yes. Hollow Oak has always been a haven for those who don't fit into the ordinary world." He chose his words with deliberate care, offering truth without revealing the full extent of the supernatural community surrounding her. Healers, seers, those with unusual connections to nature or ancient knowledge. "And you?" The question he'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. Lucien met her gaze steadily, knowing that his next words would determine whether she trusted him enough to continue down this path. "I have my own gifts," he said simply, "but understanding yours is more important right now." Moira studied his face with the intensity she usually reserved for historical documents, searching for meanings hidden between the lines. "You're still protecting me from something." "I'm protecting you from information overload," he corrected. "One revelation at a time, or you'll never be able to process any of it properly. And if I decide I can't handle any of it, if I choose to leave Hollow Oak and pretend none of this ever happened?" The possibility sent sharp pain through his chest, but Lucien kept his expression neutral. "Then that's your choice to make. Though I suspect you'll find that running from your nature is more difficult than embracing it. Because the magic will follow me. Because you'll always know that you left a part of yourself behind." He gestured toward the golden traces of protection magic that still shimmered faintly around her workspace. "This is who you are, Moira. The question isn't whether you have these abilities, but what you choose to do with them." She looked down at her hands again, flexing her fingers as if testing whether they felt different now that she understood what they were capable of. "The Shadow Heart Codex. It's been teaching me, hasn't it? Preparing me for this conversation. Ancient magic recognizes its own bloodline. The grimoire has been waiting for someone with your heritage to claim it for over a century." "Claim it," she repeated, "as in permanent ownership? Staying in Hollow Oak to fulfill some kind of hereditary obligation? As in making an informed choice about your future based on complete understanding of your options?" Lucien kept his voice carefully neutral, despite his panther's desperate desire to convince her to stay. "No one will force you to remain here, but you deserve to know what you'd be walking away from." As afternoon light shifted through the bookstore windows, casting new shadows across Moira's face, Lucien found himself studying the subtle changes in her demeanor. The scholar's curiosity was winning over the frightened human's desire to flee, but he could see the internal struggle playing out in her expressive brown eyes. Whatever she decided, he realized with crystal clarity, she needed to make that choice with full knowledge of what was at stake. The magical incidents would only continue to escalate, and without proper guidance, her awakening power could become dangerous to both herself and the community she was unconsciously protecting. Soon, very soon, he would have to trust her with the complete truth about Hollow Oak's supernatural nature. His own shifter identity would have to be revealed, along with the Council's expectations and the growing threats that her magical awakening was attracting. For now, though, watching her process the reality of her witch heritage with the same methodical intelligence she brought to historical research, Lucien found himself hoping that when the time came for full revelation, Moira's courage would prove as strong as her curiosity.
Chapter 14. Moira. Lucien's revelations felt heavy with possibility and terror in equal measure. Moira stared at her hands, flexing her fingers as if they belonged to someone else entirely. Magic. Actual magic flowing through her veins like some kind of supernatural inheritance she'd never known existed. "I need a minute," she said quietly, rising from her chair with movements that felt disconnected from conscious thought. "I need to process this." As she spoke, 3 candles on the windowsill sparked to life without any intervention from matches or lighters. The flames burned steady and bright, casting warm golden light across the late afternoon shadows that had been gathering in the bookstore. Moira froze, staring at the candles. "Did I just do that?" "Yes," Lucien said gently, his voice patient of someone accustomed to helping others navigate impossible discoveries. Emotional responses often trigger unconscious magic in newly awakened practitioners. "Newly awakened," she repeated, the clinical terminology helping her analytical mind find purchase in the chaos. "So this is normal? For people like me?" "It's normal for people discovering their heritage in environments where that heritage can express itself safely." Lucien remained seated, his presence steady and calming despite the supernatural upheaval surrounding them. Hollow Oak's magical atmosphere makes it easier for dormant abilities to manifest. As if responding to their conversation, her notebook flipped open on the table, revealing pages covered with symbols she didn't remember drawing. Protective sigils in golden ink that seemed to pulse with their own inner light, ward work that looked ancient and powerful despite being created by her unconscious mind. "I drew these," she said, though it felt more like a question than a statement. "Your blood magic recognizes patterns passed down through generations. The knowledge was always there, waiting for the right circumstances to emerge." Moira approached her notebook cautiously, as if the symbols might leap from the page and attack her. Instead, they seemed to welcome her attention, glowing brighter when she leaned closer. "They're protection spells, aren't they?" "Among the most sophisticated I've ever seen," Lucien confirmed. "Your instincts are remarkable." "My instincts." A week ago, my biggest instinct was knowing when the library's coffee was fresh. Now apparently I'm unconsciously weaving magical defenses around your bookstore. Not just my bookstore. The entire downtown area. Lucien's tone carried something that might have been pride. "Your protective instincts extend far beyond what most newly awakened witches can manage." The word witch hit her, even though she'd been circling around it for days. Hearing it stated so matter-of-factly made the reality impossible to deny any longer. "Witch," she said aloud, testing how the word felt on her tongue. "I'm a witch." "You're a Shadowheart witch, specifically, one of the most powerful bloodlines in North American magical history." Before Moira could respond, the stack of genealogy books she'd been working with began arranging themselves in chronological order, pages fluttering open to specific entries that traced her family's magical lineage back through centuries. The volumes moved with purposeful intelligence, organizing information in ways that would have taken her hours to accomplish manually. "This is insane," she whispered, watching centuries of family history arrange itself for her convenience. "This is absolutely insane." "This is you coming into your power," Lucien corrected, "and you're handling it remarkably well, all things considered." "Handling it well?" Moira gestured wildly at the self-organizing books, the burning candles, the glowing symbols in her notebook. "I'm apparently conducting some kind of magical symphony without knowing the first thing about music. But you're not panicking. You're not running. You're asking intelligent questions and accepting evidence that most people would refuse to acknowledge." Lucien stood slowly, moving toward her with that characteristic fluid grace. "That takes extraordinary courage. Or extraordinary stupidity. Sometimes they're the same thing." His smile created a feeling of safety and belonging because of a man who'd been patiently guiding her. "Lucien," she said softly, "my grandmother's warnings. The things she used to say about old troubles and dangerous stories. She was protecting me from this, wasn't she? Ilara made difficult choices to keep her family safe, leaving Hollow Oak, suppressing her magical nature, never teaching you about your heritage." His expression grew thoughtful. "She sacrificed her own connection to magic to ensure you could live a normal human life." "Except it was never really normal, was it?" Moira thought about all the times she'd felt like an outsider, the sense that she was missing some crucial piece of information about how the world actually worked. "I always knew something was different about me. I just couldn't identify what. And now? Now I'm watching books rearrange themselves while having a casual conversation about inherited witchcraft with a man who somehow isn't surprised by any of this." She met his eyes, noting how the candlelight made them appear more green than brown. "Which brings up an important question." "What's that?" "You said Hollow Oak is a sanctuary for people with unusual gifts. You mentioned that the residents all have different abilities." Moira stepped closer to him, drawn by curiosity and something deeper that made her pulse quicken. "What's your gift, Lucien?" Something flickered across his expression, too quick to interpret but intense enough to make her breath catch. "That's a complicated question." "Everything about this situation is complicated. I'd like at least one straightforward answer." "The straightforward answer is that my abilities are different from yours, more physical in nature." "Physical how?" Lucien studied her face with an intensity that made her skin tingle with awareness. Are you sure you want to know? Some revelations change how you see people permanently. After everything I've learned today, I think I can handle one more impossible thing. Moira reached out without conscious thought, her hand coming to rest on his chest. Besides, if we're going to be honest about supernatural abilities, shouldn't that honesty go both ways? It might even help me feel less unusual. The contact sent familiar electricity arcing between them, but underneath that attraction lay something else. A sense of recognition that went deeper than simple chemistry, as if some part of her had been waiting to find exactly this person in exactly this moment. You're right, he said finally, his voice rough with emotion she couldn't quite identify. If you're brave enough to accept what you're becoming, I should be brave enough to show you what I am. Then show me. The words hung between them, weighted with implications of the type of trust needed. Moira found herself holding her breath as Lucien covered her hand with his, their fingers intertwining in a gesture that felt both natural and momentous. All right, he said softly, but not here. What I need to show you requires privacy and probably more space than the bookstore can provide. Where then? The garden behind the building. It's warded for privacy, and there's enough room for... He paused, as if searching for the right words. For you to see me as I really am. As they moved toward the bookstore's back exit, Moira felt her newly awakened magical senses prickling with anticipation. Whatever Lucien was about to reveal, her blood magic recognized it as significant. The protective spells she'd unconsciously woven around the building seemed to hum with approval, as if they too were eager to witness whatever truth lay hidden behind his careful explanations and gentle guidance. Behind them, the candles continued burning with steady golden light, while her notebook's glowing symbols pulsed in rhythm with her accelerating heartbeat. Magic had become as natural as breathing in the space of a single afternoon, but the mystery of Lucien Vale remained tantalizingly unsolved. Soon she hoped that would change too.
Chapter 15. Lucien. The garden behind the hollow oak book nook had been designed with privacy in mind, surrounded by tall hedges and ancient oak trees that created a natural sanctuary from prying eyes. Moonlight filtered through the canopy overhead, casting silver patterns across the small space that Lucien had claimed as his own refuge during the more difficult days of running a business while maintaining his shifter duties. Tonight, it would serve a different purpose entirely. The wards here are stronger, Moira observed as they stepped onto the stone pathway that wound between carefully tended herb beds. I can feel them, like a protective bubble wrapped around this entire area. I reinforced them for privacy, Lucien said, noting how naturally she'd begun recognizing magical signatures. Her awakening abilities were developing at an unprecedented rate. Some conversations require absolute discretion, and some revelations require space to run if things go badly. The perceptiveness of her question caused him to be filled with affection and apprehension in equal measure. Something like that. Lucien moved toward a small grove of trees at the garden's far end, where a wooden bench sat beneath spreading branches that had shielded him during countless transformations over the years. His panther paced restlessly beneath his skin, eager to finally show their mate the truth of what they were. Lucien, Moira said softly, whatever you're about to show me, I want you to know that I trust you. After everything you've done to help me understand what's happening to me, I trust you completely. Her words carried weight that went far beyond simple faith in his character. She was offering him something precious and fragile, the kind of trust that could either bind them closer together or shatter irreparably, depending on how she reacted to his true nature. I hope you still feel that way in a few minutes, he said, pausing beside the bench. Moira, what I'm about to show you isn't just a magical gift. It's what I am fundamentally, part of my essential nature. Are you trying to scare me? I'm trying to prepare you. Lucien studied her face in the moonlight, memorizing the curious intelligence in her brown eyes. The determined set of her jaw, the way she'd unconsciously move closer to him despite his warnings. Shape-shifting isn't like casting spells or weaving ward work. It's a complete transformation of physical form. Shape-shifting, she repeated, and he heard the moment when theoretical knowledge became personal reality. You're a shifter. Yes. What kind? Panther. Moira was quiet while processing this information. That explains so much about how you move. The way you seem to appear and disappear without making sound. The predatory grace that should be alarming, but somehow feels protective instead. And how do you feel about that? About what I am? Curious, she said honestly, and maybe a little nervous. But not because I'm afraid of you. Because I'm afraid of what this means for everything I thought I understood about the world. Relief flooded through him at her measured response. No horror, no revulsion, just scholarly curiosity mixed with understandable apprehension. Wait here, he said, moving toward the cluster of bushes that provided adequate cover for transformation. And Moira? Don't run, please. No matter what you see, remember that it's still me. I won't run, she promised, settling onto the bench with her hands folded in her lap, like someone preparing to witness something momentous. Behind the natural screen of foliage, Lucien stripped quickly, folding his clothes and setting them safely aside. The cool mountain air felt good against his skin, and his panther practically purred with anticipation of finally being seen and accepted by their mate. The transformation took him like a familiar embrace, human consciousness merging with predatory instincts as his body shifted into the sleek, powerful form of a black panther. Enhanced senses flooded his awareness. The night sounds of small creatures in the underbrush. The scent of Moira's lavender soap mixed with the fear-tinged excitement that spoke of adrenaline rather than terror. The way her magical signature had grown stronger and more complex since her awakening began. When he emerged from the bushes, padding silently across the moonlit garden on velvet paws, Moira's sharp gasp was the only sound that broke the evening quiet. "Oh my God," she whispered, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "You're beautiful." The panther preened at the praise, powerful muscles rippling beneath midnight black fur as he approached her with careful deliberation. He was large even for his species, built for strength and stealth in equal measure. But he moved with exaggerated gentleness to avoid triggering any latent prey responses. "You're huge," Moira continued, her scholarly fascination overriding any instinctive caution. "How much do you weigh in this form?" The practical question made his human consciousness laugh, though the sound emerged as a soft chuff from the panther's throat. Even faced with impossible transformation, she wanted data and measurements. "Can you understand me when you're like this?" He nodded once, the human gesture looking strange on the big cat's elegant head. "And you're still you?" "Still Lucien, just in a different shape." Another nod, though that was a simplification of the complex relationship between his human and panther aspects. Both sides of his nature were equally real, equally fundamental to who he was. Moira leaned forward slightly, studying him with the intense focus she usually reserved for ancient manuscripts. "May I touch you?" The question sent electricity racing through both sides of his nature. His panther wanted her hands on his fur, wanted to feel her acceptance of what they were. His human consciousness craved the intimacy of being touched and acknowledged in his true form. He approached the bench slowly, placing himself within easy reach while giving her space to change her mind if his proximity became overwhelming. The scent of her growing excitement mixed with lingering nervousness made his enhanced senses tingle with awareness. "Incredible," she breathed, extending one trembling hand toward his massive head. The moment her fingers made contact with his fur, everything changed. The mate bond that had been building between them since her arrival in Hollow Oak suddenly snapped into sharp focus. No longer a subtle pull, but a blazing certainty that connected their souls with chains of magic and destiny. His panther roared silently with recognition and triumph, finally touching the other half of their existence. She was his mate, not just attraction, not just potential compatibility, but the cosmic completion that shifters spent lifetimes searching for. Fate and magic had conspired to bring her to Hollow Oak, to awaken her dormant abilities in the one place where their connection could flourish. Moira gasped, her hands stilling against his fur as her magical senses apparently picked up some echo of the profound connection that had just solidified between them. What was that? He couldn't answer in this form, couldn't explain the significance of what had just occurred. Instead, he leaned into her touch, rumbling with the deep contentment that came from finally being fully accepted by the person who mattered most. "You're purring," she said with wonder, her other hand joining the first as she stroked the thick fur along his neck and shoulders. "I can feel your heartbeat, feel how warm you are." The intimacy of her touch, the way she explored his transformed body with gentle reverence rather than fear, made his human consciousness ache with emotions too complex to process. Love, gratitude, fierce protectiveness, and beneath that, the desperate need to shift back to human form and pull her into his arms. "I should let you change back," Moira said softly, as if sensing his internal struggle. "You probably can't stay like this indefinitely." He stepped back reluctantly, already missing the warmth of her hands in his fur. The transformation back to human form was more difficult this time, his panther reluctant to give up the closeness they just achieved. But eventually he stood on two legs again, naked in the moonlight and more vulnerable than he'd ever been with another person. The cool air raised goosebumps across his skin, but it was the intensity of Moira's gaze that made him feel truly exposed. "That was," she began, then seemed to lose her words entirely. "Overwhelming," he suggested, reaching for his clothes while trying to maintain some semblance of dignity despite his state of undress. "Incredible," she finished. "Absolutely incredible." As Lucien pulled on his shirt with movements made clumsy by the emotional aftermath of revealing his true nature, he fought the urge to confess everything, to tell her about the mate bond that now burned between them like a beacon, about the council's expectations and the growing supernatural threats that her awakening was attracting. But looking at her face, seeing the wonder and acceptance that had replaced fear, he realized she was already processing more than most people could handle in a lifetime. Adding the weight of destined partnerships and supernatural politics would be too much, too soon. "Moira," he said carefully, "how are you feeling about all of this?" The magic, the shape-shifting, learning that nothing is what it seemed? Terrified, she admitted with characteristic honesty, but also relieved. Like I've finally found the missing piece that explains why I never felt like I belonged anywhere else. "And us? How do you feel about the fact that I've been hiding what I am since the day you arrived?" She considered her words with the same precision she brought to academic analysis. "I understand why you didn't tell me immediately. If someone had started our first conversation with, 'Hello, I'm a shape-shifting panther and you're a witch,' I probably would have left town that same day." "Probably." "Definitely." Her smile was soft and tinged with something that might have been affection. "But now that I know, I'm glad you trusted me enough to show me." As they stood in the moonlit garden, surrounded by the protective wards that had witnessed his transformation and her acceptance, Lucien found himself hoping that her openness would extend to the other truths that would inevitably come to light. Because hiding his shifter nature had been simple compared to the challenges that lay ahead. Soon, very soon, she would need to understand not just what they were individually, but what they could become together.
Chapter 16. Moira. The transformation had been breathtaking in its fluid grace, human form melting into something wild and magnificent that should have terrified her, but instead felt like recognition. Watching Lucien shift from man to panther and back again obliterated the last fragile barriers her rational mind had constructed around the impossible. Magic was real. Shapeshifters existed. And she was apparently both a witch and completely, helplessly attracted to a man who could become a 200-pound predator at will. "That was extraordinary," she breathed, her hands still tingling from the memory of touching his midnight black fur. The panther's warmth had felt like touching liquid starlight, powerful and otherworldly, yet somehow familiar. "You were beautiful." Both forms, but especially. Especially what? Lucien asked, pulling his shirt over his head with movements that seemed more fluid now that she understood what lay beneath his human facade. Especially as yourself. Your true self. Moira stood from the bench, drawn toward him by forces she couldn't name but no longer wanted to resist. When you were the panther, I could see you in those green eyes. All of you, not hiding, not carefully managing what you revealed, just you. Something shifted in his expression, vulnerability replacing the careful control he'd maintained throughout their conversation. And that doesn't frighten you? It should, she admitted, taking another step closer until she could see the silver flecks in his eyes that the moonlight revealed. Logic says I should be terrified of falling for someone whose other form could kill me without breaking a sweat. I would never hurt you. I know. The certainty in her voice surprised them both. That's what should scare me most. How completely I trust you despite everything I've learned tonight. Despite barely knowing you for 2 weeks. Sometimes 2 weeks can feel like a lifetime, Lucien said softly, his hand coming up to cup her cheek with the same gentle reverence he'd shown her throughout their impossible evening. Sometimes people recognize each other from the very first meeting. His thumb traced across her cheekbone, and Moira felt a tingling sensation between them, the gravitational pull that had been building since their first conversation among ancient books and afternoon tea. Is that what happened to us? She asked. Recognition? I think so, though I'm still not entirely sure what we recognized. Moira thought about the way her magical abilities had responded to his presence from the beginning, how the protective spells she'd unconsciously woven had always included him in their sphere of influence, how being near him felt like coming home to a place she'd never been but had always been searching for. Maybe we recognized possibility, she said, reaching up to cover his hand with hers. The chance to be ourselves completely, without hiding or pretending or carefully managing what we reveal. Is that what you want? To stop hiding? With you? Yes. The admission felt like stepping off a cliff, exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. I've spent my entire adult life being careful, being professional, being the responsible academic who never takes risks or makes impulsive decisions. And look where it's gotten me. Where has it gotten you? Alone, she said simply. Successful but alone, respected but never really known. I've been so busy protecting myself from making mistakes that I forgot to actually live. Lucien's other hand came up to her face, his touch warm and steady in the cool mountain air. And now? Now I'm standing in a magical garden with a shape-shifting panther who makes me feel more alive than I've ever felt in my life. Moira laughed softly at the absurdity of the statement. If this is a mistake, at least it's an interesting one. Moira, he said, her name carrying weight that spoke of unspoken promises and possibilities she was only beginning to understand. You should know that what I'm feeling for you goes far beyond simple attraction. How far beyond? Far enough that the thought of you leaving Hollow Oak makes my chest feel like someone's squeezing my heart in a vice. Far enough that protecting you has become more important than any duty or responsibility I've ever accepted. The raw honesty in his voice made her breath catch. That's either the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me or the most terrifying. Can't it be both? Everything about tonight has been both. Moira found herself moving closer until they were sharing breath in the silver-washed garden. Magic, shape-shifting, discovering that my entire understanding of reality was incomplete. And this, whatever this is between us. What do you think this is? Something that defies rational explanation, she admitted. Something that feels inevitable and impossible at the same time. Something that makes me want to throw caution to the wind and see what happens when I stop being careful. And what if what happens is complicated? What if choosing this, choosing us, means your life becomes something you never planned or expected? Then I guess I'll learn to adapt. Moira's smile felt braver than she felt, but the truth was, she'd already adapted to more impossible things tonight than she'd thought humanly possible. Besides, my carefully planned life was apparently built on incomplete information anyway. Maybe it's time to try building something new. Lucien's thumb traced across her lower lip, the gentle touch sending heat spreading through her entire body. Are you sure? I'm sure that I've never felt more myself than I do right now, standing here with you. I'm sure that whatever we recognized in each other was real. And I'm sure that if I don't kiss you in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to regret it for the rest of my life. Then don't regret it, he said, his voice heavy with the same desire that was making her pulse race. When his lips met hers, the world shifted on its axis. The kiss tasted like promises and midnight and the wild freedom of accepting something that defied every rational thought she'd ever had. His hands tangled in her hair, while hers fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer as if she could somehow merge their bodies through sheer determination. The kiss deepened with desperate hunger, weeks of careful restraint and growing attraction, finally given permission to burn. Magic sparked around them in golden threads, her unconscious power responding to the emotional intensity with visible manifestations of light and warmth. But Moira barely noticed the supernatural fireworks, too lost in the sensation of Lucien's mouth moving against hers with reverent passion. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, she felt fundamentally changed in ways that went beyond magical awakening or supernatural revelation. That was, she started, then lost her words entirely. Magic, Lucien finished, resting his forehead against hers while they both struggled to regain equilibrium. Literally, she laughed, gesturing weakly at the golden light still shimmering around them. I think I just accidentally created some kind of romantic light show. I think you just created something much more significant than that, he said softly, his green eyes holding depths she was only beginning to explore. Standing in the moonlit garden with magic dancing around them and the taste of possibility still burning on her lips, Moira realized she'd found something she hadn't even known she'd been searching for. Not just romantic connection, but recognition. The bone-deep certainty that this person, this impossible, wonderful man who could become a panther and had spent weeks patiently guiding her toward truth, was meant to be part of her story. Whatever came next, whatever challenges or complications lay ahead, she wanted to face them with him. The academic who'd built her life on careful research and measured decisions was ready to take the biggest leap of faith imaginable. She was ready to trust in magic, in destiny, and in the wild certainty that sometimes the most important discoveries couldn't be found in books or genealogies, but in the space between one heartbeat and the next, when two people recognized each other across impossible circumstances and chose to build something extraordinary together.
Chapter 17. Lucien. The kiss had shattered every careful barrier Lucien had constructed around his feelings for Moira. When she'd pulled back, lips kiss-swollen, her milky brown eyes dark with desire behind wire-rimmed glasses that had gone slightly askew, he felt his panther roar to life. Mine, the beast whispered with fierce satisfaction. Our mate. Claim her. Moira, he breathed, brushing his lips over hers, again and again, drinking in the taste of her like a starving man. His hands framed her face, thumbs caressing the curve of her cheeks, golden magic flickering and spinning around them like stardust. Are you sure about this? Once we cross this line... There's no going back, she finished, her voice soft but sure. Her hands trembled as they fisted in the fabric of his shirt, but her eyes held unwavering heat. I know. I can feel it too, whatever this is between us. It's like my magic recognizes you. It does. He was barely holding on to his restraint, his body taut as a bowstring. The mate bond pulsed in his blood, wild and alive. There's something between us that goes deeper than ordinary attraction. Something supernatural. Something inevitable, he said carefully, though his panther rumbled with impatience at the understatement. She pulled him into another kiss, and this one tasted like surrender, like acceptance. "Show me," she whispered. "Show me what this connection means." Lucien didn't need to be asked twice. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at militadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. His panther purred with deep satisfaction at finally being intimate with their chosen one, even as the beast chafed against the restraint Lucien had imposed. Soon, his animal side whispered. Soon they would reveal the full truth of the mate bond, but not until she was ready to understand what it meant. But as the night air cooled around them and reality began to intrude on their perfect moment, darker thoughts crept into his consciousness. The shadow creatures that had tested Hollow Oak's borders. The grimoire's increasingly powerful influence on Moira's magical development. The Council's expectations and the supernatural threats that her awakening was attracting. Looking down at her peaceful face, so trusting and vulnerable in sleep, Lucien made a silent vow that echoed in both his human heart and his panther's soul. Whatever darkness the grimoire might bring, whatever dangers threatened their newly discovered love, he would protect her with everything he possessed. The panther in him purred with deep satisfaction as he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, already planning how to keep her safe from the supernatural storms that were undoubtedly coming their way.
Chapter 18. Moira. Dawn was painting the sky in soft pastels when Moira woke in Lucien's arms, her body still humming with the afterglow of their passionate night together. The garden around them had transformed during their sleep, flowers blooming out of season in response to the magical energy they'd shared, their petals glowing with faint traces of golden light that matched the contentment spreading through her chest. "Good morning, beautiful," Lucien murmured against her hair, his voice rough with sleep and satisfaction. "How are you feeling?" Moira stretched carefully, noting the delicious soreness in muscles she hadn't used in far too long. "Like I've been fundamentally changed in ways I'm still trying to understand," she admitted, turning in his arms to study his face in the early morning light. "But also like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." His smile was warm enough to melt her remaining reservations about the impossibility of their situation. No regrets about diving headfirst into the supernatural deep end? With you? No regrets at all. She pressed a soft kiss to his jaw, marveling at how natural the gesture felt, despite having known him for such a short time. "Though I suspect I'm going to need coffee and food before I can properly process everything that's happened." "Coffee and food I can definitely provide." Lucien sat up, reaching for the clothes they'd scattered across the grass in their urgency the night before. "Twyla opens the cafe early for the breakfast crowd. I could grab us something while you get dressed?" The practical suggestion made Moira acutely aware of their state of undress, and the fact that they were still in his bookstore's garden where anyone could potentially discover them. "That's probably wise. I should also check on the grimoire and make sure I didn't accidentally trigger any magical incidents while I was distracted." "Your magic was perfectly controlled last night," Lucien assured her, pulling on his shirt with fluid grace. "If anything, it seemed more stable than usual. Like having an emotional anchor helped ground your abilities." The observation made her pulse flutter with possibilities she wasn't ready to examine too closely. Emotional anchor? Strong feelings can either destabilize awakening magic or provide focus, depending on the circumstances. He leaned down to kiss her forehead with gentle reverence. "You were magnificent, Moira. In every possible way." After he left for the cafe, walking with that characteristic silent grace that now made perfect sense given his shifter nature, Moira dressed quickly and made her way back into the bookstore. The Shadowheart Codex sat exactly where she'd left it the previous afternoon, but something about its leather binding seemed different. More alert somehow, as if it had been waiting for her return. "Well," she said to the ancient tome, settling into her usual chair, "I suppose you want to know what happened in the garden." The grimoire's pages rustled softly despite the still air, and when Moira opened the cover, she wasn't surprised to find new text appearing in elegant silver script across the parchment. The bloodline awakens fully when heart and soul align with destiny. "Destiny," she murmured, tracing the words with one finger. "Is that what this is? Destiny?" More words appeared, flowing across the page with ethereal beauty. Love calls to love across impossible distances. Magic recognizes its perfect complement in another soul. When shifter and witch unite in harmony, their combined power can reshape the very foundations of reality. Moira's breath caught in her throat. "Shifter and witch. You're talking about Lucien and me." The panther knows what the human heart has not yet accepted. Bonds forged in starlight and sealed with magic cannot be broken by doubt or fear. "What bonds?" she asked aloud, though part of her already suspected the answer. The connection she felt with Lucien went deeper than simple attraction or even love. It felt fundamental, as if some part of her soul had been missing until she'd found him among dusty books and afternoon conversations. The grimoire's response sent shivers down her spine. Mate bonds are gifts from the oldest magic, connecting souls across lifetimes and species. When a shifter recognizes their destined partner, the universe conspires to bring them together. The witch who accepts such a bond gains not only love but magical amplification beyond mortal comprehension. "Mate bonds," Moira whispered, the pieces of a cosmic puzzle clicking into place. The way Lucien looked at her sometimes, with an intensity that went beyond romantic interest. The protective instinct that seemed to overtake him whenever she was confused or frightened. His panther's recognition of her, as if the animal side of his nature had been waiting for her specifically. But beware, daughter of shadows. Power shared is power doubled, but also responsibility multiplied. The awakened witch who bonds with her shifter mate becomes guardian of more than just herself. She becomes protector of all who shelter beneath her magic's embrace. "Protector," she repeated, thinking about the unconscious ward work she'd been weaving around Hollow Oak, the way her magic seemed to extend protective energy to encompass the entire downtown area. "You're saying this is just the beginning of everything your bloodline was meant to become." Before Moira could ask more questions, the brass bell dinged, announcing Lucien's return. She quickly closed the grimoire, though the words it had shown her continued echoing in her mind as he approached carrying a paper bag that smelled like heaven and a coffee carrier with 2 steaming cups. "Twyla's breakfast special," he announced, settling into the chair across from her with easy familiarity. "Eggs Benedict, with her famous hollandaise sauce, fresh fruit, and coffee that could wake the dead." "Bless her," Moira said, accepting the coffee gratefully. The first sip was pure magic, rich and complex with undertones she couldn't identify, but that made her entire body feel more alert and grounded. "She also sent along a message," Lucien continued, unpacking their breakfast with careful efficiency. "Something about hoping you slept well and that the mountain air agreed with you." Heat flooded Moira's cheeks. "She knows, doesn't she? About what happened between us?" "Twyla has excellent instincts about people and their emotional states. Plus, you're glowing with residual magic in a way that suggests significant life changes." His smile was fond rather than embarrassed. "But she's discreet. Whatever she suspects, she won't share it with anyone." They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the intimacy of sharing breakfast after their passionate night, creating a domestic atmosphere that felt both new and familiar. But as the food settled and her magical senses fully awakened, Moira found herself returning to the grimoire's revelations. "Lucien," she said carefully, "what do you know about mate bonds?" He went very still, his fork pausing halfway to his mouth. "Why do you ask?" "The grimoire showed me some interesting information this morning about shifters and witches and the kinds of connections that can form between them." She studied his face, noting the subtle tension that had appeared around his eyes. It mentioned something about destiny and souls recognizing each other across impossible circumstances. "And what did you think about that information?" "I think it explains a lot about what I've been feeling since I arrived in Hollow Oak." Moira set down her coffee cup with deliberate care. "This connection between us, it's not just attraction or even ordinary love, is it?" "No," he said quietly. "It's not ordinary. Are you going to tell me what it actually is? Or are you going to keep protecting me from information you think I can't handle?" The directness of her question seemed to surprise him. "I'm trying to find the balance between honesty and overwhelming you with concepts that take most people years to fully understand. Try me." Lucien studied her face with the intensity she'd grown accustomed to. "In shifter culture, there's a belief that every person has one perfect complement in the world. Someone whose soul fits with theirs so completely that being apart feels like missing a vital organ." "A mate?" "Yes, and when shifters find their mates, especially if that mate has magical abilities of their own, the bond that forms between them can amplify both of their supernatural gifts exponentially." Moira felt the last pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. "That's what you recognized in me. Not just magical ability, but compatibility, the potential for this kind of bond." "The potential," he agreed carefully. "But Moira, mate bonds aren't something that can be forced or hurried. They develop naturally when both people are ready to accept what they mean." "And what do they mean?" "Partnership in every sense of the word. Emotional, physical, magical, spiritual. A connection that goes deeper than marriage or any human concept of commitment." His voice grew soft with an emotion she was beginning to recognize as carefully restrained longing. "It means never being truly alone again, but also never being truly independent in the way you've known your entire life." The weight of that explanation settled over her like a blanket, heavy with implications. "And you think we could have that? This kind of bond?" "I think we're already building it," he said honestly. "Every conversation, every touch, every moment of trust and understanding. The question is whether you want to continue building it, knowing where it might lead." She still felt like he was holding back something, but knew that he was also being very honest in the words he chose. Moira looked around the bookstore that had become her sanctuary, at the man who'd guided her with infinite patience and care, at the grimoire that held secrets about her family's magical legacy. A week ago, she'd been Dr. Moira Marsh, respectable academic with a quiet life and modest ambitions. Now she was discovering that she was something far more complex and potentially dangerous. A witch whose awakening abilities could reshape reality. A woman whose heart had recognized its perfect complement in a panther shifter who looked at her like she was his salvation. "I'm not the same person who arrived in Hollow Oak 2 weeks ago," she said finally. "No," Lucien agreed. "You're not. The question is, do you like who you're becoming?" Moira thought about the protective magic that flowed from her fingertips without conscious thought, the way ancient knowledge seemed to surface when she needed it most, the profound sense of rightness she felt when Lucien's arms were around her. "I'm terrifying and powerful, and apparently destined to be responsible for protecting an entire supernatural community," she said. "But yes, I think I like who I'm becoming, especially when I'm becoming her with you." The relief that flooded his expression was almost palpable. "Then we'll figure out the rest together. One impossible revelation at a time." As morning light strengthened around them, and the normal sounds of hollow oak waking up filtered through the bookstore windows, Moira found herself looking forward to whatever came next. She was no longer just an archivist researching her family's history. She was a Shadowheart witch coming into her power, with a potential mate whose own supernatural nature complemented hers in ways that promised extraordinary possibilities. The future had never looked more uncertain or more full of promise.
Chapter 19. Lucien. The emergency council meeting had been called for 2 a.m., which meant leaving Moira sleeping peacefully at the inn, with promises that he'd return before dawn. The intimate night they'd shared had settled something fundamental in his chest, but it had also raised the stakes exponentially. Now that his heart was fully engaged, the thought of losing her to supernatural threats made his panther pace with barely contained aggression. The perimeter breaches are accelerating, Elder Varric announced without preamble as the 5 council members gathered in the moonlit glade. 3 more incursions since yesterday, all testing different sections of our defensive grid. Shadow creatures? Maeve asked, settling onto her usual boulder, with the fluid grace of a lioness preparing for hunt. Her short black hair was still damp from what had probably been a hasty shift back to human form. Shadow creatures, rogue spirits, and something new that my scrying can't quite identify, Varric replied grimly. They're being drawn by the magical disturbances emanating from the Shadowheart Codex, but there's coordination to their probing that suggests external direction. Lucien's protective instincts sharpen. External direction from what? That's what we need to determine. But first, we need to address the more immediate crisis. Varric gestured to a collection of runestones scattered across the ancient stone table, several of which glowed with ominous red light. The binding circles that maintain our concealment wards are showing signs of structural failure. How bad? Elder Bram asked, his usually pristine appearance showing signs of strain. Dark circles shadowed his pale eyes, and his perfectly trimmed beard looked disheveled. Bad enough that I've detected several human hikers in the past week who came dangerously close to stumbling through the veil, Miriam reported. I've had to redirect 3 separate groups using minor compulsion magic, which is exhausting our secondary defenses. The circles were designed to be maintained by Shadowheart blood magic, Varric continued. When Alara's family departed Hollow Oak, they left behind stabilization spells that have held for over a century. But those spells are finally weakening beyond our ability to reinforce them. Lucien felt his heart sink as the implications became clear. You're saying Moira is the only one who can repair the town's protective barriers? I'm saying her awakening bloodline magic is already trying to repair them, Varric corrected. The question is whether we can guide that process before the barriers fail completely. And if they fail, Lucien asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Hollow Oak becomes visible to the outside world, Bram said with characteristic pessimism. Government investigations, media attention, supernatural hunters, everything we've worked to prevent for generations. Not to mention the shadow creatures and other hostile entities that are currently being held at bay by our wards, Maeve added. If the barriers collapse, every supernatural threat in a 100-mile radius will converge on this location. Which brings us to the immediate tactical situation, Varric said. Lucien, I'm assigning you to full-time protection detail for Miss Marsh. Stay close, monitor her magical development, and be prepared to evacuate her if the situation deteriorates. Relief and terror warred in Lucien's chest. Spending more time with Moira would normally be a dream assignment, but not under circumstances that painted a target on her back. What about regular patrol duties? Suspended until further notice. Your only responsibility is keeping the Shadowheart heir alive and functional. Varric's pale eyes reflected the weight of decisions that could determine their community's survival. If we lose her before she can stabilize the binding circles, Hollow Oak falls. No pressure, Lucien muttered, earning a sympathetic look from Maeve. There's more, Varric continued. My scrying suggests that whatever entity is coordinating the attacks has specific knowledge about Shadowheart capabilities. This isn't random opportunism. Someone or something is deliberately targeting Moira's magical awakening. Any theories about who? Lucien asked, his panther already cataloging potential threats and planning elimination strategies. Several, none of them pleasant. Varric began gathering the runestones with careful precision. For now, focus on protection. Keep her close, keep her safe, and watch for any signs that her magic is being influenced by external forces. As the council meeting dispersed and members began making their way back to town through forest paths known only to supernatural residents, Lucien found himself taking a longer route that would allow him to check the eastern perimeter where the binding circles were reportedly showing the most stress. What he discovered made his blood run cold. The ancient stone circles that had protected Hollow Oak for centuries were still there, but massive cracks ran through several of the standing stones like lightning frozen in granite. Worse, the spaces between the stones showed shimmering distortions that spoke of dimensional barriers wearing thin. His panther could scent the otherworldly taint seeping through the weakened wards. Old magic, twisted by malevolent intent, probing for weaknesses with the patience of something that had all the time in the world to achieve its goals. "Damn," he whispered, running his fingers along one of the largest cracks. The stone felt cold and brittle, as if centuries of magical reinforcement were simply evaporating. A sound behind him made every predatory instinct snap to attention. Lucien spun, claws extending automatically as his enhanced senses detected movement in the forest shadows. "Easy there, Hunter," a familiar voice called out. "Just me." Callum Cross emerged from the tree line, the massive lion shifter moving with deceptive casualness despite the tactical gear that marked him as council security. His shaggy brown and gold hair caught moonlight as he approached the failing stone circle. "Couldn't sleep either," Lucien asked, retracting his claws with conscious effort. "Varric asked me to do a secondary assessment of the eastern perimeter." Callum gestured toward the cracked stones with obvious concern. "Wanted a fresh perspective on how bad things really are." "And your assessment?" "We're completely screwed if your mate can't figure out how to channel her bloodline magic into stabilization work." Callum's blue eyes, flecked with amber from his lion, reflected grim determination. "These barriers have maybe 2 weeks left before total collapse." "She's not technically my mate yet," Lucien said automatically, though the correction felt hollow given how completely he'd claimed her in his heart. "Right, and I'm not technically a lion." Callum's grin held feline amusement. "Brother, you've been walking around with mated male written all over your body language since the day she arrived. When are you planning to make it official?" "When she's ready to understand what that means," Lucien replied, studying the dimensional distortions that made the air shimmer like heat waves. "She's processing a lot of impossible information right now." "Fair enough, but you might want to consider accelerating that timeline." Callum moved closer to examine one of the larger cracks, his expression growing serious. "Mate bonds provide magical stability during crisis situations. If she's going to attempt large-scale ward work, having that connection fully established could mean the difference between success and magical burnout." The observation hit uncomfortably close to concerns Lucien had been trying not to acknowledge. "You think she's not strong enough to handle the binding circles on her own?" "I think she's incredibly powerful, but completely untrained. That's a dangerous combination when dealing with centuries-old protective magic." Callum's voice carried the authority of someone who'd dealt with magical crises before. "The mate bond wouldn't just ground her emotionally, it would give her access to your shifter stability during the most difficult parts of the work. And if I push too hard and she runs, then we're back to being completely screwed, just with different timing." Callum's honesty was both brutal and appreciated. "But Lucien, from what I've observed, that woman isn't the running type. She's the type who digs in and demands to understand exactly what she's dealing with." As they made their way back toward town, following patrol routes that skirted the weakest sections of Hollow Oak's failing defenses, Lucien found himself wrestling with possibilities that could be devastating or life-changing. Claiming Moira as his mate would solve several immediate problems. It would provide the magical stability she needed for complex ward work, satisfy his panther's increasingly urgent territorial instincts, and create a bond that would make protecting her infinitely easier. But it would also bind her to Hollow Oak permanently, ending any possibility of returning to her old life. She would become not just his mate, but the community's guardian witch, with all the responsibilities and dangers that role entailed. She deserves to make that choice with complete information, he said finally. She does, Callum agreed, but she also deserves to make it before circumstances take the choice away from her entirely. By the time Lucien returned to the bookstore as dawn was breaking over the mountains, his mind was made up. The conversation with Moira about mate bonds had been a good beginning, but she needed to understand the full scope of what was happening around them. The shadow creatures, the failing wards, the expectation that she would become Hollow Oak's primary magical defense against threats she couldn't yet imagine. All of it, and if she chose to accept the mate bond that would amplify her abilities and anchor her to this community permanently, he wanted that choice to be made with eyes wide open to both the benefits and the costs. His panther purred with anticipation as he let himself into the bookstore, already imagining Moira's response to learning that her quiet research assignment had actually been a cosmic homecoming orchestrated by forces far older and more powerful than academic curiosity. Soon, very soon, there would be no more secrets between them. For better or worse, she would know everything. And then they would face whatever came next together as mates and partners and the supernatural guardians that Hollow Oak desperately needed them to become.
Chapter 20. Moira. The Shadowheart Codex had been calling to Moira since before dawn, its ancient binding humming with urgent energy that made her fingertips tingle even from across the room. She'd woken alone at the inn, finding a note from Lucien explaining that council business required his attention, but that he'd return by morning. The brief message had been signed with a simple L that somehow conveyed more affection than flowery endearments could have managed. Now, settled in her usual chair at the bookstore with steaming coffee and the first rays of sunlight filtering through tall windows, Moira opened the grimoire with the reverent care she'd learned to apply to artifacts that possessed their own consciousness. The pages fell open to a section she'd never seen before, though she was certain she'd examined every inch of the ancient tome. Elegant script in faded sepia ink told stories that made her blood run cold. The Binding of Shadows, a history of the Shadowheart sacrifice. Sacrifice, she whispered, her hands trembling as she began to read. What kind of sacrifice? The text that followed painted a picture of her family's history that went far darker than anything she'd previously discovered. Her ancestor, Seraphina Shadowheart, hadn't just been a powerful witch who helped establish Hollow Oak's protective barriers. She had been the architect of a magical working so profound and terrible that it had required the willing sacrifice of her own life force to complete. In the year of our Lord 1847, when the shadow entities first sought to claim our sanctuary, Seraphina Shadowheart made the ultimate choice. To bind the ancient evil that threatened to consume our community, she wove her very essence into the defensive wards, creating barriers that would endure for generations but at the cost of her mortal existence. Moira's coffee cup clattered against its saucer as her hands began to shake. She died to create the protective wards. She actually died. But the grimoire wasn't finished revealing its secrets. The binding required not just Seraphina's sacrifice, but the promise that her bloodline would continue the work. Each generation of Shadowheart witches would carry the burden of maintaining the wards, feeding them with blood magic until the ancient evil could be permanently banished. Only when the final battle is won can the family line be freed from its inherited obligation. Inherited obligation, Moira repeated, the words tasting like ashes on her tongue. We're bound to this place. Bound to keep fighting whatever Seraphina originally sealed away. More text appeared, flowing across the page like liquid silver. Alara Shadowheart, last daughter of the bloodline to walk Hollow Oak's protected paths, chose exile over obligation. In 1923, she fled the sanctuary with her newborn child, believing that distance could break the ancestral bonds that tied her magic to the town's survival. For nearly a century, her gamble appeared successful. But it wasn't, Moira said, understanding beginning to crystallize in her mind. The bonds weren't broken. They were just dormant. Blood calls to blood, especially when the shadows stir once more. The granddaughter returns when the need is greatest, drawn by forces older than conscious will. Destiny cannot be denied indefinitely. The final entry on the page made Moira's vision blur with unshed tears. Margaret Shadowheart died never knowing the true reason for her mother's exile. She lived and loved and raised her own daughter in blissful ignorance of the magical heritage that slumbered in her veins. But the granddaughter carries the full weight of 3 generations' accumulated power. In her hands lies the choice to either complete Seraphina's work or watch everything our ancestors died to protect crumble into shadow. 3 generations of accumulated power, Moira whispered, looking down at her hands with new understanding. No wonder her magical abilities had been developing so rapidly. She wasn't just inheriting her own potential, but the dormant magic of her mother and grandmother as well. The implications were staggering. Every unconscious spell she'd cast, every protective ward she'd woven around the bookstore, every golden thread of magic that had responded to her emotional state, all of it had been powered by inherited abilities that had been building strength for decades. "So that's why grandmother never talked about her family," she said aloud, needing to hear the words to make them feel real. "She wasn't just protecting me from knowing about magic. She was trying to protect me from a destiny that would require everything I have to give." The grimoire's pages rustled softly, drawing her attention to new text that appeared with ethereal beauty. But destiny freely chosen is different from destiny imposed. The granddaughter who embraces her heritage willingly, who accepts both the power and the responsibility with full knowledge of their cost, can reshape the very nature of the Shadowheart obligation. Reshape it how? Through bonds freely given and received. Through love that amplifies power rather than demanding sacrifice. Through partnership that shares the burden rather than bearing it alone. Moira thought about the mate bond concepts Lucien had explained, about the way her magic had responded to their physical and emotional intimacy, about the sense of completeness she felt when they were together. "You're talking about Lucien," she said. "About what we could become together." The panther shifter carries protective magic in his very bones. United with Shadowheart blood power, their combined abilities could not only maintain Seraphina's wards, but strengthen them beyond anything previously achieved. The final battle could be won not through sacrifice, but through the joining of complementary souls. "And if I choose not to accept this destiny? If I decide the cost is too high?" The grimoire's response was immediate and chilling. Then the wards fail within days rather than years. The ancient evil breaks free of its bindings, and Hollow Oak becomes ground zero for a supernatural catastrophe that will spread far beyond these mountains. Moira closed the ancient tome carefully, her mind reeling with the weight of information that transformed her understanding of everything. Her quiet research assignment hadn't been academic curiosity or even cosmic coincidence. It had been destiny calling her home to face a responsibility that her family had been running from for generations. She heard the door open in the front, and she looked up to see Lucien entering with the silent grace she'd grown to love. But something in his expression suggested he carried news that would complicate her morning revelations even further. "You're back early," she said, noting the tension in his shoulders and the way his dark green eyes swept the bookstore as if checking for threats. "Everything all right with the council business?" "Not exactly." He moved toward her with purpose, settling into his usual chair with fluid efficiency. "Moira, we need to talk about what's really happening in Hollow Oak, about the dangers that are growing stronger every day, and about choices you're going to need to make sooner than either of us anticipated." "Choices about what?" "About whether you're willing to become what this community needs you to be." His voice carried the weight of urgency barely held in check. "About whether you're prepared to accept a destiny that goes far beyond anything we've discussed so far." Moira looked at the closed grimoire, its leather binding still warm from revealing secrets that had been hidden for generations. Then back at Lucien's serious expression. "You mean about the Shadowheart obligation? About the fact that I'm apparently supposed to save Hollow Oak from some ancient evil that's been bound for over a century?" Surprise flickered across his features. "You already know?" The grimoire decided it was time for the complete truth. She gestured toward the ancient tome, with hands that had finally stopped trembling. "All of it. The family curse, my grandmother's exile, the reason my presence here isn't coincidence but destiny calling me home to finish what my ancestors started." "And how do you feel about that?" Moira considered the question carefully, noting that her first instinct wasn't panic or denial, but rather a deep sense of pieces finally clicking into place. "Terrified," she said honestly, "but also relieved. Like I finally understand why I never felt like I belonged anywhere else." "There's more," Lucien said gently. "Things the grimoire might not have explained about the immediate situation." "Such as?" "Such as the fact that we have maybe 2 weeks before the protective wards fail completely. Such as the supernatural entities that are actively probing our defenses, looking for ways to break through. Such as the probability that you're going to have to attempt large-scale magical workings that could either save this community or destroy it." The weight of his words were heavy. 2 weeks. At most. Possibly less if the attacks escalate. Lucien leaned forward, his hands reaching across the small table to cover hers. "Moira, I need you to understand what we're asking of you. What I'm asking of you." "What are you asking?" "Everything," he said simply. "Your magic, your commitment to staying in Hollow Oak permanently, your willingness to risk everything on magical techniques you've never attempted before." His voice grew soft with an emotion she was learning to recognize as carefully restrained love. "And, possibly, your willingness to accept a mate bond that would amplify your abilities, but also tie you to this place and to me for the rest of our lives." The conversation she'd been expecting, the full revelation she'd known was coming, had finally arrived. But instead of feeling overwhelmed, Moira found herself thinking about the golden magic that had danced around them in the moonlit garden, about the sense of rightness she felt when Lucien's arms were around her, about the protective instincts that had been driving her unconscious spellwork since the day she'd arrived. "Before I answer," she said, squeezing his hands gently, "I need to know something." "Anything. Are you asking because it's what the council needs, or because it's what you want?"
Chapter 21. Lucien. The question Moira had asked hung between them like a challenge, and Lucien felt his entire future balanced on the honesty of his answer. She needed to know that his feelings went far beyond council duty, that what he was asking came from his heart rather than obligation to Hollow Oak's survival. "Both," he said simply, his hands tightening around hers. "The council needs what you could become, but I want you. All of you, as my mate, my partner, the other half of my soul. Everything else is secondary to that." Relief flickered across her features, followed quickly by something deeper. "Your mate, that's what you were trying to tell me about the bonds, isn't it? We're not just building a connection, we're meant to be together." "Fated mates," he confirmed, bringing her hands to his lips for a gentle kiss. "Chosen by destiny and magic alike. What we felt from the beginning, that sense of recognition and inevitability, that was the bond calling to both of us. And accepting it would mean permanent partnership in every sense. Emotional, physical, magical, spiritual." Lucien studied her face, searching for signs of fear or hesitation. "Your magic would amplify mine would stabilize yours. Together we'd be strong enough to not just maintain the protective wards, but strengthen them beyond anything Hollow Oak has ever achieved." Moira was processing information that would reshape her understanding of everything they'd shared. The grimoire mentions something about partnerships changing the nature of inherited obligations, making them about choice rather than sacrifice. Exactly. The shadow heart burden doesn't have to be born alone anymore. If you accept the mate bond, we share everything. The power, the responsibility, the door chimed with unusual urgency, cutting off his explanation as Emmett Hollowell and Maeve Cross entered the bookstore, with expressions that immediately put Lucian's protective instincts on high alert. Both council guards moved with the controlled tension of predators expecting imminent violence. "Lucian," Emmett said without preamble, his usually stoic demeanor showing cracks of genuine concern, "we need to talk. Now." "It can wait," Lucian replied, not taking his eyes off Moira's face. This conversation was too important to interrupt, the foundation of everything their future could be. "Give me 10 minutes to finish." "It can't wait," Maeve interrupted, her short black hair disheveled as if she'd been running. "We've got incoming hostiles, ETA 15 minutes. Vampire Coven at least 6 strong, and they're not here for the scenic mountain views." Lucian's panther went absolutely still, every predatory instinct sharpening to lethal focus. "How do you know?" "Border Patrol picked up their scent an hour ago. Callum's tracking them, but they're moving fast, and they're definitely headed for downtown." Emmett's pale eyes flicked to Moira before returning to Lucian. "Intel suggests they've heard rumors about unbound blood magic, and they're looking to acquire new assets." "Assets," Lucian repeated, the word tasting like poison on his tongue. "They want her," Maeve said bluntly, gesturing toward Moira, "a witch with awakening abilities and no protective coven affiliation. To vampires, that's like finding unguarded treasure." "What's happening?" Moira asked, rising from her chair, trying to process rapidly shifting circumstances. "Who's looking for me?" Lucian turned to face her fully, his hands framing her face with gentle reverence, even as his panther paced with barely contained aggression. "Vampires. A group of them has come to Hollow Oak specifically to claim you for their own purposes." "Claim me how?" "Forced turning, most likely," Emmett said with brutal honesty. "Vampire covens prize witches for their magical abilities. A blood magic practitioner with your potential would be an incredibly valuable addition to their ranks." "But I don't want to be a vampire," Moira said, her voice carrying the bewildered tone of someone confronting threats she'd never imagined. "I barely understand being a witch." "What you want doesn't matter to them," Maeve replied grimly. "They see power they can use, and they'll take it by whatever means necessary." The front door opened again, this time admitting 3 figures who moved with a predatory grace that marked them as definitively non-human. The vampire in the lead was tall and pale, with dark hair slicked back and clothes that spoke of old money and older power. His companions flanked him with military precision, their eyes already cataloging exit routes and potential threats. Lucian's panther roared to life, demanding immediate shifting and violence, but he forced himself to remain human through sheer willpower. Moira stepped closer to him, unconsciously seeking protection, and golden threads of her awakening magic began dancing around them both. "Gentlemen," the lead vampire said with cultured politeness that didn't mask the predatory hunger in his pale eyes. "And lady, please forgive the intrusion, but we're here on business that benefits everyone involved." "State your business and leave," Lucian said with the controlled menace of a predator barely leashed. "Hollow Oak doesn't welcome uninvited guests." How refreshingly direct. The vampire's smile revealed fangs that caught the morning light. "I am Victor Dracul, and we've come for the young witch whose magical awakening has been sending ripples across the supernatural community for weeks." "She's under council protection," Emmett said, moving to flank Lucian's right side, while Maeve took position on his left. "Ah, but that's where you're mistaken." Victor's attention focused entirely on Moira, who had gone pale but remained steady beside Lucian. "Miss Marsh isn't formally affiliated with any supernatural authority. She's what we call a free agent, which makes her eligible for recruitment by interested parties." "Recruitment," Lucian repeated, his hands curling into claws that he barely managed to keep hidden. "Is that what you're calling forced conversion these days?" "Such harsh language. We prefer to think of it as offering opportunities for advancement." Victor took a step closer, and Lucian felt his control slip another notch. A witch of Miss Marsh's obvious potential would thrive in our coven, protected, trained, given access to magical knowledge that these provincial councils could never provide. "And if I'm not interested in your opportunities?" Moira asked, her voice steadier than Lucien had expected. "Then you'd be making a grave mistake," Victor replied smoothly. "The magical awakening you're experiencing is dangerous without proper guidance. How many incidents have you had already? Unconscious spellcasting, emotional magic surges, protective wards manifesting without conscious control?" Moira, suddenly sucking in air, confirmed that the vampire's knowledge was uncomfortably accurate. "Blood magic requires discipline that your current advisors clearly haven't provided," Victor continued. "With us, you'd learn control, purpose. You'd become something magnificent instead of remaining a danger to yourself and everyone around you." "She's not going anywhere with you," Lucien said, his voice dropping to a growl that made all three vampires tense with recognition of a serious threat. "And you are?" "Her mate," Lucien replied without hesitation, the words carrying the weight of absolute claim. "Touch her, and I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." Victor's eyebrows rose with genuine surprise. "How fascinating. A mated pair, and so recently bonded that the connection hasn't fully stabilized yet." His smile turned calculating. "That explains the protective instincts, but not the wisdom of the choice. Surely you recognize that she'd be safer with us than risking magical burnout in this isolated community?" "Safer," Lucien repeated, his panther practically clawing its way to the surface. "You want to turn her into a blood-sucking predator, and you call that safer?" "I want to help her survive what's coming," Victor said with the first hint of genuine sincerity he'd shown. "The magical disturbances her awakening is creating have attracted attention from much worse things than my coven. Ancient entities that make vampires look like house cats. She needs power and protection that your little sanctuary simply can't provide." The truth in that statement hit Lucien hard. The shadow creatures, the failing wards, the unknown entity coordinating attacks against Hollow Oak, all of it centered around Moira's developing abilities. "What kind of entity?" Moira asked quietly. "The kind that feed on uncontrolled magical energy," Victor replied. "The kind that would consume you and everyone you care about without a second thought. The kind that are probably already on their way here, drawn by the same magical signature that brought us." "He's lying," Maeve said firmly, "trying to scare you into making a rash decision." "Am I?" Victor's pale eyes held Moira's gaze with uncomfortable intensity. "How many nights has your mate been called away for mysterious council business? How many emergency meetings have there been since your arrival? How many supernatural incidents that he's had to handle personally?" Each question landed with devastating accuracy, and Lucien watched Moira's expression shift from confusion to dawning realization. "I'm the reason you're in danger," she whispered, looking at Lucien with horror. "My magic, my awakening, it's putting everyone in Hollow Oak at risk." "Moira, no," Lucien started, but she was already stepping away from him, her hands beginning to shake as the full implications hit her. "That's why you've been having night patrols. Why the council meetings have intensified. Why everyone's been so careful around me." Her voice broke slightly. "I'm not just discovering my heritage. I'm endangering everyone I've grown to care about." "Smart girl," Victor said with approval. "Now you understand why coming with us is the logical choice. We can take you somewhere safe, train you properly, and remove the threat your uncontrolled abilities pose to this community." "No," Lucien said with absolute authority of a mated shifter defending his chosen one. "She's not going anywhere. We'll find another solution." "Will you?" Victor's question hung in the air like a challenge. "Before the ancient entities arrive? Before your protective wards fail completely? Before her magic consumes her from the inside?" As the vampire coven waited for Moira's response and his panther screamed for violence, Lucien realized that everything they'd been building toward, every careful plan and gradual revelation, had just been shattered by an enemy who understood exactly how to exploit their deepest fears. The battle for Moira's future and Hollow Oak's survival had begun in earnest.
Chapter 22. Moira. The vampires had left with promises that felt more like threats, Victor's parting words echoing in Moira's mind as she watched their elegant forms disappear into the morning mist. "We'll be nearby if you change your mind, Miss Marsh. When the reality of your situation becomes clearer." Now, 3 hours later, the bookstore buzzed with activity, as Twyla, Miriam, and 2 other women Moira hadn't met before worked to establish what they called a crash course in magical fundamentals. The urgency in everyone's movements spoke volumes about how seriously they were taking the vampire threat and the timeline for her training. "Right then," Twyla said, setting a collection of crystals and herbs on the table where genealogy books had been that morning. "No more gentle awakening process. We need to assess exactly what we're dealing with before you accidentally level the building." "Level the building?" Moira repeated, her voice rising with alarm. "I thought we were talking about basic magical control." "Honey, basic magical control went out the window the moment you manifested protective barriers during an emotional crisis," said the auburn-haired woman Twyla had introduced as Elena Ashford. "What you did the other night in the garden, that light show that was visible from 3 blocks away, that was raw Shadowheart power expressing itself through passion. We need to understand your limits before you exceed them catastrophically." The memory of golden magic dancing around her and Lucien made Moira's cheeks burn with embarrassment and something deeper that made her pulse quicken. It wasn't intentional. The magic just responded. "Blood magic always responds to strong emotion," explained the 4th woman, a silver-haired elder named Cordelia Greyward, whose pale eyes seemed to see straight through to Moira's soul. "Fear, anger, desire, love, all of it feeds directly into your magical core. That's what makes Shadowheart witches so powerful and so dangerous." "Dangerous how?" "Show her," Twyla said quietly to Elena, who nodded and picked up a simple white candle from the collection on the table. Elena held the candle in her cupped palms and closed her eyes, her breathing becoming slow and measured. After a moment, the wick burst into flame without any visible ignition source, burning with steady orange light. "Basic fire magic," Elena explained. "Controlled, focused, contained. Now watch what happens when I add strong emotion to the working." She thought about something that made her expression shift to profound sadness, and the candle flame immediately tripled in size, roaring upward with heat that made everyone step back. When she forced herself to calm, the flame returned to its normal size. "Blood magic multiplies that effect exponentially," Cordelia added. "Where Elena's emotional fire magic might singe some eyebrows, yours could burn down half the town if you lost control during a moment of intense feeling." Moira looked at Lucien, who had positioned himself near the bookstore's front windows where he could watch for additional threats while still participating in her training. "Is that why you've been so careful with me? Why you didn't tell me about the mate bond until now?" "Partly," he admitted, his dark green eyes holding hers with the intensity that always made her stomach flutter. "Strong emotions between mates can trigger magical feedback loops. The more we feel for each other, the more powerful your magic becomes." "Which brings us to the practical problem," Twyla said with her characteristic directness. "How do we teach you control when the person you're most emotionally connected to makes your power spike just by being in the same room?" "Maybe we start with basic grounding techniques," Miriam suggested. "Help her establish a foundation before we worry about the more complex interactions." "Right. Moira, I want you to place your hands flat on the table and focus on your breathing," Cordelia instructed. "Feel the wood beneath your palms, the weight of your body in the chair. Ground yourself in physical sensation." Moira followed the instructions, noting how the simple act of conscious breathing seemed to quiet her anxiousness since the vampire confrontation. "Good. Now I want you to reach for your magic deliberately. Don't wait for it to respond to emotion. Call it consciously." "How do I do that?" Think of it like flexing a muscle you've never used before, Elena suggested. The power is there, waiting. You just need to learn how to engage it intentionally. Moira closed her eyes and searched for the golden warmth she'd felt flowing through her during moments of unconscious spellcasting. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, gradually, she began to sense something deeper than physical sensation, a reservoir of energy that felt both familiar and foreign. "I can feel it," she whispered. "It's like there's a sun inside my chest that I never noticed before." "Perfect description," Twyla said with approval. "Now, very gently, try to draw a tiny bit of that energy into your hands." The moment Moira attempted to channel her magic deliberately, everything went wrong. Power roared through her with the force of a dam breaking, far more than she'd intended to access. Golden light erupted from her hands, spreading outward in concentric circles that encompassed the entire bookstore in shimmering barriers of protective energy. "Whoa!" Elena exclaimed, as the magical dome settled around them like a giant soap bubble made of light. "That's not a tiny bit of energy." "I can't stop it," Moira said, panic rising in her voice as the barriers continued strengthening. "It's like trying to stop a waterfall with my bare hands." "Don't fight it," Cordelia commanded sharply. "Fighting blood magic only makes it more unstable. Lucien, we need you." "What do you need me to do?" he asked, already moving toward Moira's chair. Physical contact with her mate should help ground the energy. Touch her, but be prepared for magical feedback. Lucien's hands settled on Moira's shoulders, and the effect was immediate. The wild torrent of magic flowing through her suddenly had an outlet, a secondary channel that could absorb and stabilize the excess energy. The protective barriers remained in place, but they stopped growing and began to feel less like an out-of-control wildfire. "Better?" he asked softly, his voice calm with certainty that always helped center her during chaotic moments. "Much," she breathed, leaning back against his solid warmth. "But Lucien, the barriers are still there. I've accidentally created some kind of magical fortress around your bookstore." "A fortress that extends at least 50 feet in every direction," Twyla observed, studying the shimmering dome with professional interest. "I've never seen protective magic this strong, especially not from someone who's been practicing for less than a week." "The vampire was right about one thing," Miriam said quietly. "This level of power does require careful training. If Moira had attempted this working alone, without the mate bond to help stabilize the energy." "Magical burnout," Elena finished grimly. "Or worse. Uncontrolled blood magic can consume the practitioner from the inside." The weight of responsibility that had been building since her arrival in Hollow Oak suddenly felt crushing. Moira looked around at the protective barriers she'd created without conscious intent, at the faces of people who were depending on her to learn control, at the evidence of power that could either save or destroy everything she'd grown to care about. "How many people could I hurt if I lose control during the actual ward work?" she asked. "Potentially everyone in Hollow Oak," Cordelia replied with brutal honesty. "Blood magic amplified by mate bond energy and focused through centuries-old binding circles? If anything goes haywire during the working, the magical explosion could level the entire mountain." "But if something goes right," Twyla added quickly, "you could create protective barriers strong enough to keep this community safe for another century. Maybe longer." "Oh, of course," Moira said weakly. "There's something else you should understand," Lucien said, his hands still resting on her shoulders in a grounding touch that kept her magic stable. "The barriers you've created around the bookstore aren't just protective. They're actively repelling supernatural threats. I can feel it in my shifter senses, the way the magic pushes against anything with hostile intent." "Meaning?" "Meaning you've just demonstrated that your instincts for protective magic are incredibly sophisticated," Elena said with obvious admiration. "Most witches take years to develop that level of discrimination in their ward work." "It's the inherited knowledge," Miriam explained. 3 generations of accumulated Shadowheart wisdom expressing itself through your subconscious magical responses. Your great-great-grandmother's techniques, your grandmother's suppressed power, your mother's dormant abilities, all of it flowing through you when you need it most. Like having a magical library downloaded directly into my brain, Moira said, trying to process the implications. Except I don't know how to access the information consciously. That's what we're here to teach you, Cordelia said firmly. How to access your inherited knowledge deliberately, instead of relying on crisis-driven instinct. How to channel emotion into focused magical working instead of uncontrolled power surges. How to work with your mate bond to amplify your abilities safely. And we need to teach you quickly, Twyla added, glancing toward the windows where afternoon shadows were already growing long. Because every day we wait is another day for the vampires to regroup, for the shadow entities to probe our weakening defenses, for whatever ancient evil is orchestrating these attacks to complete its plans. As Moira sat surrounded by protective barriers of her own creation, grounded by Lucien's steady presence, and supported by women who understood the magical legacy she'd inherited, she felt the pieces of her new identity finally clicking into place. She wasn't just Moira Marsh the archivist anymore. She wasn't even just a Shadowheart witch discovering her heritage. She was becoming the guardian Hollow Oak needed. The protector her ancestors had sacrificed themselves to prepare for, the woman strong enough to choose love over fear and partnership over isolation. The training would be intense, the risks enormous, and the timeline impossibly short. But looking into Lucien's dark green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of magic that connected them, Moira knew she was ready to accept whatever destiny awaited them. Together they would either save Hollow Oak or die trying, and that felt like a choice she could live with.
Chapter 23. Lucien. The vampire probes had begun at dusk, subtle tests of Hollow Oak's defensive perimeter that would have been invisible to anyone without enhanced supernatural senses. Lucien crouched at the eastern lookout point, his panther's night vision tracking movement in the forest below, while his human mind analyzed tactical patterns that made his blood run cold. They're methodical, Callum observed, settling beside him with the silent grace of a predator-born, testing response times, mapping weak points, cataloging our defensive assets. Professional hunters, Lucien agreed, watching a shadow detach itself from a cluster of trees, only to melt back into darkness when one of their patrol units approached. Victor wasn't exaggerating about their resources. How's the protective grid holding up? Lucien consulted the communication device that linked him to patrol teams stationed around Hollow Oak's perimeter. Maeve reports 3 attempted incursions on the southern border, all repelled. Emmett's team has had similar activity on the western approaches, but they're not trying to break through yet. Just gathering intelligence for when they make their real move, Callum said with the weary authority of someone who'd faced vampire covens before. How long do you think we have? Not long enough? Lucien's hands clenched as he thought about Moira back at the bookstore, surrounded by protective barriers of her own creation, while she worked with the local witches to understand her rapidly developing abilities. She needs weeks of training, and we're probably talking about hours before they escalate to direct assault. What does your mate think about the timeline? The casual use of the word mate made Lucien's gut twist with emotions he was still learning to process. She doesn't know how dire the situation is? I've been trying to balance honesty with not overwhelming her, but she's going to figure it out anyway because she's not stupid, Callum finished with characteristic bluntness. Lucien, hiding the full scope of the threat from her isn't protecting her. It's handicapping her ability to make informed decisions. I know that. Logically, I know that. Lucien ran his hands through his shoulder-length black hair, frustrated by the constant war between his protective instincts and his tactical training. But my panther wants to lock her in the safest place I can find and guard her until every threat is eliminated. And your human side? My human side is terrified that telling her the complete truth will make her try something heroically stupid that gets her killed. Lucien's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I can't lose her, Callum. Not when I've just found her. Then don't let fear make you treat her like she's fragile. From what I've observed, your mate is anything but delicate. His communication device crackled with urgent static before he could reply. Alpha Team, this is Maeve. We've got movement at the main entrance. 3 vampires approaching under a white flag. Victor wants to talk, Callum said grimly. That's either very good news or very bad news. With vampires, it's usually bad news wrapped in polite conversation. Lucien activated his communicator. All units, maintain positions, but do not engage unless they make hostile moves. We're en route to the main checkpoint. The descent from the lookout point to Hollow Oak's downtown core took them through forest paths that had been traveled by supernatural guardians for generations. But tonight, familiar routes felt charged with tension that made Lucien's panther pace restlessly beneath his skin. You know they're going to demand to speak with her directly, Callum said as they approached the town center where streetlights cast golden pools across cobblestone streets. I know. And I know she's going to insist on participating in whatever negotiation Victor has in mind. Lucien's jaw clenched as they neared the bookstore, its windows glowing with the warm light of Moira's protective barriers. My every instinct says to keep her away from him, but my training says we need to hear what he's offering. What do you think he wants? Proof that we can't protect her. Evidence that joining his coven is her only option for survival. Lucien paused at the bookstore's front door, steeling himself for the conversation that would determine whether his mate spent the night safely learning magical control or facing down an ancient predator who viewed her as a prize to be claimed. He's going to exploit every weakness in our defensive posture and every gap in her magical training. Then we make sure he doesn't find any weaknesses to exploit. They entered the bookstore to find Moira seated at her usual table. The Shadowheart Codex opened before her, while golden threads of magic danced between her fingers. The sight of her practicing conscious spell work filled Lucien with pride and terror in equal measure. How's the training progressing? He asked, settling into the chair beside her, while his panther purred at being close to their mate again. Terrifyingly well, Moira replied with a rueful smile. Turns out 3 generations of suppressed Shadowheart power creates quite a lot of magical energy to work with. Cordelia thinks I might be ready to attempt basic ward reinforcement within a few days. That's incredible progress, Callum said, though his expression remained serious. Unfortunately, we might not have a few days. What do you mean? Lucien exchanged a look with Callum before answering. The vampires have been testing our defenses all evening. Victor is here now, requesting a meeting under a flag of truce. A meeting about what? You, Lucien said simply. He wants to make his case directly, probably hoping to convince you that we can't provide adequate protection. Moira's brown eyes reflected the weight of decisions that would affect far more than just her own future. And what do you think I should do? I think you should stay here, surrounded by protective barriers and magical backup, while Callum and I handle the negotiation, Lucien said, knowing even as he spoke that she wouldn't accept that solution. No, she said firmly. If Victor wants to talk to me, then I should hear what he has to say. How else can I make an informed decision about the options available? Moira, vampire covens are master manipulators. They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear while twisting every word to serve their agenda. Then it's a good thing I'll have you there to help me recognize manipulation when I hear it. Her hand covered his on the table, warm and steady despite the magnitude of what she was agreeing to face. Lucien, I appreciate your protective instincts, but I can't let fear of making the wrong choice prevent me from making any choice at all. She's right, Callum said quietly. Besides, Victor isn't going to accept anything less than direct communication with her. If we refuse, he'll probably escalate to more aggressive tactics. Lucien studied Moira's face, noting the determined set of her jaw and the way her magical aura had strengthened since that morning. She wasn't the confused, overwhelmed woman who'd arrived in Hollow Oak 2 weeks ago. She was becoming something far more formidable. All right, he said finally, but we do this on our terms. Here in the bookstore, surrounded by your protective barriers, with the entire council present as backup. Agreed, Moira said, though he could see the apprehension she was trying to hide behind scholarly curiosity. When do we meet with him? Now, Callum replied, checking his watch. He's waiting at the town boundary with his usual dramatic flair. As they prepared to face the vampire leader, who viewed Moira as an asset to be acquired, Lucien found himself caught between contradictory emotions that reflected the impossible complexity of loving someone whose destiny involves supernatural forces beyond their control. Pride in her courage, terror at the thought of losing her, frustration with his own protective limitations, along with the growing certainty that whatever Victor offered, whatever threats he made, whatever manipulations he attempted, Moira had already chosen her path. She'd chosen Hollow Oak. She'd chosen the responsibility of her magical heritage. And most importantly, she'd chosen him. Now they just had to survive long enough to build the future that choice had made possible. "Ready?" he asked, offering her his arm as they prepared to leave the safety of her magical barriers. "As ready as anyone can be for negotiating with vampires who want to turn me into one of them," she replied with the dry humor that had become one of the many things he loved about her. "But yes, let's go find out what Victor Dracul thinks is worth risking a diplomatic incident over." As they stepped into the Hollow Oak night, Lucien's panther went on high alert, every sense attuned to potential threats, while his human heart focused on the woman beside him, who'd proven brave enough to face down impossible odds for the sake of a community that had become her home. Whatever Victor had planned, whatever pressure he intended to apply, whatever choice he demanded Moira make, Lucien would be there to ensure she had all the information and support necessary to choose her own destiny, even if that destiny involved risks that made his protective instincts scream with alarm.
Chapter 24. Moira. The negotiation with Victor had lasted exactly 17 minutes before devolving into barely veiled threats. Moira could still hear his silky voice promising protection, power, and immortality if she would simply see reason and join his coven voluntarily. His pale eyes had grown cold when she'd declined, especially when Lucien's hand had found hers in a gesture of support that made their bond unmistakably clear. "Your loyalty to these provincial protectors is admirable but misguided," Victor had said, his cultured politeness unable to mask the hunger beneath. "When the ancient darkness rises, Miss Marsh, you'll discover that sentiment is a poor substitute for actual power." Now, 3 hours after the vampires had departed with promises to reconsider their generous offer, Moira found herself working alongside Elena, Cordelia, and 2 other local witches to reinforce the protective barriers that surrounded Hollow Oak. The work felt natural in a way that surprised her, as if her blood magic had been designed specifically for this purpose. "Remarkable," Elena murmured as she watched Moira weave golden threads of energy into the existing ward structure. "Your magic isn't just compatible with our defensive grid. It's enhancing everything it touches." "Like the wards were waiting for her," added Margaret Thornwell, a middle-aged witch whose family had been maintaining portions of Hollow Oak's magical defenses for generations. "I've never seen integration this seamless." Moira felt the truth of their observations in her bones. Each protective spell she added to the town's barriers felt like coming home, like pieces of a cosmic puzzle clicking into place with satisfying precision. The inherited knowledge that had been surfacing since her arrival now flowed with increasing clarity, showing her exactly where to place ward anchors and how to channel her power for maximum defensive effect. "It's because my ancestors designed these barriers," she said, understanding dawning as she watched her magic blend effortlessly with protective spells that had been cast over a century ago. "Serafina and her sisters didn't just create the original wards, they built them to be completed by future generations of Shadowheart witches. A family legacy that spans centuries," Cordelia observed with approval. "No wonder your grandmother was able to maintain her connection to this place, despite decades of exile. The magical bonds run too deep to ever truly break." As the evening progressed, and their group worked to strengthen key defensive points throughout Hollow Oak, Moira felt something she'd never experienced before: complete belonging. The easy camaraderie of working alongside other witches, the way her magic was welcomed and valued rather than feared, the growing confidence that came from finally understanding her place in the world. "How are you feeling?" Lucien asked when their group paused for coffee and Twyla's restorative cookies at the cafe. He'd been a constant presence throughout the evening, coordinating with patrol teams while staying close enough to provide magical stability when her power fluctuated. "Like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be," Moira replied honestly, leaning into his solid warmth as they shared a quiet moment away from the others. "For the first time in my adult life, I feel like I fit somewhere perfectly." "Good," he said, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. "Because you do fit here, more than fit. You're becoming essential to this community's survival." The praise made her chest warm with emotions. "Are you saying that as my mate, or as a council member?" "Both," Lucien replied with the honesty she'd grown to treasure. "The council recognizes how crucial your abilities are becoming. But I see how happy you are when you're working with your magic. How proud you look when the other witches praise your technique. That has nothing to do with supernatural politics. It's about you finding your true calling." Their quiet conversation was interrupted by Elena's urgent voice from across the cafe. "Moira, you need to see this." They approached the table where Elena had spread out several hand-drawn maps of the surrounding mountain region, each marked with symbols that indicated supernatural activity. Red marks clustered around Hollow Oak in patterns that made Moira's blood run cold. "What am I looking at?" she asked. "Magical disturbances detected over the past week," Margaret explained. "Each red mark represents a location where our perimeter sensors detected otherworldly energy signatures." "They're forming a circle," Moira realized, studying the pattern with growing alarm. "A very large circle with Hollow Oak at the center." "A summoning circle," Cordelia corrected grimly. "Someone is using our town as the focal point for a magical working that requires significant preparation time." "The vampires?" Lucien asked, though his expression suggested he already suspected the answer was more complicated. "Vampires don't work with summoning magic on this scale," Elena said. "This is something much older and much more powerful, something that's been planning this convergence for a very long time." As they studied the maps and discussed possible explanations for the supernatural activity, Moira felt an urgent pull from the direction of the bookstore. The Shadowheart Codex was calling to her with increasing intensity, as if the ancient tome had critical information that couldn't wait for their ward-strengthening work to conclude. "I need to check the grimoire," she said, gathering her jacket and bag. "Something's been bothering me about the timing of everything. My arrival, the vampire interest, the failing protective barriers, all of it feels too coordinated to be coincidence." "Want company?" Lucien asked, already rising from his chair. "Actually, let me look at it alone first. The grimoire responds better when I'm not distracted by other people's magical signatures." She touched his hand briefly, drawing comfort from the contact. "But stay close? I have a feeling whatever it shows me isn't going to be pleasant." The walk back to the bookstore took her through Hollow Oak's quiet downtown streets, past shop windows that glowed with warm light and residential buildings where families were settling in for the evening. The normalcy of the scene felt precious in a way it hadn't before, like something that needed to be protected at all costs. Inside the bookstore, Moira approached the Shadowheart Codex with reverent care. The ancient tome practically hummed with urgency, its leather binding warm to the touch, as she opened it to find pages covered with text that hadn't been there that morning. "The convergence approaches." "Convergence," she whispered, settling into her usual chair as elegant script continued appearing across the parchment. "What kind of convergence?" "Every 7 centuries, the barriers between realms grow thin. Ancient entities that were banished to shadow dimensions probe for weaknesses, seeking ways to return to the mortal world. The last convergence, brought the evil that Seraphina sacrificed herself to bind. The next begins at the autumn equinox. Moira's hands began to shake as she calculated dates in her head. That's less than 2 weeks away. The awakening of Shadowheart blood magic is not coincidence, but necessity. The granddaughter's power must be fully developed before the convergence peaks, for she alone carries the magical signature needed to either strengthen Seraphina's bindings or witness their complete failure. Witness their failure, she repeated, dread settling in her stomach like a cold stone. You're saying that if I'm not strong enough, if I can't master my abilities in time, the ancient evil breaks free during this convergence. Not just the evil that threatens Hollow Oak, all of them. Every entity banished during the last 7 centuries of supernatural conflicts. They will pour through the weakened barriers like water through a broken dam, and the mortal world will face horrors it is utterly unprepared to survive. The magnitude of what the grimoire was revealing made Moira's vision blur with overwhelming terror. This wasn't just about protecting one small mountain town. This was about preventing a supernatural apocalypse that would affect the entire planet. The Shadowheart bloodline was created for this purpose, to stand guard at the moment when ancient darkness seeks to reclaim the world. The granddaughter must choose, embrace her full heritage, and face the convergence as her ancestors intended, or watch everything burn in supernatural fire. No pressure at all, Moira whispered, but the grimoire wasn't finished with its revelations. Beware those who would claim to offer protection. The vampire seeks not just a powerful witch, but a weapon he can wield during the convergence. The mate bond provides strength, but only if both parties accept their destiny willingly. Half measures and hesitation will result in failure, catastrophic beyond mortal comprehension. As the implications of the grimoire's warnings crashed over her, Moira felt something shift in the magical atmosphere around the bookstore. The protective barriers she'd woven earlier flickered and strengthened, responding to her emotional state with increasing intensity. But underneath the familiar golden warmth of her own magic, she sensed something else. Her body suddenly grew goosebumps, as if in a warning. Something vast and hungry and utterly malevolent, pressing against the barriers between dimensions with patient determination. Something that had been waiting 7 centuries for this moment, for the chance to break free and reclaim a world it had once tried to devour. But it didn't feel as if her strength was making it weaker, but stronger. She had taken what the Codex said as truth and aid, but what if it wasn't a guide to finding herself, but feeding what had been locked away?
Chapter 25. Lucien. Lucien's phone buzzed against his chest as he coordinated with the patrol teams checking Hollow Oak's perimeter defenses. Moira's name on the caller ID made him answer immediately, her urgent tone cutting through his tactical assessment of vampire movement patterns. "I need you here." "Now," she said without preamble, a tremble in her voice that made his panther pace with concern. "What's wrong?" he asked, already moving toward the bookstore with the swift grace that had kept him alive through countless supernatural crises. "The grimoire. It's showing me things, Lucien. Terrible things about what's really happening. It's like I've been ignoring the subtext." Her breathing sounded unsteady, as if she was fighting panic. "I think we've been wrong about everything." "I'll be there in 2 minutes," he promised, ending the call as he broke into a run that carried him through Hollow Oak's quiet streets faster than human speed should have allowed. He found Moira standing over the open Shadowheart Codex, her face pale with horror as she stared at text that seemed to writhe across the ancient pages like living things. The golden protective barriers she'd woven around the bookstore flickered erratically, responding to her emotional distress with unstable surges of power. "Talk to me," he said, settling beside her chair with careful movements that wouldn't startle her further. "What did it show you?" "Look," she whispered, pointing to script that appeared even as he watched. "Read what it's really been teaching me." Lucien leaned closer, his enhanced vision making out words that made his blood turn to ice in his veins. The convergence of blood and shadow. When shadow heart power reaches its destined zenith, the barriers woven by desperate sacrifice shall recognize the bloodline's true calling. What was bound in darkness awaits the key that only inherited magic can turn. This doesn't sound like protection magic, Lucien said slowly, dread building in his chest as he read further. The granddaughter's awakening follows the path carved by ancient necessity. Each lesson learned, each bond forged, each moment of magical unity brings closer the completion of what began 3 centuries past. The prisoner dreams of freedom, and his dreams shape the very spells meant to contain him. Moira's hands shook as she turned the page, revealing more cryptic text. Lucien, I think I've been reading this wrong the whole time. Look at this passage about my ancestor. Seraphina's binding was never meant to last forever. The sacrifice bought time, nothing more. A lock requires a key, and the key must come from the same blood that forged the prison. The descendant who achieves full mastery becomes the instrument of release, whether she wills it or not. The grimoire hasn't been teaching you to strengthen the wards, Lucien realized with growing horror. It's been preparing you to break them. 11 days until the optimal convergence. The bloodline power grows strong, guided by bonds of heart and magic toward its destined purpose. What sleeps in shadow stirs, sensing the approach of liberation after centuries of patient waiting. The convergence, Moira said, her voice barely audible. It's not just when the barriers between realms grow thin. It's when my bloodline magic becomes the key to something Seraphina bound, not protected. Something that's been influencing your magical development through the grimoire, Lucien added, pieces clicking together with sickening clarity. Every spell it taught you, every technique that felt so natural, all of it designed to bring you to the exact power level needed to become the key that unlocks whatever prison my ancestor created. Moira's voice cracked with the weight of understanding. The grimoire hasn't been helping me protect Hollow Oak. It's been grooming me to destroy it. Every moment of pride he'd felt watching Moira master her abilities, every time he'd encouraged her to embrace her heritage, every magical breakthrough that had brought them closer together as mates, all of it had been steering them toward catastrophe. I've been helping it, he said, horrified realization making his voice rough. Every time I told you to trust your instincts, every time I supported your magical training, every time our mate bond stabilized your power long enough for you to learn advanced techniques, I've been helping this thing manipulate you toward freeing an ancient evil. You didn't know, Moira said quickly, reaching for his hand with fingers that trembled. None of us knew. The grimoire has been incredibly subtle, making everything seem like natural awakening when it was actually precise manipulation. But Lucien barely heard her reassurance, his tactical mind already processing the brutal mathematics of their situation. 11 days to prevent supernatural apocalypse. A mate whose magical development had been accelerated beyond anything normal awakening should achieve. A grimoire that had been playing a centuries-long game with stakes that involved the survival of human civilization. There's only one solution, he said, the words tasting like ashes in his mouth. What? We have to stop your magical development. Immediately. Completely. Lucien looked into her brown eyes, memorizing their warmth before he destroyed everything beautiful they'd built together. If your power can't reach the threshold needed to break Seraphina's binding, whatever she bound stays locked away. But how do we stop magical awakening that's already in progress? By removing the emotional and physical connections that have been accelerating it. Each word felt like driving a knife into his own chest. The mate bond has been amplifying your abilities exponentially. Without that magical feedback loop, your development should slow to manageable levels. Understanding dawned in Moira's expression, followed immediately by pain that made his panther whine with distress. You're talking about ending our relationship. I'm talking about saving the world, he replied, forcing his voice to remain steady, despite the way his heart was breaking. Moira, if we're wrong, if there's any chance that our connection is what pushes your power over the threshold needed to free this evil, then staying together becomes the most selfish thing either of us could do. There has to be another way, she said desperately. Some method of controlling my power that doesn't require sacrificing everything we've found together. Maybe, but we don't have time to find it. Lucien stood from his chair, already feeling the mate bond stretch painfully as he prepared to do the hardest thing he'd ever attempted. 11 days, Moira. If we're wrong about this, if continuing our relationship accidentally triggers the apocalypse, how many people die? Because we chose love over duty? And if we're wrong about separating? If breaking our bond destabilizes my magic in ways that make the situation worse rather than better, then at least we'll know we tried everything possible to prevent catastrophe. The logic was sound, even if it felt like tearing his soul in half. But as Lucien looked around the bookstore that had become their sanctuary, at the woman who'd become his entire world in the space of 2 weeks, at the evidence of magical manipulation that had been guiding them toward disaster from the very beginning, he knew there was no choice that wouldn't involve devastating sacrifice. "I can't do this," Moira said, tears gathering in her eyes. "I can't lose you. Not when I've just figured out who I'm supposed to be." "You're supposed to be the woman strong enough to save the world," Lucien replied gently, though every word felt like bleeding. "Even if saving it means giving up everything you want most. What if you're wrong? What if the mate bond isn't accelerating my magical development, but actually helping me control it? Then we'll have made a terrible mistake that we'll both have to live with forever. But if the grimoire is pushing us to be together, and this is its true agenda, then it's a safer bet for us to not encourage the bond." Lucien moved toward the bookstore's front door, knowing that if he hesitated any longer, he'd lose the strength necessary to leave her. "But if I'm right, if our connection is what tips your power over the edge into apocalyptic territory, then this is the only choice that doesn't make us responsible for the end of human civilization." "Lucien, please," Moira called after him, her voice breaking with desperation that made his panther claw frantically at his control. "Don't do this. Don't leave me to face this alone." "You won't be alone," he said without turning around, afraid that seeing her face would shatter his resolve completely. "The council will protect you. The other witches will continue your training at a safer pace, and I'll be close enough to help if the vampires or shadow creatures make another move." "But you won't be with me?" "No," he admitted, his hand on the door handle as he prepared to walk away from the only woman he'd ever loved. "I won't be with you. Because sometimes loving someone means choosing their survival over your own happiness." As Lucien stepped into the hollow oak night, leaving behind the woman who carried his heart and possibly the fate of the world, he tried to tell himself that he was making the right choice. But the sound of Moira's quiet sob following him into the darkness suggested that right and wrong had become meaningless concepts in the face of impossible decisions and the crushing weight of consequences that could destroy everything they'd both come to cherish. His panther howled silently at the forced separation from their mate, but Lucien ignored the animal's distress as he disappeared into the shadows that had always been his refuge. Some sacrifices were too important to avoid, even when they felt like dying.
Chapter 26. Moira. The silence after Lucien's departure felt like a physical wound, raw and bleeding in the center of her chest. Moira sat alone in the bookstore, surrounded by the protective barriers that now felt more like a prison than a sanctuary, staring at the Shadowheart Codex that had just revealed itself as her enemy rather than her guide. 11 days, she whispered to the empty room, her voice echoing off shelves that had witnessed the most beautiful moments of her magical awakening. 11 days until I accidentally destroy the world. She understood Lucien's logic. If the grimoire had been manipulating their mate bond to accelerate her magical development, then separating made tactical sense. But understanding didn't make the abandonment hurt any less, especially when she needed his steady presence more than ever. As emotional turmoil crashed through her, Moira felt her magic respond with chaotic surges that made the bookstore's lights flicker and the protective barriers pulse erratically. Without Lucien's stabilizing influence, the power that had felt so natural and controlled now writhed through her veins, like something alive and angry. "Get it together," she told herself firmly, trying to center her breathing the way Cordelia had taught her. Emotional stability equals magical stability. You can do this. But even as she attempted the grounding techniques the local witches had shown her, Moira felt her magic pushing against her conscious control. The golden threads that usually danced obediently around her fingers now sparked and crackled with wild energy that seemed to have its own agenda. The grimoire's pages rustled softly, drawing her attention back to text that continued appearing despite her efforts to ignore it. The separation brings pain, but pain can be transformed into power. The bloodline magic grows stronger when channeled through intense emotion. Do not fight the awakening, daughter of shadows. Embrace what you were born to become. Stop, she said aloud, slamming the ancient tome closed. I'm not listening to you anymore. But closing the book didn't silence the whispers that had begun echoing in her mind, seductive voices that promised relief from the emotional agony of Lucien's withdrawal if she would just let her magic flow freely. The mate bond was a tool, nothing more. You are complete without him. You are powerful beyond his comprehension. Why limit yourself for the sake of his fear? Because his fear is keeping the world safe, Moira replied through gritted teeth, though the words felt hollow in the face of her overwhelming sense of loss. A knock at the bookstore's front door made her look up to see Twyla's concerned face pressed against the glass. The cafe owner's hair was disheveled, and her usually cheerful expression showed genuine worry as she gestured urgently for Moira to let her in. "Thank God you're here," Moira said, unlocking the door and immediately feeling some of her isolation ease at the sight of a friendly face. "I don't know what to do." "Honey, half the town's magical protections just flickered like a bad light bulb," Twyla said, stepping inside and immediately wrapping Moira in a maternal hug that smelled of cinnamon and comfort. "Whatever's happening with your magic, it's affecting everything connected to the defensive grid." "Lucien left," Moira said simply, the words carrying more weight than any detailed explanation could have managed. "Left how? Left for patrol duty or left? Twyla's tone suggested she already suspected the answer. Left. We discovered that the grimoire has been manipulating my magical development to prepare me for something terrible. He thinks our mate bond is accelerating my power toward a catastrophic threshold, so he's removing himself from the equation." "And how's that working out for your magical stability?" As if in response to the question, a surge of uncontrolled power rippled through the bookstore, making every book on the shelves glow with faint golden light before the energy dissipated into harmless sparkles. "About as well as you'd expect," Moira said weakly. Twyla guided her to a chair and settled beside her with the practiced efficiency of someone accustomed to magical crises. "Tell me what the grimoire showed you. All of it." Moira explained the cryptic revelations about prisoners and keys, about Seraphina's binding being temporary rather than permanent, about the countdown to a convergence that would either free ancient evil or destroy her in the attempt to prevent it. "And Lucien thinks that staying away from you will slow down your magical development enough to prevent disaster?" Twyla asked, when the explanation was complete. "That's the theory. Remove the emotional intensity that's been amplifying my abilities. Hope that my power stays below whatever threshold the grimoire needs to complete its plan." "Honey, that's the dumbest thing I've heard since Edgar tried to convince me that enchanted beer was a legitimate business venture." Twyla's blunt assessment carried the authority of someone who dealt with supernatural politics for decades. "Your magic isn't just tied to your mate bond. It's tied to your emotional state. Period. Heartbreak and isolation aren't going to make you less powerful. They're going to make you less stable." Even as Twyla spoke, another wave of chaotic energy pulsed through the room, this time strong enough to rattle the windows and make several ancient volumes fall from their shelves. "See what I mean?" Twyla continued. "You need emotional anchoring, not emotional devastation. The mate bond wasn't just amplifying your power, it was helping you control it." "But what if the grimoire is right? What if our connection is what pushes me over the edge into apocalyptic territory?" "Then we find another way to manage your abilities that doesn't involve abandoning you when you need support most." Twyla's voice carried fierce determination. Magic responds to intention as much as emotion. If your conscious goal is preventing disaster, that intention should influence how your power manifests. The grimoire's pages fluttered open despite Moira's efforts to keep it closed, revealing new text that made her stomach clench with dread. The awakening cannot be stopped by separation or intention. The bloodline magic has already passed the point of no return. In 9 days, when the moon reaches its apex, the ritual will complete itself, whether the granddaughter participates willingly or not. 9 days? Moira said, noting that the timeline had shortened. It was 11 days this morning. Each moment of emotional turmoil accelerates the process. The pain of abandonment feeds the magic just as surely as the joy of connection once did. There is no path that leads away from destiny. This thing is really starting to get on my nerves, Twyla said, studying the text with obvious irritation. Moira, close your eyes and listen to me. What? Just do it. Close your eyes and focus on my voice instead of whatever nonsense that book is spouting. Moira obeyed, grateful for any distraction from the grimoire's relentless psychological pressure. Your magic isn't evil, Twyla said firmly. It's not corrupted or doomed or destined for destruction. It's yours, and you get to decide how to use it. That book has been lying to you since day one, and it's still lying now. But what if it's not lying about the consequences? What if I really am the key to freeing something that could destroy the world? Then we make sure you're strong enough and smart enough to choose a different lock to open. Twyla's hand found hers, warm and steady in a way that reminded Moira of Lucien's comforting presence. Honey, you've got an entire community of magical practitioners who want to help you figure this out. You don't have to face this alone. But even as Twyla spoke words of encouragement, Moira felt the grimoire's influence pressing against her consciousness like a persistent headache. The whispers that had started as background noise were becoming louder, more insistent, promising power and purpose if she would just stop fighting her destiny. The community will abandon you when they understand the threat you represent. The mate has already fled. How long before the others follow? Accept what you are, daughter of shadows. Embrace the power that is your birthright. I can hear it, Moira said, opening her eyes to meet Twyla's concerned gaze. The grimoire. It's not just showing me text anymore. It's speaking directly into my mind. That's not good, Twyla said grimly. Mental compulsion means the magical connection between you and that book has strengthened beyond normal artifact interaction. What does that mean? It means we need help, and we need it fast. Twyla stood, already reaching for her phone. I'm calling an emergency gathering of every magical practitioner in Hollow Oak. If this grimoire thinks it can psychologically manipulate one of our own, it's about to learn what happens when you mess with a united supernatural community. As Twyla began making urgent phone calls, and Moira struggled against the increasingly intrusive mental whispers from the Shadowheart Codex, she found herself hoping that Lucien's tactical withdrawal wouldn't prevent him from answering the call for help, because facing an ancient evil that had been planning her corruption for 3 centuries was bad enough. Facing it alone, without the mate bond that had given her strength and stability, felt like a battle she was destined to lose. The grimoire's whispers grew louder, more seductive, promising that surrender would end the pain of isolation and transform her anguish into unlimited power. And despite her conscious resistance, part of Moira was beginning to wonder if giving in might be easier than continuing to fight forces that seemed determined to destroy everything she'd grown to love.
Chapter 27. Lucien. The council's safe house felt like a tomb, its sterile walls offering none of the warmth and character that had made the bookstore feel like home. Lucien sat at the small table in the main room, surrounded by ancient texts about dimensional prisons and shadow lords, trying to research their enemy while ignoring the way his panther clawed frantically at his control. 26 hours since he'd walked away from Moira. 26 hours of watching Hollyoak's magical grid flicker like a dying light bulb as her emotional distress destabilized everything the town's defenses relied upon. His plan to slow her magical development through separation wasn't just failing, it was making everything catastrophically worse. Malphus the Destroyer, he read aloud from a particularly grim council archive, his voice echoing in the empty room. Shadow Lord of the Seventh Realm, banished during the Great Convergence of 1692 after nearly consuming the eastern seaboard. Known for feeding on magical energy and corrupting supernatural bloodlines to serve his purposes. The description matched everything the grimoire had implied about the prisoner Seraphina had bound. An ancient entity that specialized in turning powerful magic users into weapons for his own resurrection. No wonder the Shadowheart Codex had been so focused on accelerating Moira's development while encouraging their mate bond to provide additional magical amplification. His phone buzzed with another text from Maeve. Perimeter breach on the eastern approach. Magical surges from downtown getting stronger. Whatever you're doing isn't working. Lucien's hands clenched into fists as he read the message. Every instinct he possessed screamed at him to return to Moira's side, to provide the stability and support that would help her regain control of her abilities. But the research spread across the table painted a terrifying picture of what could happen if her power reached the threshold Malphus needed for release. The sound of breaking glass from somewhere outside made him look up sharply, his enhanced hearing picking up the distinctive whistle of something moving fast through the night air. Then came the screams. "Damn," he muttered, grabbing his weapons and communication gear, as emergency alarms began wailing throughout Hollyoak. His phone lit up with incoming calls from every council member simultaneously. He answered Varric's call while running toward the commotion. "What's the situation?" "Coordinated vampire assault on 3 fronts." The elder's voice crackled with tension. "They're taking advantage of the magical instability to push through our weakened defenses. We need all available personnel." "On my way," Lucien replied, but even as he spoke, his attention was drawn to a glow emanating from the direction of the bookstore. Golden light pulsed erratically against the night sky, visible even through the buildings that separated him from Moira's location. "Lucien," Varric's voice carried a warning that made his blood run cold. "The magical surges are centered on your mate's position. If the vampires realize she's the source of the instability, they'll go straight for her," Lucien finished, his panther roaring to life with territorial fury that made his vision blur red around the edges. "How many vampires are we talking about?" "Victor's entire coven, plus reinforcements. At least a dozen hostiles moving through the downtown core." Lucien ended the call and shifted into a dead sprint that carried him through Hollyoak's winding streets faster than human speed should have allowed. The sounds of battle grew louder as he approached the town center. The clash of supernatural abilities, the distinctive hiss of vampire movement, followed by the chaotic pulse of uncontrolled magic that made his shifter senses scream with alarm. The scene that greeted him outside the bookstore was worse than his worst fears. Victor's coven had surrounded the building, their pale forms moving with predatory coordination as they tested the flickering barriers that protected Moira inside. But the golden dome of protective magic wasn't stable anymore. It pulsed and sparked with wild energy that spoke of power on the verge of complete breakdown. "There!" Victor called out as he spotted Lucien's approach. The mate arrives just in time to watch his beloved's magic consume her from the inside. "Back away from her," Lucien snarled, claws extending as his panther pushed against his human control. "Last warning." "Or what? You'll fight all of us while she destroys herself trying to maintain barriers she can't properly control?" Victor's pale eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Your separation gambit has failed spectacularly, Shifter. She's more vulnerable now than ever." As if to prove his point, the protective dome around the bookstore flickered and nearly collapsed before surging back to unstable brightness. Through the chaotic golden light, Lucien could see Moira's silhouette, her hands pressed against the glass as she struggled to maintain defenses that were clearly beyond her current ability to sustain. "She needs help," said Elena Ashford, who had appeared beside him with several other local witches. "The magical feedback is too much for one person to handle, especially in her emotional state." "Then help her," Lucien replied. But even as he spoke, Three vampires launched themselves toward the weakest point in Moira's barriers. The protective dome shattered like glass. Lucien's panther exploded into full control before his human mind could process the threat. The transformation took him mid-stride, human form melting into 200 pounds of lethal black fur and righteous fury. His enhanced vision locked onto the vampire closest to the bookstore's entrance, and he launched himself through the air with claws extended and fangs bared. The impact sent both him and his target crashing through the front window in a shower of glass and snarls. Lucien's panther wasted no time with tactical considerations, ripping through the vampire's throat with efficiency born of centuries of evolution as an apex predator. But even as he dispatched the first threat, his enhanced hearing picked up sounds that made his blood freeze. More vampires had breached the bookstore's interior. Moira's voice, raised in what sounded like a spell but carried an edge of panic that made his territorial instincts scream. Underneath it all, a new sound that didn't belong to vampire assault or magical defense. Something vast and hungry stirring in response to the chaos, as if the dimensional barriers were weakening with every surge of uncontrolled power. "Lucien!" Moira's voice cut through the sounds of battle, tinged with relief and terror in equal measure. "The grimoire! It's responding to the magical instability. I can't control it anymore." He spun toward her voice, his panther form still locked in protective mode, just in time to see Victor himself materialize behind her with inhuman speed. The vampire leader's fangs were extended, his pale hands reaching for her throat with predatory precision. Lucien's roar of challenge echoed through the destroyed bookstore as he launched himself toward them. But even as he moved, he realized he might be too late. Victor was faster, closer, and Moira's attention was divided between the grimoire's mental compulsions and the magical chaos surrounding them. The vampire's hands closed around her shoulders just as something else began manifesting in the space above the open Shadowheart Codex. Something dark and terrible that spoke of ancient evil stirring in response to the perfect storm of uncontrolled magic, emotional trauma, and supernatural violence. Malphus was awakening, and they were all about to discover exactly what 3 centuries of imprisoned rage could accomplish when given the opportunity for revenge.
Chapter 28. Moira. Victor's cold hands on her shoulders felt like death incarnate, his breath against her neck carrying the scent of centuries-old corruption. But even as terror flooded her system, Moira felt her blood magic respond with a fury that dwarfed anything she'd experienced before. "Let go of me," she snarled, and power erupted from her skin like liquid fire. The vampire leader shrieked as golden energy burned through his hands, forcing him to release her and stagger backward. But the magical release didn't stop there. Weeks of careful control shattered under the combined pressure of emotional trauma, mortal terror, and the grimoire's relentless mental compulsions. Raw power poured out of her in waves that made the air itself catch fire. "Moira, stop!" Elena's voice cut through the chaos from somewhere behind her, but stopping felt as impossible as holding back a tsunami with her bare hands. The magic wasn't just flowing anymore. It was consuming everything in its path. Books burst into flames as her power swept through the destroyed bookstore. Windows exploded outward in showers of superheated glass. The wooden floor beneath her feet began to smolder and crack. "I can't control it," she gasped, watching in horror as golden flames spread across the ceiling like living things. "It's too much. There's too much power." 3 more vampires had entered through the shattered front window, but they stopped short when they saw the magical inferno building around her. Even their supernatural arrogance couldn't hide the fear that crossed their pale features. "Incredible," Victor breathed, his burned hands already healing as he studied her with renewed hunger. "The power level is beyond anything we anticipated. You could level this entire mountain if properly channeled." "That's not helping," Moira said through gritted teeth, struggling to contain magic that felt like trying to wrestle a star into submission. Lucien's panther form burst through the chaos, his midnight black fur singed, but his green eyes locked on her with desperate intensity. He shifted back to human form in one fluid motion, completely naked and apparently unconcerned about his vulnerability as he moved toward her through the magical firestorm. "Don't touch me," she warned, backing away from him. "I'll burn you alive." "No, you won't," he said with absolute certainty, his voice cutting through her panic like an anchor. "Your magic recognizes me. It won't hurt me." "Lucien, you don't understand." I can feel it getting stronger. The power is feeding on itself now. I think I'm about to tear a hole in reality. "Then let me help you," he said, extending his hand toward her despite the magical flames that danced between them. "The mate bond can ground your power just like it did during training. But you have to trust me." "Trust you?" The words came out harsher than she intended, shaped by 26 hours of abandonment and fear. "You left me. When I needed you most, you walked away." "I was wrong," he admitted, his eyes never leaving hers even as the magical storm continued building around them. "I thought distance would protect you, but all I did was make you vulnerable when you needed strength." Victor laughed from his position near the broken window. "How touching." But it's far too late for reconciliation. The witch's power has already passed the critical threshold. She's going to burn herself out within minutes, and when she does, my coven will be here to catch what remains. "The hell you will," Lucien snarled, but his attention remained focused on Moira. "Please, let me help you." Above them, something vast and terrible began to take shape in the space over the grimoire. Shadows coalesced into a form that hurt to look at directly, while whispers filled the air with promises of power and domination. "Yes, daughter of shadows, let the magic flow freely. Feel how strong you truly are. Why contain such magnificent power for the sake of those who fear and abandon you?" "The grimoire is getting stronger," Moira said, her voice rising with panic as she felt the ancient evil's influence pressing against her consciousness. "I can hear it clearly now. It's telling me to stop fighting the magic." "Don't listen to it," Elena called out from where she and the other witches were trying to contain the magical damage. "That book has been lying to you from the beginning. They will never understand your true potential. Only I offer you the knowledge to wield your birthright without limitation. Accept my guidance and reshape this world according to your will." "It's so tempting," Moira whispered, watching as her power continued to grow beyond anything she'd thought possible. The golden flames now reached the ceiling, and she could feel the building's structural supports beginning to weaken under the magical assault. It promises answers, control, an end to feeling helpless. "You're not helpless," Lucien said firmly, still approaching her despite the danger. "You're the strongest person I've ever known. You don't need that thing's corruption to be powerful." "But what if I destroy Hollow Oak trying to save it? What if my magic tears apart everything I've grown to love?" "Then we'll rebuild it together," he replied without hesitation. "But Moira, you have to make a choice right now. Trust me to help you control this power, or let the grimoire convince you that destruction is the only option." The shadow above the ancient tome grew larger, more solid, as if her increasing magical output was providing it with the energy needed to manifest physically. Victor and his remaining vampires watched with fascination, apparently content to let the supernatural forces tear each other apart before making their final move. "The mate seeks to limit you, as he has always limited you. I offer no such restrictions. With my guidance, you could become a goddess among mortals. Why settle for protecting one small town when you could rule entire nations?" "Because ruling was never what I wanted," Moira said aloud, the realization cutting through the grimoire's mental manipulation like a blade. "I wanted to belong somewhere, to be valued for who I am, not just what I can do." "And you are valued," Lucien said, now close enough that she could see the sincerity in his dark green eyes. "By me, by this community, by everyone who's gotten to know the real you." Your magic is incredible, but it's not what makes you precious to us. The truth in his words resonated through her chaotic power, creating the first moment of stability she'd felt since the barriers collapsed. But even as her magic began responding to his calming presence, the shadow above the grimoire surged forward with hungry intent. You will complete the awakening whether you choose to or not, daughter of shadows. The ritual has already begun. Your power will serve my purposes regardless of your pathetic attachment to mortal concerns. No, Moira said, feeling rage replace panic as the entity's true nature revealed itself. You've been manipulating me since the day I arrived. Using my feelings for Lucien, my desire to belong, my need to understand my family's history, all of it was designed to make me your weapon. The magical flames around her suddenly shifted from chaotic destruction to focused fury, responding to her conscious will for the first time since the attack began. Golden fire flowed toward the manifesting shadow with deliberate precision, meeting darkness with light that carried the full weight of her accumulated power. Fascinating, Victor murmured. The witch has learned to weaponize her emotions. Get out of my town, Moira snarled, directing a portion of her magical assault toward the vampire coven. All of you, before I decide that burning you to ash would be a public service. The vampires actually took a step backward, apparently recognizing that her threat carried genuine weight. But the shadow above the grimoire laughed with a sound like breaking glass. You cannot destroy what is already beyond your mortal realm, foolish child. I am eternal. I am inevitable, and I will have my freedom whether you provide it willingly or not. Maybe I can't destroy you, Moira admitted, feeling the last of her magical control slipping away as power continued building beyond sustainable levels. But I can make sure you never get what you want. Moira, what are you thinking? Lucien asked urgently, apparently recognizing something dangerous in her expression. I'm thinking that if my magic is what gives this thing power, then maybe the solution is to make sure there's no magic left to steal, she replied. The grimoire's whispers rose to a shriek of fury as it realized what she intended, but Moira was done listening to ancient evil disguised as family legacy. Some choices were worth any price, even if that price was everything she'd discovered about herself since arriving in the town that had become her home.
Chapter 29. Lucien. The golden flames that surrounded Moira shifted direction with terrifying precision, flowing toward the ancient grimoire like liquid light seeking its target. Lucien watched, hope warring with dread, as her magic engulfed the Shadowheart Codex in fire hot enough to melt steel. For a moment, the ancient tome seemed to writhe within the magical flames, its leather binding blackening at the edges. Then came a sound that made every supernatural being in the destroyed bookstore flinch with instinctive terror. The grimoire's shriek of fury, high and piercing like nails on glass, amplified beyond mortal endurance. But when the flames died away, the book remained perfectly intact. No, Moira breathed, staring at the unmarked grimoire with disbelief. That should have worked. I put everything I had into that attack. The grimoire's pages fluttered open, revealing text that appeared in elegant script even as they watched. Did you truly believe 3 centuries of preparation could be undone by a child's tantrum? I am bound to your bloodline by magic older than your ancestors' memories. I cannot be destroyed by the very power I helped create. Incredible, Victor murmured from his position near the shattered window, his pale eyes fixed on the undamaged tome with obvious fascination. A self-preserving magical artifact with that level of consciousness. The applications are limitless. But even as he spoke, the vampire leader's attention was drawn to the continuing magical chaos around Moira. Her power hadn't diminished with the failed attack on the grimoire. If anything, it seemed to be building toward another explosive release. We need to leave, one of Victor's remaining coven members said urgently. The witch's magic is destabilizing everything. If she loses control again... Indeed, Victor agreed, though his pale eyes remained fixed on Moira with predatory hunger. But this is far from over, Miss Marsh. What we witnessed tonight proves you're more valuable than we initially calculated. The only thing you're going to witness is how fast you can run, Lucien snarled, his panther pacing restlessly as golden energy continued to crackle around Moira in unstable surges. Victor's smile revealed fangs that caught the flickering magical light. Next time we meet, we'll come prepared for your full power, and we'll bring incentives that might make our offer more compelling. His gaze flicked meaningfully toward Lucien. After all, everyone has pressure points. Get out before I decide to test out how easily vampires burn, Moira said, her exhaustion evident, but also a dangerous edge that made even Victor take a step backward. As if to emphasize her threat, another wave of golden fire erupted around her, this one directed toward the vampires with deliberate menace. Victor's coven scattered like shadows, moving with inhuman speed toward the broken windows and doors. Until next time, Victor called out as he retreated, his cultured voice full of promises of future conflict. And there will be a next time, Miss Marsh. Count on it. The vampires melted into the darkness beyond Hollow Oak's borders, but Lucien's enhanced hearing tracked their movement until they were well beyond the town's protective wards. Only then did he allow his attention to return fully to Moira, who was staring at the undamaged grimoire with an expression of growing despair. "It can't be destroyed," she said quietly. "Everything I tried, all that power, and it didn't even singe the pages." "We'll find another way," Lucien said, moving toward her with careful steps that wouldn't startle her further. "There's always another way." "Is there?" Moira looked up at him with brown eyes that held too much weight for someone so young. "Lucien, what if there isn't? What if the only choice is between letting this thing manipulate me into freeing ancient evil or destroying myself trying to prevent it?" Before he could answer, Elder Varric's voice cut through the destroyed bookstore like a blade. "That's exactly the choice you're facing, Miss Marsh, though the situation is even more dire than you realize." They turned to see the council leader standing in the doorway, his long silver braids catching moonlight as he surveyed the magical devastation with grim assessment. Behind him stood Maeve, Emmett, and Miriam, all bearing expressions that suggested the emergency council meeting Lucien had been dreading was about to begin. "How much did you hear?" "Enough to confirm our worst fears about the grimoire's true purpose," Varric replied, stepping carefully through the debris that littered the floor. "And enough to understand that our previous approach to this crisis has been fundamentally flawed." "Meaning?" Moira asked, exhaustion making her voice rough. "Meaning that the Shadow Heart Codex isn't just a manipulative artifact seeking to corrupt you," Varric said, his pale eyes reflecting knowledge that carried the weight of centuries. "It's a prison key that requires your specific magical signature to function. The binding spell your ancestor cast 300 years ago was never meant to be permanent." "I figured that much out already," Moira said with bitter humor. "The grimoire's been pretty clear about using me to unlock whatever Seraphina trapped." "What you haven't figured out is that the unlocking will happen whether you cooperate or not," Varric continued. "The magical threshold needed to trigger the binding's dissolution isn't something you can avoid reaching. It's something you've already passed." The words hit the destroyed bookstore like another bomb, making even the experienced council members exchange looks of profound concern. "Past?" Lucien repeated, dread settling in his stomach like a cold stone. "What do you mean past?" "I mean that Miss Marsh's magical development has already exceeded the power level needed to dissolve Seraphina's binding," Varric explained with brutal honesty. "The only reason the ancient evil hasn't broken free yet is because the ritual requires conscious channeling of blood magic during a specific celestial alignment." "The convergence," Moira whispered. 8 days from now." 7 days, Varric corrected grimly. "The timeline has accelerated due to the magical instability caused by tonight's events. Whether Miss Marsh participates willingly or not, her power will be drawn into the unlocking ritual when the dimensional barriers reach their weakest point." "Then we're screwed," Emmett said. "If the binding breaks regardless of her choices, there's nothing we can do to prevent disaster." "Not necessarily," Varric said, pulling an ancient scroll from his coat and spreading it across the least damaged section of the reading table. "There is one possibility we haven't explored, One method that might allow us to redirect the ritual's focus from unlocking the prison to reinforcing it permanently. Lucien leaned closer to study the scroll, noting symbols and diagrams that spoke of complex magical workings far beyond anything he'd encountered in his council training. What kind of method? Mate bonding, Varric said simply. Not the informal emotional connection you've been developing, but a full supernatural claiming that would permanently link your magical signatures. How would that help? Moira asked, though Lucien could hear the hope struggling to surface beneath her exhaustion. Shifter magic is inherently stabilizing, Miriam explained, settling beside them. It's tied to natural cycles, pack bonds, territorial instincts that have remained constant for millennia. Blood magic, by contrast, is volatile and changeable, responding to emotion and external influences. So a mate bond would ground Moira's abilities, Lucien said, understanding beginning to dawn, despite his reluctance to embrace what might be false hope. More than ground them, Varric continued. A fully claimed mate bond creates a magical feedback loop that allows partners to share not just power, but control. Miss Marsh's blood magic channeled through a shifter mate bond could theoretically be directed towards strengthening Seraphina's binding rather than dissolving it. Theoretically, Moira repeated, meaning you're not sure it would work. Meaning it's never been attempted under these circumstances, Varric admitted. But the alternative is watching your power unlock an ancient evil that nearly destroyed the supernatural world once before. Given those options, theoretical solutions begin to look much more attractive. Lucien studied Moira's face, noting the way she was processing this information with the same analytical approach she used for her job. But underneath her scholarly consideration, he could see fear and uncertainty that had to do with the weight of choosing to bind herself permanently to someone she'd known for less than 3 weeks. What exactly does a full mate claiming involve? She asked finally. Physical, emotional, and magical bonding that creates permanent connections between partners, Varric explained. In shifter culture, it's considered the most profound commitment two people can make to each other. More binding than marriage, more intimate than any human relationship dynamic. And if we do this, if we complete the mate bond, there's a chance it could redirect the ritual toward reinforcing the prison instead of opening it. Moira's voice carried cautious hope mixed with realistic skepticism. A chance, Varric confirmed, though I should warn you that the claiming process itself carries significant risks. Magical bonding between different supernatural species can be intense, and if it doesn't go according to plan, both partners could be lost to magical feedback. But if we don't try it, the ancient evil breaks free in 7 days regardless, Lucien said, his tactical mind already weighing risks against potential outcomes. Exactly. As silence settled over the destroyed bookstore, while they all contemplated the impossible choice facing them, Lucien found himself studying Moira's profile in the moonlight that streamed through the broken windows. The mate bond had felt inevitable from the moment they'd met, but choosing to formalize it under these circumstances felt like asking her to commit her entire future to saving a world that had given her nothing but supernatural threats and impossible responsibilities. I need some air, Moira said finally. As the council members dispersed to begin crisis preparations and Moira stood to retreat to process information that would reshape their entire future, Lucien found himself facing a fear he hadn't been ready for. The fear that claiming Moira as his mate might be the most selfish thing he'd ever done, even if it was also the only way to save her life.
Chapter 30. Moira. Elder Varric's explanation felt heavier than the magical devastation surrounding them. Moira sat among the ruins of what had been her sanctuary, processing information that would determine not just her own future, but the fate of everyone she'd grown to care about. 7 days. 7 days to decide whether to bind herself permanently to a man who'd walked away when she needed him most, or watch the world burn in supernatural fire. I need some air, she said finally, standing on unsteady legs as the weight of impossible choices pressed against her chest like a physical burden. Moira, Lucien started, but she held up a hand to stop him. Just give me a few minutes to think, please. She stepped carefully through the debris that littered the bookstore floor, avoiding the worst of the broken glass and scorched wood as she made her way to the back garden where everything between them had begun. The protective wards she'd unconsciously woven around the space still hummed with residual energy, creating a pocket of relative calm in the aftermath of magical chaos. The autumn air felt crisp against her skin, carrying the scent of wood smoke and changing leaves that spoke of normal human concerns. Children preparing for school, families planning weekend activities, people whose biggest worry was whether to wear a jacket or just a sweater. The ordinary world continued existing, blissfully unaware that its survival might depend on the romantic decisions of a woman who'd discovered magic less than 3 weeks ago. 7 days, she said aloud, settling onto the bench where Lucien had first revealed his shifter nature. 7 days to decide whether to commit my entire future to someone who admitted he was wrong, but might decide to protect me from myself again. The grimoire's influence had been quieter since the failed destruction attempt, but she could still feel its presence lurking at the edges of her consciousness, like a persistent headache. Now, as her emotions churned with uncertainty and fear, the ancient tome began whispering again. The mate bond is a cage disguised as protection. Why limit your magnificent power for the sake of someone who has already proven his willingness to abandon you when circumstances become difficult? Because the alternative is accidentally ending the world, Moira replied, though the words felt hollow even as she spoke them. Is it? Or is it simply accepting your true nature as something greater than human limitations? You felt the power tonight. You know what you could accomplish if you stopped trying to contain yourself for the comfort of others. The memory of golden flames consuming everything in their path made her hands shake. For those terrifying moments, she'd felt like a force of nature rather than a person. Unstoppable, unlimited, free from the careful constraints that had defined her entire adult life. And it had been intoxicating. But at what cost? She whispered, thinking about the fear in Elena's eyes, the way even the vampires had stepped back from her uncontrolled power. What's the point of being powerful if you destroy everything you care about in the process? Power does not require the destruction of what you care about. It requires the wisdom to reshape the world according to your will. With proper guidance, you could protect not just Hollow Oak, but every supernatural community on Earth. You could become a goddess among mortals. The seductive whisper painted visions in her mind, herself standing at the center of magical workings that spanned continents, her power flowing out to create barriers that would protect every witch, shifter, and fae from human persecution. No more hiding, no more careful concealment of supernatural abilities. A world where magic was not just accepted but revered. All she had to do was reject the mate bond that would limit her potential and accept the grimoire's guidance in developing her full capabilities. And what happens to Lucien in this magical utopia? She asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. The shifter will age and die within decades, while you remain eternally powerful. Why bind yourself to such limitations when you could have centuries to reshape civilization according to your vision? The casual dismissal of Lucien's mortality hit her, crystallizing exactly why the grimoire's offers felt so wrong despite their seductive appeal. Every promise it made centered around power and control, treating other people as obstacles to be managed rather than connections to be cherished. Because I don't want to reshape civilization, she said firmly. I want to belong to one. I want to be part of something larger than myself, not ruler over it. Sentiment and attachment are weaknesses that will destroy you when the true crisis arrives. Accept my guidance willingly and avoid the pain of losing everything you foolishly believe you treasure. But even as the grimoire tried to convince her that isolation was strength, Moira's thoughts drifted to the past 3 weeks in Hollow Oak. The way Twyla had immediately made her feel welcome with enchanted tea and knowing smiles, Elena and Cordelia's patient teaching as they helped her understand her magical heritage. Miriam's maternal fussing, and the sense of belonging she'd found among the town's supernatural residents. And Lucien. God, Lucien. The memory of their first kiss in the moonlit garden, the way he'd looked at her when she'd touched his panther form with wondering hands, the absolute certainty in his voice when he'd said her magic wouldn't hurt him because it recognized him as hers. Yes, he'd made a terrible decision when he'd walked away. Yes, his protective instincts had led him to wound her when she needed support most. But underneath his mistake lay something she'd never experienced before. A man who saw her completely and chose to stay, not because she was useful or impressive, but because she was herself. The mate bond, she said aloud, testing the concept that felt both terrifying and inevitable. Permanent magical connection. Sharing power and control and everything else for the rest of our lives. It was the opposite of everything she'd planned for herself. She'd built her adult life around independence, careful control, the ability to make decisions without consulting anyone else's needs or desires. Academic career, research projects, even the small apartment she'd maintained with meticulous care, all of it designed to prove she could manage perfectly well on her own. But managing perfectly well and being happy were apparently two very different things. The truth was, she'd been lonely for years before arriving in Hollow Oak. Successful but isolated, respected but not truly known by anyone who mattered. The carefully constructed life she'd built had been safe and predictable, and utterly devoid of the kind of deep connection that made existence feel meaningful. 3 weeks with Lucien had shown her what she'd been missing. Not just romantic love, though that was certainly part of it, but the profound comfort of being completely understood by another person. The way he'd guided her through magical awakening with infinite patience, the quiet strength he'd offered during her most confused moments, the absolute faith he'd shown in her goodness, even when she'd been terrified of her own power. But what if he decides to protect me from myself again? She asked the empty garden. What if the mate bond doesn't stop him from making unilateral decisions about what's best for me? That was the real fear, she realized. Not the magical commitment or even the responsibility of potentially saving the world. It was the vulnerability of trusting someone else with her heart and happiness after he'd already proven capable of devastating both in the name of keeping her safe. The grimoire sensed her hesitation and pressed its advantage. He will always see you as something fragile that needs protection rather than a force of nature that deserves worship. The mate bond will not change his fundamental nature any more than it will change yours. Accept my guidance instead, and never again suffer the pain of being abandoned by someone who claims to love you. Except you don't love me, Moira said, the realization cutting through the entity's psychological manipulation. You see me as a tool to achieve your own freedom. At least Lucien's mistakes come from caring too much, not too little. Love is a weakness that will cost you everything when true power is within your grasp. Choose wisely, daughter of shadows. This offer will not remain open indefinitely. As the grimoire's whispers faded back to background noise, Moira found herself weighing not just the practical implications of their situation, but the deeper question of what kind of person she wanted to become. Someone who chose power over connection, control over trust, safety over the vulnerability that came with genuine love? Or someone brave enough to risk her heart on the possibility that the man who'd made one terrible decision might never make another like it, especially if she was honest about how much his abandonment had hurt. The sound of footsteps on the garden path made her look up to see Lucien approaching with careful movements that wouldn't startle her further. His dark green eyes held uncertainty and hope in equal measure, and something in his expression suggested he was carrying his own burden of impossible choices. "How are you holding up?" he asked, settling beside her on the bench with enough distance to respect her need for space. "Terrified," she admitted honestly, "of making the wrong choice, of not being strong enough to handle whatever comes next, of trusting someone who might decide to walk away again if things get too complicated." Moira, he said softly, her name carrying weight that spoke of regret and determination. I need you to know that leaving you was the biggest mistake I've ever made, and if you give me the chance, I'll spend the rest of our lives proving that it's a mistake I'll never repeat. Unsure of these emotions, she wasn't sure she was brave enough to trust. How can you promise that? How can either of us know what we'll do when the next crisis arrives? We can't, he replied with brutal honesty. But Moira, what I figured out tonight is that protecting you doesn't mean making decisions for you. It means standing beside you while you make your own choices and supporting whatever you decide, even when it scares the hell out of me. As she studied his face in the moonlight that had witnessed their first transformation together, Moira realized that the choice facing her wasn't really about magical bonds or ancient evils, or the fate of the supernatural world. It was about whether she was brave enough to trust in love despite the risk of being hurt again, and whether that trust was strong enough to anchor them both through whatever darkness lay ahead.
Chapter 31. Lucien. Lucien could see the internal battle playing out in Moira's expressive brown eyes, the way she was weighing his words against the memory of 26 hours of abandonment when she'd needed him most. I want to believe you, she said finally, her voice carrying the careful precision of someone who'd been hurt and was afraid of being hurt again. But Lucien, how do I know that the next time you think I'm in danger, you won't decide what's best for me? He hated the question, not because it was unfair, but because it was completely justified. He'd proven capable of devastating her in the name of protection. She had every right to demand assurance that he wouldn't do it again. Because I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone, he said, reaching for her hand with careful movements that gave her the option to pull away. When she didn't, when her fingers intertwined with his, he felt hope flicker to life in his chest. And maybe after you hear it, you'll understand why walking away from you was the most terrified I've ever been in my life. Terrified of what? Of not being enough. The admission felt like tearing open his chest and exposing his heart to examination. Moira, I've been alone for 15 years. Not just single, but truly alone in ways that most people never experience. She shifted closer to him on the bench, her shoulder brushing his in a gesture of support that made his panther calm with contentment. Tell me, being a council enforcer means living on the edges of community, he began, the words coming easier now that he'd started. I'm not really part of normal supernatural society because my job requires me to police it. But I'm not human either, so I can't build relationships in the ordinary world. For 15 years, I've existed in this strange space between communities, belonging fully to neither. That sounds incredibly lonely, Moira said softly. It was. The bookstore helped, gave me a purpose beyond just being the council's weapon, but it was still a carefully constructed facade. Friendly shopkeeper by day, shadow enforcer by night, never allowing anyone to see both sides of who I am. Lucien's thumb traced across her knuckles, drawing comfort from the simple contact. Until you... Me? You're the first person who's ever seen both versions of me and accepted them as parts of the same whole. When you touched my panther form that first night, when you weren't afraid but fascinated, I realized you weren't just seeing what I allowed you to see. You were seeing me completely and choosing to stay anyway. Of course I was choosing to stay, Moira replied, though her voice carried surprise that he'd ever doubted it. Lucien, watching you transform was one of the most beautiful things I'd ever witnessed. Why would that make me want to leave? Because most people can't handle the predator that lives beneath my human facade, the territorial instincts, the protective aggression, the fact that my panther sees you as mine in ways that go deeper than rational thought. Even to other supernatural beings, it's a lot. Panther shifters are more intense than others. He met her gaze directly, knowing this was the moment of complete honesty that would determine their future. When I walked away from you, it wasn't because I didn't love you enough to stay. It was because I loved you too much to risk being the reason you were destroyed. And now, Now I understand that loving someone doesn't mean making decisions for them, even when those decisions feel like the only way to keep them safe. Lucien brought her hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. It means trusting them to be strong enough to face whatever comes, and being brave enough to stand beside them through it all. Moira processed his confession slowly, but when she spoke, her words carried the weight of someone who'd made a fundamental decision about her future. "I've been lonely too," she admitted. "Different reasons, but the same result. Academic success, professional respect, all of it built on carefully maintained distance from anyone who might see through the competent facade to the woman underneath, who never felt like she quite belonged anywhere. And now I'm sitting in a garden with a shifter who owns a bookstore and hunts supernatural threats in his spare time, discussing whether to bind our souls together to prevent magical apocalypse." She laughed with wonder. 3 weeks ago, that sentence would have gotten me committed. Now it feels like the most natural conversation in the world. "Because you found where you belong," Lucien said with certainty that came from his panther's absolute recognition of their mate. "I've found who I belong with," she corrected, the distinction carrying weight that made his breath catch. "Lucien, I'm still terrified of the mate bond. Not the magical aspects, but the emotional vulnerability it represents. Trusting someone that completely after being hurt feels like jumping off a cliff and hoping you'll catch me." "I will catch you," he promised, meaning it with every fiber of his being. "Moira, if you choose this, if you choose us, I will spend the rest of our lives proving that your trust wasn't misplaced. And if I don't choose it, if the fear is too much and I decide the risks outweigh the benefits?" The question was like a knife to the chest, but he forced himself to answer honestly. "Then I'll respect your decision and find another way to help you control your magic. The mate bond might be the most effective solution, but it's not the only option. I won't pressure you into permanent connection just because it would make my life easier. Even if it means the grimoire eventually wins, even then, Moira, your happiness and autonomy matter more to me than preventing apocalypse. If you're not completely certain that this is what you want, then we find another path forward." His genuine sincerity seemed to reach something deep inside her, because her shoulders relaxed finally. "You really mean that?" "I really mean that." "Then I need you to know something too," she said, turning to face him fully on the bench. "When you left, when you walked away because you thought it was protecting me, it didn't feel like love. It felt like being judged inadequate and found wanting." He saw his mistake with devastating clarity. "I made you feel like I didn't trust you to handle the truth." "Exactly. Like I was too fragile or too foolish to make informed decisions about my own life." Moira's voice carried pain that had been building for days. "If we do this, if we complete the mate bond, I need to know that you see me as an equal partner, not someone who needs to be managed for her own good." "You're the strongest person I've ever known," Lucien said firmly. "What happened wasn't about your strength or your judgment. It was about my fear making me stupid. Promise me," she said, her brown eyes holding his with intensity that demanded complete honesty. "Promise me that if we do this, you'll talk to me before making any major decisions that affect both our lives. Promise me that you'll trust me to be brave enough to handle whatever truth we're facing together." "I promise," he replied without hesitation. "Equal partners in everything, facing whatever comes as a team, rather than you facing it alone while I try to shield you from consequences. And I promise to trust you when you say you want to be with me," Moira said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "Not because the council needs it, not because fate or magic demands it, but because you've chosen me just as I've chosen you." "Does that mean—" "It means I want to try," she said, reaching up to cup his face with hands that trembled slightly. "The mate bond, the magical anchoring, all of it. But not here, not surrounded by the wreckage of tonight's chaos." "Where then?" "Your place," she said, color rising in her cheeks. "If we're going to discuss binding our souls together permanently, I'd prefer privacy and comfort rather than sitting in a garden where half the town could overhear us." Lucien's panther practically purred with satisfaction at her choice, recognizing it as acceptance not just of the magical connection, but of him as a man worthy of her trust. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure that I love you," Moira replied, the simple statement carrying more weight than any grand declaration. I'm sure that walking away from what we could have together would be the biggest mistake of my life. And I'm sure that if we're going to save the world, we might as well do it as partners in every sense of the word. As they rose from the bench and made their way toward his apartment behind the bookstore, Lucien felt the last of his careful emotional barriers crumble. She'd seen his worst mistake, understood his deepest fears, and chosen to trust him anyway. Lucien finally allowed himself to hope that they really could face whatever darkness was coming and emerge victorious on the other side.
Chapter 32. Moira. Lucien's apartment behind the bookstore was exactly what Moira had expected. Warm, masculine, and filled with books that spoke of a mind constantly seeking knowledge. But tonight, as he closed the door behind them and turned to face her with eyes that held both desire and reverence, the familiar space felt charged with possibilities that made her skin tingle with anticipation. Lucien turned to face her, and everything stopped. His ink-black hair, loose around his shoulders, shimmered like water in moonlight. His deep forest eyes held both hunger and something gentler, something sacred. "Are you certain about this?" he asked, his voice rough with the kind of restraint that made her belly clench. "Once we cross this line, there's no going back to what we were before." She stepped toward him, reached up to frame his face with both hands. His skin was warm under her palms, the stubble on his jaw deliciously rough. "I don't want to go back," she said, feeling her heartbeat in her throat. "I want to move forward, with you, as whatever we're meant to become together." "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. The mate bond surged between them, snapping into place with a force that made the air crackle. Their magic didn't just tangle, it fused. And Moira felt it all. Every emotion, every heartbeat, every piece of him that had been held back until now. And he felt her, all of her.
Chapter 33. Lucien. Dawn was breaking over Hollow Oak when Lucien woke to the most profound sense of completeness he'd ever experienced. The mate bond hummed between him and Moira like a living thing, carrying not just her emotions, but the steady pulse of her magical signature intertwined with his own. She lay curled against his chest, her mahogany curls tickling his chin, and for the first time in 15 years, he felt like he truly belonged somewhere. "Good morning, mate," she murmured against his throat, the word carrying new weight now that their bond was fully established. "Good morning, beautiful," he replied, pressing a kiss to the top of her head, while marveling at how naturally he could sense her contentment mixed with lingering soreness from their claiming. "How are you feeling?" "Different," she said honestly, sitting up to stretch with unconscious grace. "Like I'm more myself than I've ever been, but also like I'm part of something larger. Is that normal for new mate bonds?" "I wouldn't know," Lucien admitted, running his fingers along the claiming marks on her hip that had already begun to settle into permanent scarring. "You're my first and only mate, but it feels right, doesn't it?" "It feels perfect," Moira agreed, then paused as golden threads of magic began dancing around her fingertips. "Lucien, look at this. My power isn't fighting me anymore." The magical energy that had been chaotic and destructive just days ago now flowed with controlled precision, responding to her conscious will rather than overwhelming her with uncontrolled surges. More importantly, he could feel the magic through their bond, understanding its nature and intensity in ways that would allow him to provide support when she needed it. "The mate bond is stabilizing your abilities," he said with wonder, watching as she created intricate patterns of light that would have been impossible when her magic was unstable. "I can feel what you're doing, almost like I'm channeling the spells myself." "And I can draw on your panther's natural magical resistance," Moira replied, demonstrating by pulling power that should have made her hands shake, but instead felt perfectly controlled. It's like having an anchor that keeps me grounded no matter how much energy I'm channeling. They spent the morning exploring their new magical connection while sharing breakfast and coffee in his small kitchen. What had once been a solitary routine now felt wonderfully domestic, filled with casual touches and shared glances that spoke of permanent partnership rather than temporary attraction. "I should probably check on the grimoire," Moira said eventually, though her reluctance to leave their intimate bubble was evident in her voice. 6 days until the convergence, and we still don't have a clear plan for preventing disaster. "We'll figure it out together," Lucien assured her, the mate bond allowing him to offer comfort with complete sincerity. "But first I want to research something. The way our magical signatures are interacting reminds me of historical accounts I've seen in the council archives." They made their way to the destroyed bookstore, where cleanup crews had already begun clearing debris and securing the building. The Shadowheart Codex sat undamaged on Moira's usual table, its leather binding seeming to pulse with awareness as they approached. "Does it feel different to you?" Moira asked, settling into her chair with careful movements that favored her newly claimed hip. "Yes," Lucien said, studying the ancient tome with enhanced senses that now included magical perception borrowed from their bond. "It's not just responding to your bloodline anymore. I can feel it recognizing our combined magical signature." As if responding to his observation, the grimoire's pages fluttered open to reveal text that addressed both of them directly. The mated pair approaches. Blood magic strengthened by shifter bond. The binding may be reshaped rather than simply unlocked. "Reshaped how?" Moira asked aloud, leaning forward to study the elegant script that appeared even as they watched. "When Shadowheart power flows through claim mates' stabilizing influence, the ritual's purpose can be redirected. Prison becomes permanent banishment. Key becomes lock rather than liberation." Lucien processed the implications. "It's saying that our mate bond might allow us to use your bloodline magic to strengthen Seraphina's binding rather than break it." "But how do we know this isn't another manipulation?" Moira asked with justified skepticism. "The grimoire has been lying to me since day one. Why would it suddenly start offering helpful solutions?" "Because it's not offering anything," Lucien realized, studying the text more carefully. "It's just stating facts about how mate-bonded magic works. The choice of what to do with that information is still ours." Before Moira could respond, the rebuilt front door opened to admit Elder Varric carrying an armload of ancient texts that looked like they'd been pulled from the Council's most secure archives. "I brought research materials," the Elder announced without preamble. "Historical accounts of blood magic practitioners who achieve stability through supernatural partnerships. If you're going to attempt magical working of this magnitude, you need to understand the precedents." They spent the next several hours poring over accounts that painted a picture of mate-bonded couples whose combined abilities had reshaped magical history. Blood witches who'd used shifter bonds to channel continent-spanning protective barriers. Fae enchanters whose dragon mates had allowed them to permanently seal dimensional breaches. Even a necromancer who'd worked with her vampire mate to establish peaceful coexistence between living and undead communities. "The pattern is consistent," Varric observed, as they compared different historical accounts. "When blood magic is channeled through a stabilizing supernatural bond, the practitioner can achieve levels of control and precision that would be impossible alone. But the risks are also amplified," Lucien noted, reading about a Celtic witch whose failed attempt at continent-wide warding had killed both her and her Selkie mate. "If there is an issue during the major magical working, both partners can be lost to magical feedback. The alternative is watching ancient evil break free during the convergence," Moira said pragmatically. "I'd rather risk both our lives trying to prevent apocalypse than guarantee supernatural catastrophe by doing nothing." As afternoon stretched toward evening, and they continued researching precedents for their situation, Lucien found himself marveling at how naturally they'd fallen into partnership. Where he approached problems with tactical analysis, Moira brought scholarly methodology that ensured they didn't miss crucial details. Where her academic background provided historical context, his council training offered practical application of supernatural theory. "Look at this," Moira said suddenly, pointing to a passage in one of the oldest texts. "A Roman blood witch named Livia used her mate bond with a Germanic shifter to permanently banish a shadow entity that had been terrorizing trade routes. The ritual required both their life forces, but the banishment was so complete that the entity never found a way back to the mortal realm. Permanent banishment rather than imprisonment, Lucien mused. That would solve the problem of future Shadowheart descendants being manipulated into releasing whatever Seraphina trapped. But it also means using enough magical energy to tear open dimensional barriers, Varric warned. Miss Marsh, your power is considerable, but attempting something of that magnitude could easily consume you entirely. Not if she's channeling it through our mate bond, Lucien said with growing conviction. The historical accounts show that bonded partners can share the magical load, preventing any one person from being overwhelmed by the energy requirements. Here, Varric said suddenly, pulling a particularly ancient scroll from his collection. This is exactly what you need to see. An account from the Archivum Mysticum about dimensional banishment techniques. He spread the scroll carefully across the table, revealing text written in multiple hands across several centuries. Look at this section, documented by a council observer during the Third Realm War. Lucien leaned closer to read the faded text. The convergence approaches when dimensional barriers grow thin. Ancient binding weakens whether Shadowheart magic reinforces or abandons it. But mated power offers third option. Complete dissolution of prison through controlled dimensional breach. Entity banished beyond all realms, never to return. A controlled dimensional breach, Moira repeated slowly, using our combined magical signatures to open a permanent doorway that banishes the entity to... Where exactly? Varric pointed to another section of the scroll. According to this scholar's notes, beyond the void, where consciousness cannot exist and power dissolves into nothingness. No return possible from such banishment. It's offering us a way to end this permanently, Lucien said, though his protective instincts recoiled at the magical risks such a working would entail. No more imprisoned entity waiting for future manipulation. No more Shadowheart descendants bearing the burden of maintaining ancient binding spells. But potentially killing both of us in the process, Moira added with the kind of unflinching honesty he'd grown to love about her. Are we brave enough to risk everything on the chance that our mate bond is strong enough to survive dimensional magic? Are we brave enough not to? He countered, the question hanging between them as they contemplated choices not only about her own fate, but the future of the supernatural world. As evening light faded outside the damaged bookstore, and they continued planning for magical working that could either save everyone or destroy them both, Lucien found himself grateful that whatever came next, they would face it as true partners, united by bonds that went deeper than duty or obligation. The mate who sat beside him, her golden magic intertwining with his darker energy in perfect harmony, was worth any risk the future might demand. And if their love proved strong enough to banish ancient evil permanently, their story would become the kind of legend that gave hope to supernatural couples for generations to come.
Chapter 34. Moira. 3 days of intensive magical training with Lucien had transformed Moira's understanding of what her blood magic could accomplish when properly channeled. Instead of the chaotic surges that had characterized her early awakening, she now worked with precision that amazed even the local witches who'd been practicing for decades. Focus on the foundation layer first, Lucien instructed from his position behind her, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders as they worked to create protective barriers around the rebuilt bookstore. Draw the energy up slowly, let it flow through our bond before directing it outward. The technique he'd developed allowed her to tap into his panther's natural magical resistance, using that stability as an anchor while she wove increasingly complex spellwork. What had once felt like trying to control a wildfire now felt manageable, purposeful. Like this? She asked, watching as golden threads of magic emerged from her fingertips in controlled streams rather than explosive bursts. Perfect, he said, and she could feel his satisfaction through their mate bond. Now layer the barrier magic on top of the foundation. Remember, construction rather than destruction. The barriers that formed around them shimmered with a different quality than her previous magical efforts. Where her panicked defensive spells had been crude walls of raw power, these felt elegant and sophisticated, designed to protect rather than simply repel. "I can feel the difference," Moira said with wonder, studying the intricate patterns of light that danced around the bookstore. "It's not just stronger, it's smarter. Like the magic understands what we're trying to achieve." "Because it does," Elena said from where she'd been observing their practice session. "Blood magic channeled through a mate bond doesn't just amplify power, it amplifies intention. Your conscious desire to protect rather than destroy is becoming part of the spell structure itself." "Which is exactly what we'll need for the dimensional banishment," Twyla added, entering the bookstore with a tea service that smelled of chamomile and courage. "Complex magical working requires absolute clarity of purpose." As they paused for tea and the kind of restorative cookies that only Twyla's fey-touched baking could provide, Moira found herself marveling at how domestic their crisis preparations had become. The end of the supernatural world was 5 days away, and they were sitting around a table discussing magical theory over afternoon snacks. "The practice sessions are helping," she said, settling against Lucien's side with the casual intimacy that had become second nature since their mating. "But I keep feeling like we're missing something crucial about what we'll actually face during the ritual." "The grimoire hasn't been very forthcoming about specifics," Lucien agreed, his arm tightening around her waist in a gesture that provided both comfort and grounding for her magical senses. As if summoned by their conversation, the Shadowheart Codex began glowing with malevolent energy from its position on the nearby table. The ancient tome's pages fluttered open without any wind, revealing text that made Moira's blood run cold. The time of revelation approaches. The prison weakens with each passing hour, and through the cracks, influence seeps into the mortal realm. Even now, the Destroyer's whispers reach those susceptible to corruption. "Influence seeping through," Elena repeated with obvious concern. "That suggests the entity isn't completely contained anymore." The original binding site lies where Seraphina made her desperate gambit, deep in the hollow oak forest, where ancient trees remember the taste of sacrifice, and shadow magic still stains the very ground. There, the final confrontation awaits. "It's telling us where to go," Moira said, though she noticed the grimoire's language had grown more ominous rather than helpful. "The binding site where my ancestor performed the original ritual. But beware, daughter of shadows. The Destroyer's influence grows stronger as the convergence approaches. Even those who believe themselves pure of heart may find their thoughts clouded by whispers of power and ambition. Trust becomes a luxury that could prove fatal." "It's trying to make us suspicious of each other," Lucien said with disgust. "Classic manipulation technique. Sow discord among allies before the final battle." But even as he dismissed the grimoire's psychological warfare, Moira noticed how Twyla and Elena exchanged a look that suggested the entity's warnings about growing influence weren't entirely without merit. "Have there been incidents?" she asked quietly. "People acting strangely, making decisions that seem out of character?" "A few," Twyla admitted reluctantly. "Nothing dramatic, but small things. Marcus Thornwell got into a shouting match with his brother over something trivial. Sarah Ashford has been making comments about how the town would be better off if certain residents left voluntarily. The kind of petty conflicts and resentments that normally get smoothed over by community bonds," Elena added. "But lately, people seem less willing to compromise, more focused on their own interests rather than collective well-being. The corruption spreads like ink through water. Soon even the strongest wills shall bend to the Destroyer's whispered promises. How long before the mate's protective instincts become possessive dominance? How long before the witch's noble intentions become hunger for absolute power?" "Enough," Moira said sharply, slamming the grimoire closed with enough force to make the table shake. "We're not listening to any more of your poison." But the damage was done. She could feel doubt creeping into her thoughts, wondering if the power that felt so natural and controlled was actually the beginning of the same corruption that had consumed the entity they were trying to banish. "Hey," Lucien said softly, turning her to face him with gentle hands that framed her face. "Look at me. What are you thinking?" "What if it's right?" she whispered, voicing the fear that had been growing since the grimoire's latest revelation. "What if the power I'm developing is the first step toward becoming something like what we're fighting against?" "Then we trust each other to recognize the warning signs," he replied with the steady certainty that had become her anchor through every crisis. "Moira, the entity wants us to doubt ourselves because doubt weakens resolve. But I can feel your intentions through our bond. There's no corruption there, no hunger for domination. Just love and determination to protect the people we care about. And if that changes? If the magic starts influencing me in ways we don't recognize? Then I'll remind you who you really are," Lucien said, his thumb tracing across her cheekbone with reverent gentleness. "Just as you'd do for me if my protective instincts started crossing the line into possessive control." The mate bond carried not just his words, but the absolute sincerity behind them. Through their connection, she could feel his unwavering faith in her goodness, his certainty that whatever challenges they faced, they would face them together without losing themselves to corruption. "The binding site," she said finally, drawing strength from his steady presence. "We need to see it, understand what we'll actually be dealing with during the ritual." "Tomorrow," Elena suggested, "give you both time to prepare mentally for whatever we find there." "And time for more practice," Twyla added with determined cheerfulness. "If you're going to perform magical working powerful enough to tear dimensional barriers, you'll need every advantage we can provide." As evening settled over Hollow Oak and they continued refining techniques that might save or damn them all, Moira found herself grateful that whatever corruption the entity might be spreading through the community, it hadn't touched the core group preparing for the final confrontation. But looking around the table at friends who'd become family, at the man whose love had become the foundation of her magical stability, she couldn't help but feel that the grimoire's warnings about trust and influence were more than just psychological manipulation. Something was coming that would test not just their magical abilities, but their faith in each other. And with only 5 days remaining until the convergence, they were running out of time to prepare for threats they couldn't yet see. The Shadowheart Codex sat silent on the table, its leather binding dark and still. But Moira could swear she felt malevolent satisfaction radiating from the ancient tome. As if it knew something they didn't about what awaited them in the forest, where her family's greatest sacrifice had been made.
Chapter 35. Lucien. The emergency council meeting that night felt different from any Lucien had attended during his 15 years of service. Where previous gatherings had focused on containing local threats or managing supernatural politics, tonight they were planning for an operation that could either save the world or trigger its destruction through dimensional magic gone wrong. "We need a defensive perimeter that can withstand dimensional instability," he explained to the assembled alphas and council members who'd answered Varric's urgent summons. "If the banishment ritual creates magical feedback, we don't want it spreading beyond the binding site to affect the entire forest." Callum studied the hand-drawn map spread across the ancient stone table, his lion's territorial instincts evident in the way he analyzed sightlines and approach routes. "How large an area are we talking about?" "The Guardians can hold a quarter-mile perimeter, but if we need more coverage, I'll have to call in additional shifters from the neighboring territories." "Better to overestimate than find ourselves understaffed," Elder Varric said grimly. "Miss Marsh's power, amplified through the mate bond, could create effects we haven't anticipated. I've reached out to the Cherokee Nation's Supernatural Council and the Appalachian Fae Collective. They're sending representatives." "And the vampire situation?" Maeve asked from her position near the edge of the clearing. "Victor's coven is still in the area. They might see the ritual as an opportunity to make another grab for Moira." "Which is why we need overwhelming force," Lucien replied, his panther pacing restlessly at the thought of his mate facing danger from multiple directions. Enough supernatural backup that any hostile force would be insane to make a move. Speaking of backup, Emmett interjected, what's the plan if the ritual goes wrong? If Miss Marsh loses control during the dimensional working, what's our contingency? The question forced him to confront possibilities he'd been trying not to think about. Moira's power channeled through their mate bond was unprecedented in scope. If something went wrong during the banishment attempt, the magical backlash could consume not just her, but everyone connected to the working. We don't have a contingency plan, he admitted with brutal honesty. If the dimensional breach destabilizes, if the entity breaks free instead of being banished, if Moira's power overwhelms our bond's ability to contain it, then we're all probably dead anyway. Cheerful, Miriam observed dryly, but realistic, I suppose. Sometimes the only choice is between certain disaster and probable disaster. The Cherokee shamans are bringing ward anchors blessed by mountain spirits, Varric continued. The Fae Collective is contributing dimensional stabilizers. Between their resources and our local talent, we should be able to contain most forms of magical catastrophe. Most forms, Callum repeated. What about the forms we can't contain? Then we trust in the mate bond that's already proven capable of stabilizing Miss Marsh's abilities, Varric said with more confidence than Lucien felt. The historical precedents suggest that properly channeled blood magic can achieve impossible things when supported by supernatural partnership. As the meeting continued and they refined details of defensive positioning and emergency protocols, Lucien found his attention split between tactical planning and the constant awareness of Moira's emotional state through their bond. She was back at the rebuilt bookstore with Twyla and Elena, continuing magical practice while he coordinated their protection, but he could feel her underlying anxiety about the approaching ritual. You're distracted, Callum observed during a brief break in the proceedings. Understandable, given what's at stake, but you need to focus on the planning phase. Save the emotional processing for later. I can feel her fear through the mate bond, Lucien admitted quietly. Not of the ritual itself, but of what failure would cost everyone who's depending on her success. She's carrying the weight of the entire supernatural world on her shoulders. And you're carrying the weight of watching someone you love face impossible odds, Callum replied with the understanding of someone who'd made it early and learned to balance protective instincts with respect for his partner's autonomy. The trick is remembering that supporting her choices isn't the same as agreeing with them. She has to do this herself, Lucien said, as much to convince himself as to state facts. The blood magic binding responds to Marsh lineage. I can anchor her power, but I can't perform the actual banishment, which terrifies your panther because it means watching your mate face mortal danger without being able to take direct action to protect her. Exactly. Lucien ran his hands through his shoulder-length black hair, frustrated by instincts that demanded he lock Moira somewhere safe until the crisis passed. Every protective instinct I possess is screaming at me to find another solution, but logic says this is our only viable option. Then trust in the bond that's already saved her from magical consumption, Callum suggested. Trust in her strength and in your ability to anchor her through whatever comes next. When the meeting finally concluded near midnight, Lucien made his way back to the bookstore to find Moira curled up in the reading chair with the Shadowheart Codex open in her lap. The ancient tome showed no text, just blank pages that somehow felt more ominous than its usual manipulative revelations. How did the planning go, she asked, looking up with brown eyes that held exhaustion mixed with determination. As well as can be expected when preparing for something that's never been attempted before, he replied, settling on the arm of her chair so he could wrap protective arms around her shoulders. Callum's bringing a full pack. The Cherokee shamans and Appalachian Fae are sending specialists. We'll have more supernatural backup than any ritual in recorded history. And if backup isn't enough, then we trust in each other, Lucien said simply, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. The same way we've trusted each other through every impossible thing that's happened since you arrived in Hollow Oak. Tomorrow we visit the binding site, Moira said, leaning into his embrace with a sigh that carried the weight of inherited responsibility. See where Seraphina made her sacrifice? Understand what we'll actually be attempting? Are you ready for that? I don't think anyone can be ready to visit the place where their ancestor died performing blood magic, she replied honestly. But I need to see it. Need to understand what she was thinking when she made the choice to bind something that powerful instead of trying to destroy it outright. Maybe she knew that destruction would just scatter the entity's essence, allowing it to reform elsewhere, Lucien suggested. Binding it to a specific location might have been the only way to ensure it could be dealt with permanently by future generations. Future generations like me, Moira said with a rueful smile. Lucky me, getting to be the descendant who either completes her work or watches it all fall apart. As they prepared for bed in his apartment behind the bookstore, Lucien found himself cataloging every detail of their domestic routine with the desperate intensity of someone who knew it might not last much longer. The way Moira hummed softly while brushing her teeth, the graceful efficiency with which she braided her mahogany curls, the trusting way she curled against his chest once they were beneath the covers. Lucien, she said quietly in the darkness, if something goes wrong during the ritual, if the dimensional magic overwhelms our bond, I need you to know that these past weeks have been the happiest of my entire life. Nothing's going wrong, he replied fiercely, his arms tightening around her as his panther roared silent protest against even considering such possibilities. We're going to banish this entity, save the world, and spend the next 50 years arguing about whose turn it is to make coffee in the morning. 50 years, she repeated with wonder. That sounds perfect. Only 50? I was hoping for at least a century of domestic bliss. Her soft laughter vibrated against his chest, and for a moment, the weight of approaching danger lifted enough to let them simply be two people in love planning a future together. But as sleep finally claimed them both, Lucien's last conscious thought was a prayer to whatever forces governed the supernatural world. Let their love be strong enough to anchor them through dimensional magic. Let their bond prove capable of channeling power that could tear reality itself apart, and let them both survive to build the life they'd only just begun to imagine. Because losing Moira now, when they'd finally found each other, would be a tragedy that made ancient evil seem like a minor inconvenience in comparison.
Chapter 36. Moira. The morning air felt heavy with approaching change as Moira stood in the rebuilt bookstore, surrounded by ancient texts that Elder Varric had spread across every available surface. 4 days until the convergence, and they were finally piecing together the complete truth about what Serafina had sacrificed herself to contain. She had wanted to go to the ritual site, but with new discoveries and a closing deadline, this took precedence at the moment. Here, Varric said, pointing to a passage in a leather-bound journal that looked like it had survived multiple supernatural catastrophes. A first-hand account from the Sealy Court archives, written by a witness to the Third Realm War. Moira leaned closer to read the elegant Fey script, her newly claimed mate bond allowing her to feel Lucien's growing tension through their connection as he studied the text alongside her. Malphas the Destroyer, she read aloud, her voice catching on the name that had haunted Lucien's research for days. Originally a Fey lord of considerable power and nobility, corrupted by exposure to shadow magic until his very essence became a fusion of light and darkness. The combination granted him abilities that transcended normal Fey limitations, making him nearly unstoppable in direct confrontation. I was hoping I was wrong about the identity, Lucien said grimly, his hand finding hers. Malphas isn't just powerful. He's intelligent, charismatic, and capable of corruption that spreads like a plague through supernatural communities. The account gets worse, Varric continued, turning to another section of the journal. By the time the various supernatural factions united against him, Malphas had already conquered most of the eastern territories. His army included corrupted Fae, enslaved shifters, and vampires who'd been promised eternal dominion in exchange for service. How did Serafina stop something like that? Moira asked, though she suspected the answer would make her stomach churn. She didn't stop him, Elder Bram said from the doorway, his usually pristine appearance showing signs of a sleepless night spent researching in the council archives. She trapped him at the moment of his greatest victory, using blood magic techniques that required her to weave her own life force into the binding spell. The ritual took place during a convergence, Varric explained, opening another ancient text to reveal detailed diagrams of magical workings. When dimensional barriers were thin enough for Malphus to attempt a final assault on the mortal realm, Seraphina and her sisters created a binding that used the convergence energy to lock him between dimensions, but the magical cost was enormous. She knew she would die, Moira said with growing understanding of her ancestors' sacrifice. The binding required her life force as the primary component. More than that, Bram continued with his characteristic pessimism. The spell was designed to require Shadowheart blood magic for both creation and dissolution. Seraphina built in a failsafe that ensured only her direct descendants could either maintain or modify the binding. Which means the choice is entirely mine, Moira said, the weight of inherited responsibility settling across her shoulders like a heavy cloak. Maintain the prison and hope it holds indefinitely, or attempt the banishment ritual and risk everything on dimensional magic that's never been successfully performed. The prison is already failing, Lucien pointed out, his protective instincts evident in the way he moved closer to her side. 4 days until the convergence, and we're already seeing signs of Malphus's influence seeping through weakened barriers. But the banishment ritual could kill you, Twyla said from where she'd been preparing tea with the kind of focused attention that suggested she was using cooking as a way to process overwhelming information. The historical accounts are clear about the energy requirements. Tearing dimensional barriers requires more power than most blood magic practitioners can safely channel. Most blood magic practitioners don't have mate bonds with shifters, Elena pointed out. The magical stability Lucien provides might be exactly what's needed to survive the working. Might being the operative term, Bram added unhelpfully. We're essentially gambling Miss Marsh's life on theoretical applications of bond magic. The alternative is gambling everyone's life on a failing prison, Moira replied, her analytical mind already weighing risks against potential outcomes. If the binding collapses during the convergence, Malphus breaks free with 3 centuries of accumulated rage and whatever power he's gained during his imprisonment. And if the banishment ritual fails? Lucien asked quietly, though she could feel through their bond that he already knew her answer. Then at least we tried to solve the problem permanently, rather than just postponing it for future generations, she said with more confidence than she felt. Lucien, what does your tactical analysis say about our chances? His dark green eyes reflected the weight of potentially sending his mate into mortal danger. Honestly? The banishment ritual is incredibly risky, but it's also our only chance at a permanent solution. Maintaining the prison just kicks the problem down the road until the next convergence. And you support the more dangerous option? I support whatever choice you make, Lucien said with the unwavering faith that had become her foundation through every impossible decision. But yes, if you're asking for my recommendation, I think the banishment attempt is worth the risk. Even knowing it could kill me? Even knowing it could kill both of us, he corrected gently. Because Moira, if Malphus breaks free, the world that survives won't be one worth living in anyway. The stark honesty in his voice, combined with the absolute trust she could feel through their mate bond, gave her the courage to voice the decision that had been crystallizing since she'd first learned about the dimensional banishment option. Then we attempt the permanent solution, she said firmly. Tomorrow we visit the binding site to understand what we'll be working with. The day after that, we gather whatever additional resources we can find, and in 4 days during the convergence, we either save everyone or die trying. There's one more thing, Varric said hesitantly, as if reluctant to add another complication to an already overwhelming situation. The Fae archives mention that Malphus retained his original personality and intelligence despite the corruption. He's not a mindless force of destruction, but a calculating entity with centuries to plan his revenge. Meaning he'll try to manipulate me during the ritual, Moira concluded. Offer power, threaten people I care about, use whatever psychological pressure he thinks will work. Exactly. And according to these accounts, his persuasive abilities were legendary even before his corruption. He convinced entire Fae courts to join his cause willingly. So, the seduction you've been hearing in your mind from the Codex is most likely him pouring through it. Then it's a good thing I'll have an anchor to remind me who I really am, Moira said, her hand tightening on Lucien's as she drew strength from their connection. Whatever Malphus offers, whatever threats he makes, the mate bond will keep me grounded in what actually matters. You're sure about this? Twyla asked, setting down teacups with the careful movements of someone trying not to let emotions interfere with hospitality. Once we commit to this path, there's no changing our minds. I'm sure, Moira replied, surprised by how certain she felt despite the magnitude of what they were planning. For the first time since arriving in Hollow Oak, I'm completely sure about something. This is what I was meant to do, what my family's magical legacy was always building toward. As they spent the rest of the morning refining details and confirming magical preparations, Moira found herself grateful that the choice between safer and better had turned out to be the same choice between cowardice and courage. She would rather risk everything attempting to permanently solve an ancient problem than live with the knowledge that she'd chosen temporary safety over lasting protection for the people she'd grown to love. 4 days, Lucien said quietly as they stood together in the garden behind the bookstore, watching afternoon sunlight filter through leaves that were beginning to show the first hints of autumn color. 4 days, she agreed, leaning into his solid warmth as they both contemplated the approaching confrontation. Whatever Malphus had planned during his centuries of imprisonment, whatever psychological warfare he intended to deploy during the banishment ritual, he would face a witch who'd found her true strength through love rather than corruption. And that, Moira hoped, would make all the difference.
Chapter 37. Lucien. The grandfather clock in the corner of Moira's bookstore chimed 10 times, each resonant note echoing through the quiet space like a countdown to something Lucien couldn't bear to name. Tomorrow. The ritual. The possibility that everything he'd found with this remarkable woman could be ripped away by forces neither of them fully understood. He sat in the worn leather armchair near the occult section, watching Moira move between the shelves with that fluid grace that had first caught his attention weeks ago. She was organizing books that didn't need organizing, her fingers trailing along familiar spines as if drawing comfort from their presence. The soft lamplight caught the auburn highlights in her dark hair, creating a halo effect that made his chest tighten with something dangerously close to worship. "You're brooding," she said without turning around. "I can practically feel the storm clouds gathering over there." His panther stirred restlessly beneath his skin, responding to the underlying tension in her voice despite her attempt at lightness. "Can you blame me?" She turned then, leaning against the bookshelf with her arms crossed, and the sight of her nearly undid him. She wore one of his flannel shirts over leggings, the fabric hanging loose on her smaller frame, and the domesticity of it hit him. This could be their last night together like this. Their last night of pretending that tomorrow wouldn't change everything. "Come here," he said, his voice rougher than intended. She padded over in her stocking feet, settling onto the arm of his chair with an ease that spoke of growing intimacy. Her hand found its way to his hair, fingers threading through the dark strands in a gesture that had become second nature to both of them. "Talk to me," she murmured. "What's going through that complicated head of yours?" He caught her hand, pressing it flat against his chest where his heart hammered against his ribs. "I keep thinking about all the things I should have said. All the time we might have wasted being careful with each other." "Lucien!" Her voice carried a warning, but he pressed on. "No, let me say this." He shifted, pulling her down into his lap, kneading her closer. I know we agreed not to make this about fear, but I can't pretend I'm not terrified of losing you. She cupped his face in her hands, thumbs tracing the sharp line of his cheekbones. You're not going to lose me. You can't promise that. The words tasted bitter. Tomorrow, when you're channeling that much power, when you're opening yourself up to energies that could tear you apart from the inside. He stopped, jaw clenching as his panther snarled in protest at even voicing the possibility. Then we make tonight count, she said simply. For a long moment, they just looked at each other. The bookstore felt like a sanctuary around them, filled with the accumulated wisdom of centuries and the quiet magic that had drawn them together from the very beginning. Here, surrounded by leather-bound volumes and the faint scent of sage and old paper, they had built something precious. I have something I need to ask you, Moira said suddenly, her voice taking on a careful quality that made every muscle in his body tense. I don't like the sound of that. She took a shaky breath. If something goes wrong tomorrow, if the ritual doesn't work the way we hope, and I don't make it back. She held up a hand when he started to protest. I need you to promise me that you'll find happiness, that you won't close yourself off from the possibility of love again. His panther roared its rejection so loudly that for a moment he couldn't speak past the fury rising in his throat. When he finally found his voice, it came out as a low growl. No. Lucien, no. He stood abruptly, setting her on her feet, and began pacing the narrow aisle between bookshelves. You don't get to ask that of me. You don't get to sit there and plan out my life after you're gone like you're already dead. I'm trying to be practical. Practical? He spun to face her, and she took a step back at whatever she saw in his expression. There is nothing practical about asking me to replace you. There is nothing reasonable about expecting me to move on like you never mattered. That's not what I meant. Her voice was small, uncertain in a way that made his protective instincts surge. He closed the distance between them in 2 strides, backing her against the bookshelf with careful intensity. His hands braced on either side of her head, caging her in without touching her, letting her feel the barely leashed power in his frame. Let me make something very clear, he said, his voice dropping to that dangerous register that made her breath hitch. I didn't spend 34 years avoiding emotional entanglements just to stumble into something casual with you. What we have isn't replaceable. You aren't replaceable. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated with something that might have been fear or arousal or both. I just want to know you'll be okay. I'll be okay when you come back to me. His thumb traced her lower lip and she shivered. Not before. So instead of asking me to plan for a future without you, how about you promise me you'll fight like hell to make sure that future never happens? Lucien. She was trembling now and he gentled his touch, his hand sliding down to rest on her waist. Promise me, he said again, softer but no less intense. Promise me you'll use every ounce of power, every trick you've been taught, every stubborn bone in your body to come back to me. I promise, she whispered, and the words seemed to settle something wild in his chest. Good. He leaned down until his forehead rested against hers. Because I have something to remind you of that promise. His hand slipped beneath the hem of his shirt she wore, fingers finding the spot on her hip where his mark had bloomed a few nights ago. The skin was still tender, the scratch mark almost too perfect that branded her as his in the most primitive way possible. She gasped at the contact, her body arching into his touch. Lucien, this is your anchor, he said, his thumb tracing the sensitive skin around the mark. When you're lost in all that power tomorrow, when it feels like you might drift away from yourself, you remember this. You remember that you belong here, with me in this world. Her hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer. I remember. Tell me what it means. It means I'm yours. Her voice was breathless, shaky with arousal and something deeper. It means I have somewhere to come back to. That's right. He pressed a soft kiss to her temple, then her cheek, then the corner of her mouth. Mine to protect, mine to cherish, mine to keep safe. And you're mine to come back to, she said, turning her face up to his. Always. The kiss was soft at first, a gentle affirmation of the promises they'd made. but it deepened quickly, becoming something more desperate, more claiming. He poured everything he couldn't say into it, his fear, his love, his absolute refusal to consider a world without her in it. When they broke apart, she rested her head against his chest. He could feel her heartbeat against his ribs, quick and unsteady, but strong, alive. "Stay with me tonight," she said into the quiet. "Not just in the bookstore. Stay with me." He understood what she was asking, what she was offering. Not just physical comfort, but the kind of intimacy that would make their bond even stronger. The kind that would give her one more reason to fight her way back to him. "Wild wolves couldn't drag me away," he said, and meant every word. Outside, the October wind rattled the windows, but inside the bookstore, surrounded by ancient wisdom and new love, they had everything they needed to face whatever tomorrow might bring.
Chapter 38. Moira. Moira woke to the sensation of Lucien's fingers tracing lazy patterns across her bare shoulder, his touch gentle enough not to fully rouse her but persistent enough to pull her from the depths of sleep. "Good morning, beautiful," he murmured against her temple, his voice still rough with sleep. She stretched languidly, every muscle in her body pleasantly sore from their night together. What time is it?" "Early enough that we have time for one more practice session before the cavalry arrives." His arm tightened around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. "How are you feeling?" The question carried weight that went far beyond physical comfort. Today was the day, and the reality of that began to sink into her bones. "Nervous," she admitted, turning in his arms to face him. The morning light caught the concern in his dark green eyes, making her heart clench with love and determination in equal measure. "But ready." "Let's test that readiness," he said, kissing her before sitting up and reaching for his discarded shirt. They moved through their morning routine with the easy intimacy of a couple who'd been together for years rather than weeks. Coffee prepared in comfortable silence, shared glances over steaming mugs, the simple pleasure of existing in the same space. When they finally made their way to the ritual practice area in the bookstore's back room, Moira felt centered, not by magical preparation, but with love. "Start with basic energy manipulation," Lucien suggested, settling cross-legged on the floor across from her. "Let me feel how the bond affects your control." She closed her eyes and reached for her magic, feeling the familiar golden warmth rise in her chest. But this time, instead of the wild surge she'd grown accustomed to, the power flowed with silk-smooth precision. Through their mate bond, she could sense Lucien's steady presence, his panther's natural resistance to magical influence, acting like a stabilizing anchor. "That's incredible," she breathed, opening her eyes to find threads of golden light dancing between her fingers in perfect geometric patterns. "It's like having a filter that removes all the chaos." "Can you handle more power?" he asked, leaning forward with professional interest, despite the way his gaze lingered on her lips. She drew deeper from her magical well, pulling enough energy to make the air around them shimmer with heat. What should have been overwhelming felt manageable, controlled, purposeful. "This is what we needed. This connection, this stability. I can actually feel confident about the ritual now." "Good," he said, but his expression remained serious. "Because we're going to need every advantage we can get." Twyla swept into the bookstore carrying a wicker basket that smelled like cinnamon and courage, her wheat-colored hair braided with what looked suspiciously like protective charms. "Morning, you two," she called cheerfully, though Moira caught the underlying tension in her voice. "I brought supplies for the big day." "Supplies?" Moira asked, accepting the steaming mug Twyla pressed into her hands. "Courage tea, blessed by every magical resident in Hollow Oak," Twyla explained, settling into the third chair with the kind of maternal authority that brooked no argument. Elena contributed strength herbs, Cordelia added clarity blossoms, and Mrs. Thornwell insisted on adding a pinch of her grandmother's protection powder. The tea tasted like liquid determination. They all contributed? Honey, the entire town knows what you're doing today. What you're risking for all of us. Twyla's brown eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Marcus Ashford sent a hand-carved focusing crystal. The Greyward twins blessed a protection charm with their combined earth magic. Even old Mr. Henderson, who barely speaks to anyone, left a bundle of sage from his personal garden on my doorstep. Moira felt her throat tighten with emotion. I had no idea. You've become part of us, Twyla said simply. Family protects family, and family celebrates family's victories. Which is exactly what we're planning to do tonight after you banish this ancient nastiness once and for all. The confidence in Twyla's voice, the absolute certainty that Moira would succeed and return safely, made something warm and fierce bloom in her chest. This was what she was fighting for. Not just the abstract concept of saving the world, but these specific people who'd welcomed her home. There's more, Twyla continued, pulling a small leather pouch from her basket. Blessings from the Cherokee shamans Elder Varick contacted. They sent protective tokens made from sacred mountain stone, and the Appalachian Fae Collective contributed this. She held up what looked like a simple silver pendant, but Moira could feel the power humming from it even across the table. What does it do? Dimensional anchor, Twyla explained. If the ritual magic tries to pull you too far into the between spaces, this will help you find your way back to the physical world. Lucien leaned forward, his protective instincts clearly engaged. How do we know it's safe? Fae magic can be tricky. Because I tested it myself, Twyla said with a slight smile. Fae-blooded, remember? I can sense if there are any nasty surprises woven into the enchantment. This is clean, honest protection magic. As Moira fastened the pendant around her neck, feeling its subtle weight settle against her collarbone, she marveled at how much her life had changed. 6 weeks ago, she'd been Dr. Moira Marsh, solitary academic with a quiet life and modest ambitions. Now she was the guardian witch of Hollow Oak, mate to a shape-shifting panther, and apparently beloved enough by her adopted community that they'd moved mountains to ensure her safety. Thank you, she said, the words completely inadequate for what she was feeling. All of you. I don't know how to repay this kind of generosity. You repay it by coming home safe, Twyla said firmly. Now, I'll leave you two to your final preparations. But Moira, remember that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's doing what needs to be done despite the fear. After Twyla left, Moira found herself drawn back to the Shadowheart Codex, which had been unusually quiet since their conversation the previous evening. The ancient tome sat on her usual table like a sleeping predator, its leather binding dark and still. One more consultation, she told Lucien, settling into her chair with the kind of grim determination that had carried her through graduate school and would hopefully carry her through magical apocalypse prevention. The grimoire's pages fell open at her touch, revealing text that shimmered with seductive golden script. The words seemed to caress the parchment as they appeared, carrying an undertone of honeyed persuasion that made her skin prickle with awareness. The liberation ritual requires precise channeling of dimensional energies through the willing vessel. Success demands absolute commitment to the working, without hesitation or doubt clouding the practitioner's resolve. Liberation, Moira read aloud, her voice catching on the word. It's still trying to make freeing him sound like the right choice. Lucien moved to stand behind her chair, his hands settling on her shoulders. What else is it saying? The Shadowheart bloodline has always been destined for greatness beyond mortal comprehension. Why settle for protecting one small community when you could reshape the very foundations of magical society? The power offered through partnership with Malphus transcends any earthly bond. It's trying to tempt me, she said, her analytical mind recognizing the manipulation even as part of her responded to the promise of unlimited power. Making it sound like I'm choosing between small-minded duty and cosmic destiny. Consider carefully, daughter of shadows. The mate bond that anchors you now will become a chain that limits your true potential. Mortal attachments fade, but the power to command reality itself is eternal. Choose wisely. Now it's attacking our bond, Lucien growled, his fingers tightening protectively on her shoulders. Trying to make you see me as an obstacle instead of support. The ritual requires only the opening of dimensional barriers, a simple matter for one with your evolved abilities. No sacrifice necessary, no dangerous channeling of life force, merely the wisdom to embrace what you were born to be. That's a lie, Moira said firmly, though she felt a treacherous whisper of relief at the suggestion that the ritual wouldn't cost her everything. Nothing about dimensional magic is simple, and Malphus wouldn't need my help if freeing him was easy. Trust in the knowledge passed down through generations of Shadowheart witches. Trust in the power that flows through your veins like liquid starlight. Trust in the destiny that calls you to greatness beyond these provincial concerns. The grimoire's final play, Lucien said, his voice dangerously calm, appealing to your pride, your intelligence, your desire to matter in the world. And it almost sounds reasonable, Moira admitted, closing the book with more force than necessary. That's what makes it so insidious, the promises wrapped in just enough truth to make them believable. Moira closed the grimoire and stood, feeling the weight of the fey pendant against her chest and the warmth of Lucien's touch on her shoulders. Around them, the bookstore hummed with protective energy from dozens of magical contributors, each blessing a reminder that she wasn't facing this challenge alone. "I'm ready," she said, and she actually meant it. "Whatever Malphus throws at me, whatever temptations or threats he uses, I have something he'll never understand." "What's that?" "I have a home worth fighting for," she said, turning to face him with a smile that felt like sunlight, "and a mate who'll anchor me to everything that matters." The kiss he gave her tasted like promises and courage tea, sweet and strong and absolutely certain. When they broke apart, his forehead resting against hers, Moira knew that whatever the day brought, they would face it together. After all, some bonds were strong enough to hold against corrupted Fey lords, dimensional magic, and even the end of the world. She was about to find out if theirs was one of them.
Chapter 39. Lucien. The ancient clearing thrummed with malevolent energy that made every instinct Lucien possessed scream warnings of immediate danger. Trees that had stood for centuries leaned away from the ritual site as if the very earth rejected what was taking place at its heart. The air itself felt thick and wrong, charged with power that tasted of corruption and endless hunger. Moira stood at the center of the binding circle, her mahogany hair whipping around her face despite the absence of any natural wind. Golden magic poured from her hands in streams of liquid light, but Lucien could see the strain in every line of her body. The dimensional barriers were fighting her, resisting the banishment with a force that made the ground beneath their feet tremble. "The binding is weakening," Elder Varric called from his position at the circle's edge, his voice barely audible over the growing supernatural maelstrom. "She's breaking through the containment." Lucien's panther paced frantically beneath his skin, every protective instinct demanding he rush to Moira's side. But he held his position just outside the ritual circle, knowing that interfering now could destabilize the entire working. His role was to anchor her through their mate bond, to provide stability while she channeled enough power to tear holes in reality itself. "Come on, Moira," he murmured, pouring every ounce of his strength through their connection. "You've got this." The moment the dimensional barriers cracked, everything changed. Darkness erupted from the binding site like blood from a severed artery, spreading across the clearing in waves that made the assembled supernatural guardians step back in instinctive fear. But this wasn't empty shadow. This was something alive, aware, and absolutely furious after centuries of imprisonment. When Malthus began to manifest, Lucian's first thought was that no amount of research could have prepared them for the reality of facing a corrupted Fey Lord. The entity that took shape in the swirling darkness was beautiful in the way that poisonous flowers were beautiful. Deadly perfection wrapped in a seductive appeal. Tall and elegantly built, with features that belonged in classical sculpture, Malthus appeared as he must have before his corruption. Silver hair fell in waves to his shoulders, framing a face that spoke of ancient nobility and terrible intelligence. But his eyes gave away his true nature. They held the deep purple of storm clouds shot through with veins of pure shadow, and when they fixed on Moira, Lucien felt his mate bond shiver with recognition of a predator far more dangerous than anything they'd imagined. "My dear child," Malthus said, his voice the cultured warmth of a favorite uncle mixed with undertones that made reality bend around the words. "At last we meet properly." Moira's magical output faltered for just a moment, but that moment was enough. The banishment ritual wavered, its carefully constructed energy patterns beginning to fray at the edges. "Don't listen to him," Lucien called out, desperation creeping into his voice as he felt their mate bond stretch thin under the pressure of competing magical influences. "Remember what we planned. Complete the working." But Malthus smiled, and the expression was like watching sunrise over a battlefield, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. "Such harsh words from your devoted pet," the Fey Lord said with gentle mockery. "Does he truly believe that you need his permission to explore the magnificent destiny that awaits? You are Shadowheart blood, child. You were born for so much more than these provincial concerns." "Moira," Lucien said again, but her attention was fixed on the partially manifested entity with the intensity of someone witnessing a miracle. "You know who I am," Malthus continued, circling the edge of the binding circle with fluid grace that made Lucien's panther bristle with territorial rage. "Your ancestor and I were intimately acquainted." She understood the true scope of what blood magic could accomplish when freed from mortal limitations. "That's a lie," Moira said, but her voice carried uncertainty that made Lucien's chest clench with fear. "Is it?" Malthus gestured elegantly, and the air around them shimmered with visions that looked disturbingly real. "Seraphina came to me willingly, you know, sought out the knowledge that would elevate her beyond the petty squabbles of human and fey politics. She learned to reshape reality with a thought, to command the very elements with casual gestures." In the magical visions, Lucien saw a woman who looked remarkably like Moira, working impossible spells alongside a figure that could only be Malthus in his uncorrupted form. They moved together with the fluid synchronization of true partners, their combined magic capable of feats that defied natural law. "She betrayed you," Moira said, but her magical output continued to waver as she watched the seductive images play out around them. "She feared what she was becoming," Malthus corrected with gentle sadness. "The power we discovered together was beyond anything she'd imagined possible. But fear of change, fear of transcending her mortal origins, made her choose imprisonment over evolution." Lucien felt their mate bond growing thinner with each word the Fey Lord spoke. Whatever influence Malthus was exerting, it was specifically designed to weaken connections that might anchor Moira to her current reality. "The binding she created was never meant to be permanent," Malthus continued, his purple eyes holding Moira's gaze with hypnotic intensity. "It was meant to preserve me until her descendant was ready to complete what we began, until you arrived to claim your true inheritance." "My inheritance," Moira repeated, and Lucien heard something dangerous in her voice, something that sounded too much like hunger. "Unlimited magical power, the ability to reshape civilization according to your will. Immortality that will let you protect everyone you love for centuries to come." Malthus's smile was pure temptation, wrapped in sincere concern. Why settle for being guardian of one small town when you could become a goddess who protects all magical beings everywhere? The vision shifted, showing Moira as she could be with unlimited power flowing through her veins. She stood at the center of magical workings that spanned continents, her enhanced abilities creating barriers that protected every supernatural community on Earth. Witches, shifters, fae, all of them safe under her benevolent rule. "Think of what you could accomplish," Malthus whispered, and his voice seemed to come from inside her head rather than the ritual circle. "No more hiding from human persecution. No more careful concealment of abilities. A world where magic is not just accepted, but celebrated, with you as its rightful queen." Lucien watched in horror as Moira's posture shifted, her shoulders straightening with something that looked dangerously like royal bearing. The golden magic flowing from her hands began to take on darker undertones, shadow threading through the light like corruption spreading through pure water. "You could save everyone," Malthus continued, his form growing more solid as Moira's resistance weakened. "Your mate, your adopted community, every supernatural being who faces extinction at human hands." "Moira, no," Lucien said, but his voice sounded distant even to his own ears. Their mate bond was stretching to the breaking point, overwhelmed by the psychic pressure Malthus was exerting. "The shifter fears losing you to your destiny," the Fey Lord observed with cruel accuracy. "He would rather keep you small and manageable than see you achieve your full potential." Is that the kind of love worth preserving? In the magical visions, Lucien saw himself aging and dying, while Moira remained powerful and eternal, their brief mortal connection nothing more than a footnote in her immortal existence. The images were designed to make their bond seem not just temporary, but actively limiting to her growth. "I could make you immortal too," Malthus added, apparently reading her thoughts. "Both of you, eternal and powerful beyond mortal comprehension. The choice is yours, child. Transcendence or the slow decay of ordinary existence." Lucien felt the exact moment when Moira's resolve began to crack. Through their weakening bond, he sensed the war raging in her mind between duty and ambition, between love and the promise of unlimited power. The part of her that had always craved recognition, that had built her academic career on being the smartest person in the room, was responding to Malthus's seductive offers with terrifying enthusiasm. "Think carefully," the corrupted Fey Lord said, his form now almost completely solid as the binding circle continued to weaken. "This opportunity will not come again. Choose wisely, Moira Shadowheart. Choose your true destiny." The banishment ritual hung in the balance, its energy patterns flickering like a candle in a hurricane. Moira stood frozen at the center of the circle, golden magic and creeping shadows warring around her as she wrestled with the most important decision of her life. And Lucien realized with crystalline horror that they had catastrophically underestimated Malthus's power of persuasion. The entity wasn't just offering temptation, he was rewriting Moira's understanding of reality itself, making corruption look like enlightenment and imprisonment sound like liberation. Through their fading mate bond, Lucien felt Moira's hesitation growing stronger with each passing second. The woman he loved, the witch who had become his entire world, was slipping away from him one seductive promise at a time. And there wasn't a damn thing he could do to stop it.
Chapter 40. Moira. The visions Malthus wove around her were more seductive than any temptation Moira had ever faced. They didn't just promise power, they promised purpose on a scale that made her current responsibilities feel like playing house. In the swirling magical images, she saw herself standing at the center of a transformed world where supernatural beings no longer hid in fear. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Malthus's voice was silk and honey, wrapping around her consciousness like a warm embrace. No more council politics, no more careful hiding from human authorities, just pure magical will reshaping reality according to your vision. The part of her that had spent years fighting for recognition in academic circles, that had always hungered to be more than just another researcher buried in dusty archives, responded to the visions with shameful eagerness. Here was everything she'd ever wanted: respect, knowledge, the power to make a real difference in the world. "I could protect everyone," she whispered, watching herself in the magical visions as she wove continent-spanning barriers that would keep supernatural communities safe forever. "No more persecution, no more fear." "Exactly, dear child. You understand what your ancestor was too frightened to embrace." Malphus's form grew more solid as her resolve wavered, his purple eyes holding depths that seemed to contain centuries of accumulated wisdom. Power is not corruption when wielded by those wise enough to use it properly. But even as she spoke the words, Moira felt a warning chill. She'd heard that justification before, in history books that chronicled the rise and fall of dictators who'd convinced themselves that their tyranny was benevolent. "What about choice?" she asked, though part of her didn't want to hear the answer. "What about people's right to determine their own lives?" "Choice is an illusion for those too weak to see the bigger picture," Malphus replied with gentle condescension. "You would give them the gift of safety, of prosperity, of lives free from the chaos that comes with unlimited freedom. They would thank you for it, in time." The visions shifted, showing her the darker possibilities of leaving the world unchanged. Supernatural beings hunted to extinction by human fear and technology. Entire communities destroyed because they lacked the power to protect themselves. Lucien growing old and dying while she remained helplessly bound by mortal limitations. "Your mate will age, you know," Malphus said, apparently reading her thoughts with disturbing accuracy. "Shifters live longer than ordinary humans, but even his enhanced lifespan is nothing compared to eternity. You'll watch him grow old, grow weak, and eventually die while you remain young and vital. Is that the future you truly want?" The image he showed her was devastating in its cruel accuracy. Lucien with silver threading through his dark hair, lines etching his handsome features, his powerful frame slowly succumbing to the relentless march of time, and herself, unchanged, watching the man she loved fade away while she remained trapped in a body that would outlive everyone she cared about. "But with my gifts," Malphus continued, "you could grant him immortality as well. Both of you, eternal and powerful, ruling a world where love doesn't have to end in loss." The temptation was almost overwhelming. Eternal life with Lucien. The power to protect not just Hollow Oak but every supernatural community on Earth. The respect and recognition she'd craved since childhood, magnified beyond her wildest dreams. "All you have to do," Malphus whispered, "is stop the banishment ritual. Let me complete my emergence into this realm, and I will teach you everything Seraphina was too weak to learn." Moira felt her magical output wavering as the possibilities crashed over her like ocean waves. Through their increasingly tenuous mate bond, she could sense Lucien's growing desperation, his panther clawing frantically at the barriers that kept him from rushing to her side. But it was that connection, fragile as it had become, that provided the clarity she needed. The mate bond didn't feel like limitation or weakness. It felt like coming home. It felt like having someone who loved her not for her power or her potential, but for the woman she was in quiet moments when magic wasn't involved, someone who'd seen her at her most vulnerable and chosen to stay anyway. "You're afraid," she said suddenly, the realization cutting through Malphus's psychological manipulation like a blade. "All this talk about transcendence and evolution, but you're terrified of being alone again." The Fey Lord's perfect composure cracked for just an instant, revealing something desperate and hungry beneath the cultured facade. "I offer you partnership, child, equality in power and purpose." "You offer me corruption disguised as enlightenment," Moira replied, her voice growing stronger as understanding crystallized. "Just like you offered my ancestor. And when I become like you, twisted and hungry and convinced that my will should supersede everyone else's, who's going to stop me from becoming exactly what you are now?" "You think too small," Malphus snarled, his seductive mask finally slipping to reveal the predator beneath. "You could be a goddess, and instead you choose to remain a provincial witch protecting a handful of mountain folk." "I choose to remain myself," Moira said firmly. And with those words, she felt their mate bond surge back to life. Lucien's steady presence filled the spaces in her mind that Malphus had been trying to corrupt, reminding her of who she really was beneath the temptation and fear. "Then you choose death," the Fey Lord spat, his form beginning to destabilize, as her renewed focus strengthened the banishment ritual. "The power required to send me beyond the void will consume you entirely. You'll die for these people who will never truly understand what you've sacrificed." "Maybe," Moira admitted, pouring everything she had into the dimensional breach that would banish him permanently. "But I'd rather die as myself than live forever as a monster." The banishment ritual required her to reverse everything her bloodline had spent centuries maintaining. Where Seraphina had woven binding spells to contain, Moira had to unravel those same patterns while simultaneously creating a dimensional breach powerful enough to pull an entity beyond the reach of any realm. She began by drawing on the deepest wells of her magical inheritance, calling forth power that had been accumulating in her bloodline for generations. The golden energy that emerged felt different this time, heavier, more substantial, carrying the weight of ancestral sacrifice and inherited responsibility. "The first layer," she whispered, her hands weaving intricate patterns that made the air shimmer around Malphus's form. The binding spells that had held him for centuries began to dissolve like sugar in rain, each severed thread releasing waves of corrupted magic that made her teeth ache. Malphus's expression shifted from confident seduction to genuine alarm as he felt his prison weakening. "Wait, child. You don't understand what you're attempting. The dimensional barriers exist for a reason." "I understand perfectly," Moira replied, her voice steady despite the growing strain. She moved to the second layer of the ritual, this one requiring her to reach beyond the physical realm and touch the spaces between worlds. The sensation was like plunging her hands into ice water that burned with cold fire. The fabric of reality began to bend around her will, and she felt the first stirrings of the power that would be required to complete the working. It was vast, hungry, demanding more of her life force with each passing moment. "Now for the breach itself," she said, and began the most dangerous part of the ritual. The dimensional walls between realms were not meant to be torn by mortal magic. They existed as fundamental barriers that kept chaotic energies from bleeding into structured reality. But Shadowheart blood magic had always specialized in the impossible, and Moira called on every technique her ancestors had died to preserve. Power erupted from her core in waves that made the ground crack beneath her feet. The golden energy took on silver edges as it touched the spaces between dimensions, creating a spiral of light that grew larger and more violent with each rotation. The magical cost was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. It felt like someone was slowly draining her life through 1,000 tiny cuts, each pulse of power taking a piece of her essence and feeding it to the hungry void she was creating. Her vision blurred as her magical reserves plummeted, but she held on to the ritual pattern with desperate determination. Behind Malphus, reality began to tear. The dimensional breach started as a pinprick of absolute darkness, but it expanded rapidly as Moira fed more power into its creation. Soon it was a swirling vortex of nothing that hurt to look at directly, a wound in the world that led to spaces where existence itself became meaningless. Winds that belonged to no earthly realm began howling through the clearing, pulling at Malphus's increasingly solid form with inexorable force. The corrupted Fey Lord fought against the pull, his perfect features twisting with fury and fear as he realized she was actually succeeding. "You cannot do this alone," he shouted over the dimensional winds with notes of genuine panic. "The energy required will kill you before the banishment is complete." "I'm not alone," Moira said, feeling Lucien's strength flowing through their mate bond to anchor her, even as her own reserves began to fail catastrophically. "I never was." She poured everything she had left into the final phase of the ritual, drawing on not just her own power, but the stability and strength that flowed to her through their connection. Lucien's panther energy merged with her blood magic, creating something neither of them could have achieved separately. The banishment ritual reached its crescendo with power that lit up the entire forest clearing like a second sun. Golden magic mixed with silver light from the dimensional breach, creating a maelstrom of energy that bent reality around its edges and made the ancient trees groan under the pressure of forces they were never meant to witness. Malphas's screams of rage and disbelief echoed across dimensions as the void finally claimed him, his essence stretching and distorting as it was pulled beyond any possibility of return. His beautiful, terrible form dissolved into nothing, banished to spaces where even memory could not follow. Through it all, Moira held on to the connection that grounded her to the physical world. Not the promise of unlimited power or eternal recognition, but the simple certainty that someone loved her enough to anchor her through the impossible. The moment the dimensional breach sealed itself, cutting off Malphas's influence forever, the magical backlash slammed into her like a gut punch. Every cell in her body screamed in agony as her overtaxed magical reserves finally gave out. She felt herself falling, the world spinning away from her as consciousness fled. Her last coherent thought was gratitude that she'd chosen love over power, even if that choice had cost her everything. The ground rushed up to meet her, and darkness claimed her with merciful silence.
Chapter 41. Lucien. The silence that followed Malphas's banishment was more terrifying than all the supernatural chaos that had preceded it, where moments before the clearing had thrummed with dimensional energy and otherworldly screams. Now there was only the whisper of wind through ancient trees and the sound of Moira's body hitting the forest floor with a sickening thud. Lucien's panther exploded into action before his human mind could process what was happening. He crossed the ritual circle in 3 bounds, dropping to his knees beside Moira's crumpled form with a desperation that made his hands shake. "Moira," he whispered, gathering her into his arms. Her skin was ashen, cold to the touch, and so pale he could see the delicate network of veins beneath the surface. When he pressed his fingers to her throat, her pulse felt like the flutter of butterfly wings, barely perceptible even to his enhanced senses. "Is she—" Twyla's voice broke as she knelt beside them, her fey-blooded healing instincts already reaching out to assess the damage. "She's alive," Lucien said fiercely, though even as he spoke the words, he could feel their mate bond stretch to the breaking point. The connection that had anchored them both during the ritual now felt gossamer thin, threatening to snap entirely with each labored breath she took. "Barely," Elder Varric said grimly, his weathered hands glowing with diagnostic magic as he examined her condition. "The magical exhaustion is complete. I've never seen anyone channel that much power and survive the backlash." "She did survive," Lucien snarled, his panther rising close enough to the surface that his eyes flashed amber in the gathering darkness. "She's going to be fine." But even as he said it, he could feel her slipping away from him through their bond. Not dying exactly, but drifting towards some gray space between life and death, where her exhausted consciousness could find refuge from the pain of existing in a body that had been pushed far beyond its limits. "We need to get her back to town," Twyla said, already organizing the supernatural healers who'd begun gathering around Moira's still form. "Elena, can you stabilize her for transport? Cordelia, I need your strongest healing tea ready when we arrive." The journey back to Hollow Oak passed in a blur of controlled panic and whispered consultations between magical practitioners who'd never dealt with anything like Moira's condition. Lucien carried her himself, refusing to let anyone else take the burden despite the way his own energy reserves had been depleted by anchoring her through the ritual. "Talk to her," Twyla urged as they settled Moira in the bedroom above the bookstore, surrounding her with crystals and herbs that glowed with gentle healing energy. "The mate bond is the strongest connection she has to this realm right now. Keep talking to her, keep reminding her why she needs to come back." Lucien pulled a chair close to the bed and took Moira's hand in both of his, marveling at how small and fragile it looked against his larger palms. Through their bond, he could sense her consciousness floating somewhere distant, untethered from the physical pain, but also disconnected from everything that made her herself. "Hey, beautiful," he said softly, his voice rough with exhaustion and fear. "You did it. Malthus is gone, banished beyond any possibility of return. The entire supernatural world is safe because of what you accomplished today." Her breathing remained shallow, but he thought he felt the faintest flicker of response through their connection. "Everyone's so proud of you," he continued, settling into what he already knew would be a long vigil. Twyla's beside herself with relief, and Elder Varric actually smiled when he confirmed the dimensional barriers had stabilized. "Even old Mr. Henderson stopped by to ask about your condition, and you know how he feels about magical excitement." Hour by hour, day by day, Lucien poured his own life energy through their mate bond, using his panther's natural vitality to anchor Moira's drifting consciousness to the physical world. The process was exhausting, leaving him weak and shaky, but he refused to let anyone else take over the responsibility. "You should rest," Elena said on the second day, settling a cup of strengthening tea beside his chair. "Let some of us share the burden. You're going to burn yourself out at this rate?" "No," Lucien replied without taking his eyes off Moira's face. He talked to her constantly, sharing stories about their first meeting, reminding her of the promises they'd made to each other, describing the future they would build together once she recovered. Sometimes he thought he saw her eyelids flutter in response, but she remained stubbornly unconscious, her body focused entirely on the monumental task of recovering from magical expenditure that should have killed her outright. "I've been thinking about what you said," he told her on the third evening, his voice hoarse from days of continuous conversation, "about wanting to expand the bookstore's rare book section. There's a dealer in Asheville who specializes in occult manuscripts. We could take a long weekend, make it a combination business trip and romantic getaway." The healing crystals around the bed pulsed with gentle light, their energy slowly helping to restore the magical pathways that Moira had burned out during the banishment ritual. But progress was measured in tiny increments, each improvement so small that only their mate bond allowed him to detect the changes. "Twyla's been cooking non-stop," he continued, absently stroking his thumb across her knuckles. "She says she's preparing for a celebration feast when you wake up, but I think she's just worried and needs something to do with her hands. Yesterday, she brought enough soup to feed half the town, all of it infused with healing herbs and fey blessings." On the fourth day, Dr. Simonson arrived from the Cherokee Nation's Supernatural Council, bringing healing techniques that combine modern medicine with ancient shamanic practices. She examined Moira with the thoroughness of someone accustomed to dealing with magical injuries that defied conventional treatment. "Her soul is trying to return," Dr. Chen explained after completing her assessment, "but the trauma of channeling that much power has left her afraid to fully inhabit her body again. She needs an anchor strong enough to overcome that fear." "What kind of anchor?" Lucien asked. "Love," the doctor said simply. "The certainty that she has something worth coming back to. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep reminding her that she's not just a weapon or a guardian witch, but a woman who is cherished for exactly who she is." That night, Lucien climbed carefully into bed beside Moira, gathering her close against his chest so she could feel his heartbeat in the warmth of his body. Through their bond, he poured every ounce of love and devotion he possessed, painting mental pictures of the life they would share. "We're going to have such a good life together," he whispered into her hair. "Quiet mornings with coffee and books, evenings by the fireplace planning magical protections for the town. Maybe we'll adopt a cat who thinks he owns a bookstore, or a dog who insists on greeting every customer like they're his long-lost family." He felt a flutter of amusement through their connection, so faint he might have imagined it, but enough to make hope bloom in his chest. "You're going to love spring in Hollow Oak," he continued, emboldened by that tiny response. "The mountain laurel blooms in May, and the whole forest looks like something from a fairy tale. We can take walks on the trails behind the bookstore, maybe find some of those medicinal herbs Elena's always talking about." As the fifth day dawned with no change in Moira's condition, Lucien found himself running out of stories about their future and turning instead to memories of their brief but intense courtship. "Do you remember the night you first touched my panther form?" he asked, his fingers threading through her mahogany curls. "You weren't afraid at all." Just curious and gentle and absolutely fearless in the face of something that should have terrified you. That's when I knew you were extraordinary. Elena appeared in the doorway with fresh tea and a concerned expression. How are you holding up? She's getting stronger, Lucien said, though he wasn't sure if he was trying to convince Elena or himself. I can feel her fighting to come back. She just needs more time. And you need food that isn't delivered by worried townspeople, Elena replied firmly, setting down a tray that contained more than just tea. Eat something, or I'll have Twyla come up here and force-feed you. As evening settled over Hollow Oak and the 5th day of vigil drew to a close, Lucien felt exhaustion weighing on him like a physical burden. But he refused to give up, refused to accept that the woman who'd saved the entire supernatural world might not survive the aftermath of her own heroism. Come back to me, he whispered against her temple, pouring the last of his strength through their bond. Come back to us. We're all waiting for you. Through their connection, he felt something shift, a stirring that suggested his endless vigil might finally be making a difference. But whether that shift meant recovery or something else entirely, only time would tell.
Chapter 42. Moira. The first thing Moira became aware of was warmth. Not the burning sensation of magic overwhelming her system, but the gentle, steady heat of sunlight streaming through familiar windows, and the solid presence of someone holding her hand like a lifeline. The second thing was the sound of Lucien's voice, rough with exhaustion. Mountain laurel blooms in late spring and requires well-drained acidic soil, he was saying, his thumb tracing absent patterns across her knuckles. Native to the Appalachian region and beloved by local wildlife, though all parts of the plant are toxic to humans when ingested. Planning to poison someone? She whispered, her voice coming out as barely more than a croak. The botanical guide hit the floor with a satisfying thud as Lucien's head snapped up, his dark green eyes wide with disbelief and relief in equal measure. Moira! Oh, thank God, you're awake. How long? She asked, though part of her wasn't sure she wanted to know. The last clear memory she had was the dimensional breach closing behind Malphas's banished form, followed by pain beyond description, and then nothing. 5 days, Lucien said, his free hand coming up to her face with reverent gentleness. 5 days of you scaring the hell out of everyone who cares about you. 5 days. No wonder he looked like he'd been through a war zone, with dark circles under his eyes and several days' worth of stubble shadowing his jaw. His usually perfect hair was disheveled, and his clothes looked like he'd been sleeping in them. You look terrible, she said fondly, managing to lift her hand enough to touch the stubble on his cheek. His laugh was shaky with relief. You should see yourself beautiful. Though honestly, you're still the most gorgeous thing I've ever laid eyes on. The bedroom door burst open without ceremony, admitting Twyla carrying a tea service that smelled like heaven mixed with healing herbs. She took one look at Moira's open eyes and promptly burst into tears. Oh, honey, Twyla sobbed, setting down the tray with trembling hands. We were so worried. You've been floating somewhere between here and gone for days, and Lucien's been wearing a hole in the floor with his pacing. I wasn't pacing, Lucien protested mildly. I was maintaining a vigil. Same difference, Twyla said with a watery laugh, pouring steaming tea into a delicate cup painted with protective symbols. Here, sweetheart. This will help restore your strength. The tea was incredible, warming her from the inside out while somehow making her feel more connected to her own body. With each sip, the floating sensation that had plagued her since awakening began to fade, replaced by the comfortable weight of existing fully in the physical world again. How do you feel? Lucien asked, his intense scrutiny suggesting he was cataloging every nuance of her recovery. Different, Moira said honestly, taking inventory of her magical senses. The power is still there, but it feels settled, like it's finally found its proper place. She reached out experimentally with her blood magic, half expecting the chaotic surges that had characterized her awakening period. Instead, golden energy flowed from her fingers in perfectly controlled streams, responding to her will with an obedience that felt natural rather than forced. "It's not fighting me anymore," she marveled, watching as the magical threads wove themselves into intricate, protective patterns around the room. "I can actually feel what it wants to do, and it's not destruction or domination. It's guardianship." "Because that's what you are," Twyla said with satisfaction. "A guardian witch, born and bred. Your magic knows its purpose now that the corruption's been cleared away." "The grimoire," Moira said suddenly, looking around the room for the ancient tome that had been her constant companion and tormentor. "Where is it?" "Downstairs," Lucien said, "and you'll be happy to know it's become exactly what it appears to be. Just an old book filled with historical information about your family. No more whispers, no more psychological manipulation. Malphas's influence died with him." Relief flooded through her so powerfully that tears gathered in her eyes. "It's really over?" "It's really over," he confirmed, leaning down to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. "You saved everyone, love. The entire supernatural world owes you a debt that can never be repaid." Before she could respond, Elena appeared in the doorway carrying what looked like official documents sealed with the council's distinctive wax seal. "Perfect timing," Elena said with a warm smile. "I was hoping you'd wake up before the formal ceremony." "What ceremony?" Moira asked, though she suspected she already knew from the way Lucien's expression had turned pleased and proud. "The council's official recognition of your new position," Elena explained, settling into the chair Twyla vacated for her. "As of this morning, you are formally appointed as Hollow Oak's guardian witch, with all the rights and responsibilities that title entails." The words should have felt overwhelming, but instead they rested on her like a comfortable cloak. This was what she'd been moving toward since the moment she'd stepped off the bus in Hollow Oak 6 weeks ago. Not just magical awakening, but true belonging. "What exactly does that mean?" she asked, though she was already reaching for the documents with curiosity. "It means you're officially part of the council structure," Elena said. "A voice in supernatural governance, access to resources and support networks, protection under supernatural law. But mostly, it means acknowledgement of what everyone here already knows. This is your home, and we're your people." "The paperwork also includes some very nice benefits," Twyla added with a grin. "Magical supply allowances, access to the council's research libraries, and a stipend that should let you and Lucien fix up the bookstore properly." "And," Elena continued with obvious delight, "formal recognition of your mate bond with our favorite panther shifter. The council was quite impressed by how your connection anchored you through the banishment ritual." Lucien's hand found hers again, their fingers intertwining with the easy intimacy of a couple who'd been through the impossible together and emerged stronger for it. "So, I'm officially a supernatural citizen now?" Moira asked, marveling at how right the idea felt. "You always were," Lucien said softly. "The paperwork just makes it legal." As afternoon light shifted through the windows and friends continued arriving to welcome her back to the land of the living, Moira felt something she'd never experienced before: complete and utter belonging. Not because of what she could do or what she'd accomplished, but because of who she was and how much these people valued her presence in their lives. "I want to see the bookstore," she said suddenly, surprising herself with the urgency in her voice. "I want to make sure it's really real, that I'm really home." Lucien helped her to her feet with the careful attention of someone who'd spent 5 days fearing he might lose her forever. Her legs felt shaky, but they held her weight, and by the time they'd made it downstairs to the main floor of the shop, she was moving almost normally. The Hollow Oak book nook looked exactly as she remembered, with its warm lighting and towering shelves and the comfortable reading chairs that had witnessed their first tentative conversations. But now it felt different, too, charged with protective energy that responded to her presence like recognition. The wards integrated with the building's existing structure, Lucien explained, watching her examine the subtle magical reinforcements that now protected the space. Your blood magic didn't just defend against external threats, it claimed this place as sanctuary. Home, she said simply, running her fingers along a bookshelf that hummed with contentment at her touch. Home, he agreed, wrapping his arms around her from behind in a gesture that felt like the most natural thing in the world. Standing there in the bookstore that had brought them together, surrounded by books that contained centuries of accumulated wisdom and friends who'd become family, Moira finally understood what her grandmother had been trying to protect her from all those years ago. Not the magic itself, but the weight of responsibility that came with it. The knowledge that being guardian witch meant choosing duty over personal desires when the stakes were high enough. But looking around at the community that had welcomed her, feeling the steady strength of the man who'd anchored her through the impossible, Moira realized that sometimes duty and desire pointed in the same direction. Sometimes coming home meant accepting a destiny that felt like choosing love over fear, belonging over isolation, and the courage to build something beautiful in a world that desperately needed protection. So, she said, leaning back against Lucien's chest while golden magic danced between her fingers like visible contentment, what's next for Hollow Oak's newest guardian witch? Whatever you want, he replied, kissing her cheek. We've got all the time in the world to figure it out together.
Chapter 43. Lucien. 3 weeks had passed since Moira's awakening, and Lucien found himself marveling at how quickly their life had settled into a rhythm that felt both natural and extraordinary. Mornings began with coffee, shared over plans for the bookstore's expansion. Afternoons were spent helping Moira establish her guardian witch responsibilities, and evenings belonged to just the two of them, curled together in their apartment above the shop while she practiced controlled magic, and he caught up on council reports. It was perfect. It was everything he'd never dared to hope for, and it was time to make it permanent. The ring had been his grandmother's, a family heirloom passed down through generations of panther shifters who understood the sacred nature of true mating bonds. The center stone was a deep green emerald surrounded by smaller diamonds that caught the light like captured starfire, set in silver that had been blessed by mountain spirits long before his family had immigrated to Appalachian territory. "You're nervous," Moira observed from her position behind the bookstore counter, where she was cataloging new arrivals, with the methodical precision that had made her such an excellent researcher. "I can feel it. What's got you all wound up?" Lucien looked up from the inventory sheets he'd been pretending to review, noting how the afternoon light caught the auburn highlights in her mahogany hair, and the way her wire-rimmed glasses had slipped down her nose in the endearing manner that always made him want to kiss her senseless. "Can't a man appreciate the view without being accused of having ulterior motives?" he asked, though his attempt at casual deflection was undermined by the way his heart hammered against his ribs. "Not when that man is practically broadcasting anxiety through a mate bond," she replied with the kind of fond exasperation that had become one of his favorite sounds in the world. "Seriously, Lucien? What's wrong?" This wasn't how he'd planned to do this. He'd imagined waiting until evening, maybe taking her for a walk through the garden where they'd first acknowledge their connection. Something romantic and memorable that would make for a good story to tell their children someday. But looking at her now, surrounded by the books that had brought them together in the first place, her brown eyes warm with concern for his well-being, Lucien realized there would never be a more perfect moment. "Nothing's wrong," he said, moving around the counter to where she stood. "Everything's exactly right. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about." "Oh?" She set down her pen and turned to face him fully, her scholarly instincts clearly engaged by whatever she was seeing in his expression. "Moira," he began, then stopped, running his hands through his hair as he tried to remember the speech he'd been practicing for days. "We've been through hell together. Literally, in some cases. We've faced down ancient evil, survived magical exhaustion that should have killed you, and somehow managed to build something beautiful in the middle of all that chaos." "We have," she agreed, though her voice carried a note of wariness that suggested she suspected where this conversation was heading. "And I love you," he continued, his voice growing stronger as the words he'd been holding back for weeks finally found their way into the open. "Not just because of the mate bond, though that's part of it. I love your curiosity, your courage, the way you make terrible jokes when you're nervous. I love how you've embraced this community, how you've made yourself essential to people who barely knew you existed a few months ago." "Lucien," she said softly, her eyes beginning to shimmer with tears, "I love that you chose to save the world even when it meant risking everything you'd found here," he said, pulling the ring box from his pocket with hands that only trembled slightly. "And I love that you chose to come back to me when it would have been easier to drift away into whatever peace was waiting on the other side." He dropped to one knee right there in the middle of the bookstore, among the shelves that had witnessed every stage of their relationship, holding up the ring that represented centuries of his family's commitment to true partnership. "Moira Celeste Marsh, will you marry me?" The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then Moira was laughing and crying simultaneously, her hands covering her mouth as if she couldn't quite believe what was happening. "Yes," she said, the word coming out muffled by her fingers. "Yes, of course. Did you really think there was any chance I'd say no?" Relief flooded through him so powerfully that his hands shook as he slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, the emerald catching the afternoon light and throwing green fire across the bookstore's warm interior. "Actually," he said, rising to gather her into his arms, "there's more." "More?" she asked, holding her hand up to admire the ring with the kind of wonder that made his panther more than proud. "In shifter culture, there are different levels of commitment," he explained, settling his hands on her waist while she processed this information. "A human marriage ceremony would be legally binding and socially recognized, but it wouldn't create any additional magical connections between us. And the alternative? A full supernatural mating ceremony," he said, watching her face carefully for any signs of hesitation. "It would bind us not just emotionally and legally, but magically as well, more so than we already are. Our life forces would be intertwined permanently. Shared magical abilities, extended lifespans, the kind of connection that transcends physical death." "That sounds," she began, then paused, clearly working through the implications with her usual analytical thoroughness. "Intense and permanent in ways that go beyond normal marriage vows." "Completely permanent," he confirmed, "which is why I want you to have time to think about it. No pressure, no expectations. Whatever level of commitment feels right to you is what we'll do." But even as he said the words, his panther was pacing anxiously beneath his skin, desperate for the kind of claiming that would make their bond unbreakable by any force in any realm. "I don't need time to think. I want the supernatural ceremony. I want everything with you, Lucien. All of it." The kiss that followed was hungry and desperate, and full of promises that went deeper than words could express. Lucien felt like the luckiest man in any realm. "So," Moira said, her cheeks flushed and her glasses slightly askew, "what exactly does a supernatural mating ceremony involve?" "Traditionally, it takes place under the full moon, with the entire community as witnesses," he explained, already imagining how beautiful she would look in ceremonial robes beneath the silver light. "There are vows that bind us magically as well as emotionally, a physical claiming that marks you as mine permanently. But we already have done that part," he added with a smug gesture toward her hip, "and a celebration that usually lasts until dawn." "I love it," she said without hesitation. "All of it. When can we do the ceremony?" "The next full moon is in 2 weeks," he said, his panther practically vibrating with satisfaction at her eager acceptance. "That gives us time to plan everything properly." Before he could elaborate on the ceremonial requirements, the front door chimed to admit Twyla carrying what appeared to be an entire bakery's worth of celebration pastries. "I felt the emotional surge from 3 blocks away," Twyla announced cheerfully, setting down her laden tray with obvious delight. "Someone's gotten engaged unless I miss my guess." Moira held up her hand to display the ring with unmistakable pride and surprise. "Honey, when two people with a mate bond as strong as yours experience that level of joy simultaneously, it creates magical ripples that every supernatural being in town can feel," Twyla explained, already pouring tea from a thermos that hadn't been there moments before. Plus, Lucian's been carrying around nervous energy for days, like a man with a ring burning a hole in his pocket. Were we that obvious? Lucien asked, settling beside Moira with his arm around her waist in a gesture that felt more natural than breathing. Only to people who've been watching you two make moon eyes at each other since the day you met, Twyla replied with fond exasperation. Speaking of which, what kind of ceremony are we planning? Human traditional, or are we going full supernatural spectacular? Full supernatural, Moira said before Lucien could answer, excitement echoing that made his chest swell with pride. Apparently, I'm getting magically bonded under the full moon with the entire town as witnesses. Oh, this is going to be wonderful, Twyla said, clapping her hands together with obvious delight. I haven't planned a proper mating ceremony in decades. The whole town's going to be beside themselves with excitement. After everything this town has been through, don't they deserve a celebration that gives them something beautiful to focus on? Looking at the woman who'd become his entire world, at the bookstore that had brought them together and would serve as the foundation for whatever came next, Lucien realized she was absolutely right. They all deserve something beautiful, and he was going to make sure their mating ceremony was the most beautiful thing Hollow Oak had ever seen.
Chapter 44. Moira. The ceremonial gown Twyla had helped her choose was simpler than Moira had expected, but somehow that made it more perfect. Deep forest green silk that matched Lucien's eyes flowed from her shoulders to her feet, the fabric seeming to catch and hold moonlight in its folds. Silver embroidery traced protective symbols along the hem and sleeves, each thread blessed by the town's magical residents. Her hair fell loose around her shoulders in the traditional style for mating ceremonies, crowned with a circlet of mountain laurel and silver that Elena had crafted specifically for the occasion. "You look like a forest goddess," Cordelia said with satisfaction, making final adjustments to the draping while other women of the community bustled around them in the small cabin that served as the traditional preparation space. "Lucien's going to forget how to speak when he sees you." "That's the idea," Moira replied, though her stomach fluttered with anticipation with the magnitude of what she was about to undertake. Through the cabin's windows, she could see the ceremonial clearing where dozens of candles flickered like earthbound stars around the ancient stone circle that had witnessed supernatural unions for generations. The full moon hung directly overhead, casting silver light that made everything look touched by magic. "Time to go, honey," Twyla said gently, offering her arm in the traditional escort role. "Your mate's waiting." The short walk to the clearing felt both eternal and instantaneous. One moment she was standing at the forest's edge, and the next she was approaching the stone circle where Lucien waited beneath the moon's silver gaze. He wore ceremonial clothing that transformed him from the gentle bookstore owner she knew into something primal and magnificent. Black leather pants that clung to his powerful frame, paired with a vest of the same material that left his arms and chest partially bare. Silver bracers on his wrists bore the same protective symbols that adorned her gown, and a torque of twisted silver around his throat marked him as an unmated shifter seeking his true bond. When their eyes met across the sacred space, Moira felt their mate bond surge with recognition and anticipation. His dark green gaze held promises that made her breath catch and her skin warm despite the cool mountain air. Elder Varric stepped forward in his role as ceremony officiant, his long silver braids adorned with moonstone beads that caught the light as he moved. "We gather tonight under the full moon to witness the joining of two souls who have chosen to bind themselves beyond the reach of time or death." The assembled community formed a protective circle around them, familiar faces glowing in the candlelight. She could see Callum and his mate holding hands, and Maeve standing stoically but happily. "Lucien Vale," Varric continued, "do you come before this community freely, seeking to claim your chosen mate?" "I do," Lucien replied, his voice steady and sure as he stepped forward to take her hands in his larger ones. "Moira Marsh," Varric said, turning his pale gaze to her, "do you come before this community freely, seeking to accept the bond your mate offers?" "I do," she said, surprised by how strong her voice sounded despite the emotional weight of the moment. "Then speak your vows beneath the moon's witness, that all may hear the promises that will bind you for eternity." They had written their vows separately, choosing words that felt true to both their individual natures and their shared connection. Lucien spoke first, his hands warm and steady as they held hers. "Moira, you came into my life like dawn, breaking over the mountains, bringing light to places I didn't even know were dark," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the sacred space. "You've shown me that strength and gentleness can exist in the same heart, that loving someone completely doesn't mean losing yourself in the process." The mate bond showed her the deep emotion behind his words. "I promise to be your anchor when the world tries to pull you away from yourself," he continued. "I promise to trust your judgment, even when my protective instincts want to keep you safe from everything, including your own choices. I promise to love you not just as my mate, but as the brilliant, brave, stubborn woman who chose to save the world, rather than let fear decide her fate." Tears gathered in her eyes as she felt the truth of his promises settling into the magical bond they shared. When it was her turn to speak, the words flowed from her heart without hesitation. "Lucien, you taught me that home isn't a place, but a person," she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "You've shown me what it means to be valued, not for what I can do, but for who I am when all the magic and responsibility are stripped away." Around them, the candles burned brighter as their vows awakened the ceremonial magic that would seal their bond permanently. "I promise to trust you with my heart, even when trust feels scary," she continued. "I promise to let you protect me without losing my independence, to accept your strength without abandoning my own. I promise to love you not just as my mate, but as the man who saw something worth saving in a confused academic who stumbled into his bookstore looking for answers she didn't know she needed." "By moon and star, by earth and flame," Varric intoned, raising his hands as silver light began to dance between them. "Let these vows be sealed in magic that transcends mortal understanding." The ceremonial magic wrapped around them like visible affection, binding their promises into the very fabric of their shared existence. With the claiming marks combined with this, now the bond was truly permanent. The assembled community erupted in celebration as the magical bonding completed itself, but Moira was only aware of Lucien's arms around her and the profound sense of belonging that filled every empty space in her heart. "Mrs. Vale," he murmured against her ear, his voice rough with emotion and barely contained desire. "I like the sound of that," she replied, then gasped as she felt the full impact of their completed bond. Their magical signatures had merged into something greater than either could achieve alone, while their emotional connection had deepened beyond anything she'd thought possible. The reception that followed was exactly what Hollow Oak needed after crisis and uncertainty. Music and laughter filled the clearing as the community celebrated love triumphing over darkness. Twyla had outdone herself with a feast that seemed to magically replenish itself, while Elena and Cordelia had created decorations that responded to the couple's emotions with gentle glows and sparkles. As the hours passed and the celebration continued around them, Moira found herself marveling at how naturally she and Lucien had fallen into the patterns of their new dynamic. He was protective without being controlling, dominant without diminishing her strength. And she discovered that submitting to his care in certain moments didn't make her weak, but actually freed her to be more fully herself. When he pulled her into his arms for their first dance as a mated pair, she felt the rightness of it in her bones. "Happy?" he asked, spinning her slowly beneath the stars. "Completely," she replied, then smiled at the possessive way his hands settled on her waist. "Though I think your panther might be planning something." "My panther is planning several things," he said with a grin that was equal parts promise and threat. all of them involving getting you alone so we can properly celebrate our new status." "Is that so?" she asked, heat pooling low in her belly at the hunger in his eyes. "That's so," he confirmed, leaning down to speak directly into her ear. "Because while this ceremony made us officially mated, I have every intention of spending the rest of the night making our marriage official in every way possible." As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky and the celebration gradually wound down around them, Moira felt anticipation building. They'd given the community its celebration, honored the traditions that made their bond sacred, and sealed their promises beneath the moon's witness. Now it was time for the honeymoon. "Take me home, husband," she said, the words sending a thrill through both of them. "With pleasure, wife," he replied, and the possessive satisfaction in his voice made her shiver with anticipation for everything the dawn would bring. Chapter 45. Moira. The apartment behind the bookstore had been transformed in their absence. Candles flickered on every surface, casting dancing shadows across the walls and filling the space with warm golden light. Rose petals scattered across the floor created a path from the door to their bedroom, and the air carried the scent of jasmine and mountain laurel that spoke of Twyla's thoughtful preparations. "Did you plan this?" Moira asked softly, her voice filled with wonder as she took in the romantic scene. "Twyla," Lucien admitted, closing the door behind them and turning the lock with deliberate care. "She mentioned something about proper wedding night preparations while we were getting ready." "Remind me to thank her," Moira said, then caught her breath as he moved toward her with the predatory grace that marked him as something more than human. "My wife," he said, the words carrying wonder and possession in equal measure as his hands came up to frame her face. "My mate. Mine." "Yours," she agreed, her voice breathless as she leaned into his touch. "Completely and forever yours." The kiss that followed was different from all the others they'd shared, deeper, more claiming, carrying the weight of promises made beneath the moon and sealed in magic that would last beyond their mortal lives. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. Her magic hummed with perfect balance, no longer fighting for control, but flowing in harmony with every breath she took. "I love you," she whispered against his chest as dawn light began to creep through their windows. "I love you too," he replied, pulling her closer as the reality of their new life settled around them like a blessing. "More than I ever thought possible." Outside their window, Hollow Oak was waking to a new day. But inside their sanctuary above the bookstore, wrapped in each other's arms and the magic they'd created together, Mr. and Mrs. Vale began the first day of the rest of their lives, with hearts full of joy and a future bright with infinite possibility.